All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome members of the public. We welcome you to our regularly scheduled Board of Supervisors meeting. Today is Tuesday, April 15th, 2025. Please note that a quorum of the supervisors are here, as well as the Chief Executive Officer, County Council Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. We'll begin today's board meeting with the county's land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, Fernandinho Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit the Los Angeles City, County, Native American Indian Commission website at lanaic.lacounty.gov. Thank you, and also let the record reflect Supervisor Hom will not be at the board meeting today, but we've got a quorum here at the board. The invocation will be led by Reverend Dr. Felicia R. Bonares, Murph Chapel, St. Paul AME Church from the 1st District, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Anthony Dixon, Senior Vice Commander, American Legion Post 3261 from the 2nd District. If you are able, please stand.
Let us pause for a sacred moment. Eternal and ever-loving God, known by many names, worshiped in many ways, we acknowledge your divine presence in this place. You are the source of justice, the wellspring of mercy, the spirit that stirs us toward what is right and good. We come today with hearts open and minds focused, grateful for the opportunity to serve and to lead. Thank you for these public servants, the women and men of this board, who carry the weight of decision and bear the responsibility of shaping policies that touch the everyday lives of families, children, workers, elders, and dreamers across the country. Across the county. Grant them wisdom, not just knowledge, but understanding born of compassion. Grant them courage, not just boldness, but the strength to do what is right, even when it is not easy. Grant them vision, not just for what is, but for what can be, when justice and equity walk hand in hand. Bless every neighborhood, every unincorporated corner, every street where hope feels distant. Let resources meet need. Let voices rise and be heard. Let dignity be restored where it has been denied. Oh God, in a time when our world is divided, help us to build bridges, not walls. Let this chamber be a place of unity where diversity is not just tolerated, but celebrated. And may all who serve today be reminded, this work is holy, this service is sacred, this moment is yours, in the name of the one who calls us to justice, to love, and to walk humbly. Amen.
Good morning, and thank you, everyone, and thank you, Board, for letting me say the Pledge of Allegiance. Please place the flag. Place your right hand over your heart, and if you're a veteran, please render the hand salute if you wish. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm extremely excited to see Reverend Dr. Felicia Renee Bonaris be here with us today to conduct the invocation. Since the young age of 7, the Reverend knew there was a calling in her life to preach. She earned a bachelor's degree in communication from Cal State Northridge and a master's of divinity and a doctorate of ministry from Payne Theological Seminary in Wilberforce, Ohio. In 1997, Reverend Bonaris accepted her call to preach the gospel in the African Methodist Episcopal Church, known as the AME Church. A year later, in 1998, she received her preaching license. Then in 2003, she was ordained as an itinerant elder. And from 2015 to 2017, she served as senior pastor at Holy Trinity AME Church, located on the campus of her alma mater, Payne Theological Seminary in Ohio, where she also worked as a presidential office coordinator. From 2017 to 2021, she served as the first ever female pastor in a 180-year history of Payne Chapel AME Church in Hamilton, Ohio. There, she also served as the 3rd Episcopal District Church School Superintendent and was appointed by Bishop Frank Madison Reed III to serve as District Administrator for the 3rd Episcopal District of the AME Church. Reverend Bonaris then moved to Los Angeles County, where she served as coordinator for the AME Church, Southern California Conference Women in Ministry, one of the fastest growing organizations in all African Methodism. For 4 years, she was instrumental in leading a delegation of 17 women pastors and hundreds of ordained clergy, ministers, and laypersons in an effort to define, enhance, support, and expand the presence of women in ministry in the AME Church. She was instrumental in changing the face of women in ministry in Southern California Conference by promoting unity amongst all clergy, regardless of their gender. Under her leadership, the conference awarded numerous scholarships to women clergy who were pursuing higher education, as well as supporting women and children from transitional living homes in Los Angeles County. The Reverend is a proud mother of 3 adult children and 6 grandchildren, who lovingly call her Mama Rev. She is also an immensely proud member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Reverend Bonaris recently serves as a senior pastor at Murph Chapel at St. Paul AME Church in unincorporated Valinda in the 1st District. She has worked with my office on numerous events, which included the Summer Sounds on the Ground event that provided backpack distributions and a resource fair and a concert and a vaccine clinic, and held their chili, cornbread, and a prayer event. Thank you again, Reverend Bonaris, for joining us today and for coming out to visit us here at the County Board of Supervisors on this special, special week for all of us. Thank you, and God bless you on behalf of all the county, 10 million people we all represent from the Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much.
And now Supervisor Mitchell. Thank you.
Thanks for coming this morning. Thanks for pointing. Good morning, Los Angeles County. I am proud to thank Mr. Dixon, who is a proud first responder who joined the United States Army and Army National Guard back in 2004. He served 11 years in the military, attaining the rank of specialist and serving in Operation Iraqi Freedom. He is a graduate of Gardena High School, El Camino College, and the American Military University. He's also a dedicated county employee working as a medium truck driver for LA County's Fire Department Central Regional Operation Bureau in the great city of Inglewood. Mr. Dixon is a board member of the California State Firefighters, Senior Vice Commander at VFW Post number 3261 in Gardena, a member of the Kiwanis Club of Gardena, and a liaison advisor for the Gardena High School Key Club. In his spare time, you have spare time?
Not too.
Right. He enjoys karaoke. Yeah. All right, I see you. Karaoke, photography, and flying drones. He is the proud father of 2 and has been a 2nd District resident for over 35 years. So thank you for your service to our country, to our county, and for leading us in today's pledge. Please give Anthony Brown a round of applause. Dixon, Anthony Dixon. Who's Anthony Brown?
Somebody out there.
And now I'm going to introduce a pup who lives up to the sweetness of his name. Her name is Tangerine. Tangerine is a 1-year-old, well, actually almost 2, spayed female Australian cattle dog and German Shepherd mix. She has a gentle play style and gets along with other animals, so she is definitely a gentle spirit. She loves to go on walks and play ball. She comes from Lancaster Animal Care Center and has been at the Agura Care Center since February 19th. If you'd like to make Tangerine your own play partner, call the Agura Care Center at 818-991-0071. Again, this is Tangerine, and she is up for adoption. She's 1 year, 8 months old. And now I'll draw your attention to the screen for our pet from Palmdale. Meet Princess, a 2-year-old sable female German Shepherd mix. Princess is looking for real treatment and lots of hugs. The sweet gal came from the Palmdale Care Center because her owner had too many dogs. To adopt Princess, call the Palmdale Care Center at 661-575-2888. Again, we've got Tangerine here out of the Agora, and we've got Princess up in Palmdale. But I would encourage you to go to any one of our animal care centers and take a look at what we've got. We've got puppies, but we also have older dogs who are looking for forever homes. And with spring here, spring is a perfect time to bring home a new pet because the county has 2 great promotions going on. For only 2 more weeks in April, adoption fees are waived for both dogs and cats at the Palmdale Animal Care Center thanks to a generous grant. In addition, we are going to at all of our centers, adoption fees are waived for senior pets older than 6 years old through April. These older pets deserve love and affection just as much as the puppies, and they are definitely waiting for you to come and adopt them. If you're looking to bring love into your life, now is the time to visit your local animal care center. I would encourage you to either go online or go in person. Thank you, and thank you for bringing Tangerine down. All right, we will now move on to today's agenda. Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, Set Matter. On Set Matter 1, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be continued to May 6, 2025, as indicated on the post of the agenda. On page 3, Consent Calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 2 through 15. On item 2, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 6, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 10, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 11, this item relates to item 1D. Supervisor Horvath is recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308 because she received a contribution or contributions of more than $500 within the past 12 months from Watt Capital Partners, Inc., who is a party participant or agent of a party participant in the proceeding. On item 12, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. On item 13, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. Also, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 12, Administrative Matters, items 16 through 43. On item 16, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. Also, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 17, Supervisor Solis and Horvath would like to be recorded as a no vote. On item 25, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be continued 2 weeks to April 29th, 2025. On item 33, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. On item 34, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be held. These items will be taken up together. On item 37, this item will be held for report. On page 28, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda, which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting, as indicated on the supplemental agenda for items 41A through 41D. On page 29, ordinances for introduction, items 44 to 45. On page 30, separate matters, items 46 through 47. On page 31, budget matter, item 48. On item 48, this item will be held for report. On page 32, special district agenda, this is the agenda for the meeting of the Los Angeles County Development Authority, item 1D to 2D. On item 1D, this item relates to item 11. Supervisor Horvath is recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308 because she received a contribution or contributions of more than $500 within the past 12 months from Watt Capital Partners, Inc., who is a party participant or agent of a party or participant in the proceeding. On page 34, notices of closed session, items CS1 through CS5. On CS3, County Council requests that one case be continued 2 weeks to April 29, 2025. On item CS5, this is an addition as indicated on the supplemental agenda. Also, the Chief Executive Officer requests that this item be continued 2 weeks to April 29, 2025. On page 37, items continued from previous meetings for further discussion and action by the board, items A7. On item A7, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair. The requests for continuances through A7 are before you.
Thank you. Moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve these items, so that will be the order. Executive Officer, please play the code of conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Today, we will begin with item 37, then public comment on items not held for discussion by the board. Then we will go into closed session, and when we return, we will take up items 48, the recommended budget, followed by items 12, 13, 16, 33, and 34, which will be taken up together. Then item A7 and finish with general public comment. Before we begin, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was also provided on the agenda and explain the speaking rules.
For members of the public wishing to participate remotely, as indicated on the agenda, please call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 133-6503. Members of the public participating remotely and in the board room, you will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. You will receive 1 minute for one item and up to 2 minutes for 2 or more items not held by the board. 1 minute to address the board on items held by supervisors, and 1 minute to address the board on general public comment, for a total of 6 minutes for this meeting. Please state your name and clearly indicate the agenda item numbers you will be addressing. Please note, once your time has expired, we will immediately move to the next speaker. Please monitor your time and the items you are signing up for, as your name will not be called once your time has elapsed. For members of the public joining us remotely, when the board moves to the item you wish to address, promptly press 1, then 0 to be moved from the listening queue to the speaking queue. Remember to turn down the volume on your device as soon as the moderator calls on you, or there will be an echo. You will need to press 1, then 0 for each item you would like to speak on. To ensure we hear from both in-person and telephonic speakers, we will alternate between the 2 speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so.
Thank you. We will begin with item 37, report on compliance with the Rosas agreement, which was held for report. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. We've got Paula Tokar, Assistant Sheriff, who will make a presentation. Robert Houston, Kathy Kenny, and Nicholas Mitchell. Compliance monitors are also available to answer any questions, and we thank you for being here today. The floor is yours.
Thank you. One of the provisions within the Rosas settlement agreement requires that LASD publicly report to the board twice per year. This presentation will reflect data from 2022 and 2023 to show compliance during the 13th and 14th reporting periods. Next slide, please. And next slide. This is a breakdown of our compliance during the last 2 reporting periods within each of the provisions. You've seen we made increases in compliance in all but one area and increased our compliance from 78 provisions to 81. Next slide, please. This slide breaks down the one area where we didn't make gains in totality. We did increase compliance in our force prevention, inmate on inmate violence, head strikes and kicks, and a supervisor being called to the scene, as well as preventing excessive force. The one area where we had some difficulty was in 17.5, minimizing medical distress. We have since discovered what the issue was in that area. It had to do with how we applied our wrap restraint device. We've since trained our staff, emphasizing that we would eliminate the heavy forward on the wrap restraint. We've also, very recently, come to an understanding of the suitable recovery positions. The department was using a seated position as a recovery position. We will no longer be doing that, and we will be putting everyone on their side as required by the provisions. Next slide, please. Since we began assessing our compliance in 2018, there's been a 35.9% decrease in overall force incidents, although we did see a slight uptick in 2024. But what also happened in 2024 is we made a concerted effort to increase our searches of the inmate population with the intent of preventing some of the drugs in jail and prevent overdoses. We also made a concerted effort to eliminate tenting. Tenting is when curtains are put up in the cells. They use blankets and sheets, and we can't see in to do Title 15 checks. And we made a large-scale operation to eliminate tenting. And it did result in some increased use of force as our population was not happy with those efforts. Next slide, please. Although our overall uses of force did go up in 2024, our most serious force went down slightly. Our Category 2 uses of force, those are force that uses any personal weapons, any taser application, or any incident that results in an identifiable injury. And there's been a 57% decrease in Category 2 uses of force between 2018 and 2024 in the basin facilities. Next slide, please. We began tracking head strikes, specifically outside of just them being a Category 2 use of force in 2021. And since that time, we've had a 60% decrease in head strikes. Next slide, please. Our CFIT team is up and running. It now has 10 of the 12 budgeted sergeant positions filled. We are slowly seeing a decrease in the amount of time it takes to complete force packages by the team, and we hope to see even further improvement over time. And we have seen an improvement in the documentation that's completed by those CFIT teams. CFIT's completed 228 cases, and they have made recommendations for administrative investigations in 37 of those cases. And in 19 of those cases, administrative investigations were opened. We don't necessarily open administrative investigations for every violation of policy. It's according to our guidelines for discipline. Policy violations can be resolved in other ways. The whole purpose of finding a policy violation is to correct the behavior. So if that correction can be done through training, through a performance log entry, we do that based upon the totality of the circumstances. What we're really focusing on is making sure that our vision of what a policy violation is or what's acceptable force mirrors that of the monitors, and then taking appropriate action to make sure that behavior is curbed and our deputies and custody assistants know how they should have better handled the situation. Next slide, please. In the calendar year of 2023, there were 21 founded use of force investigations. The policies that were violated included the force prevention principles and de-escalation, use of force reporting, unreasonable force, taser procedures, false statements, and dishonesty. And discipline for those violations ranged from written reprimands to low-level suspensions of 1, 2, or 3 days, to a 20, a 30-day suspension, and a discharge. Next slide, please. In 2023, we introduced a new custody inmate grievance application. And if you notice on this slide, our complaints against staff dramatically increased. One of the reasons for that is previous to the new application, we didn't count duplicate grievances. Now, every grievance that's submitted has a unique identifying number, and it can increase. And in our complaints against staff, it did increase our numbers to a certain extent. We're still very concerned about those complaints against staff, but we are very hopeful that the rollout of our body-worn cameras will shed light on these incidents and will be able to help us to investigate what's really going on and address any issues that we find. We also believe that the rollout of tablets, which will still be a year or two before they're fully implemented, that will increase the accessibility to the inmate population of the grievance forms. Next slide, please. And this is just an overview of some of our improvement efforts. We do have an e-force application that we are now piloting in 2 facilities. This gives us better tracking of the force packages and the timeframes where it sits at each level of review, from the sergeant who begins the process of writing it to the watch commander who reviews it, all the way up through the chain of command, and it'll give us a better sense of where we need to focus attention and get the packages moving so that they're turned in a timely manner to the monitors. We're also very excited about the body scanners within custody. They have been fully funded at this point. They are ready to be deployed out of the vendor, and we're starting the transition process. We believe it'll still be about 9 months to get them installed and transition all of the data over within the body scanners, but it's super positive news for us. So that's my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that. I just have a couple of questions. What changes has the department put in place to reduce the overtime shifts in custody? I know that the monitors noted a slight improvement in this area in their report. So what have you done? Because I know that with budget, overtime has increased significantly in the sheriff's department. So I'd just be curious to know what staffing modifications you made.
Because the facility count has been low, we've been able to consolidate some of our inmate population into housing areas and close down areas. One of the issues that we have is if we have a dorm that has 5 people in it or we have a dorm that has 50 people in it, the staffing need to monitor those areas is the same. So we only see a reduction in staffing if we can completely close an area. We have been able to do that. I don't know how long we'll be able to sustain that as our population goes back up or as we have major maintenance issues that are occurring. For example, we had a major maintenance issue at Men's Central Jail where the inmate population is able to open their own cell doors. It's required us to close down an area of that jail and move the inmate population. So as we move, we have to open up new housing areas. The other concern that we have is as we move more ill individuals or people who are on medication out of the basin, out to like our pitches facilities, it increases the number of radio car runs we have to do because most of our medical facilities are down in the basin. We are averaging 500 radio car runs or hospital shifts at outside hospitals per month. And that is really impacting overtime. So we've made some improvements, but they're not sustainable. Our staffing levels are still low, and our hiring is not keeping up with attrition.
So out of the hospital runs you do, how many are admitted?
Oh, I can get you that information.
Yeah, I'd like to see it because I'd be curious to know how that's being triaged because I know that there was a question on Twin Towers, which I think originally under Block was supposed to be the house, be like the hospital, but it couldn't get licensed. So I'm just wondering what percentage are being admitted and what percentage are being discharged back to the jails and how the triage is going and services that we're providing.
We'll get you that information, ma'am.
Okay. And then on the monitor notes, the department embraced recommendation to perform an independent staffing analysis. Fezia, I don't know if it's for you or for you, where are we on identifying someone to perform the staffing analysis that the monitors recommended? Or you didn't recommend, you embraced, sorry.
Yeah. Supervisor, there was a report done, I believe the information was pre-COVID and maybe the report was completed during COVID where there was a staffing analysis done and I believe there were recommendations made in that report. Well, I'll have to circle back with the department. I know that the report was completed at the time that Sheriff Luna came into leadership of the department, and I thought that there were a bunch of changed assumptions. And so I think the question is, what in that report does the current administration believe is appropriate to implement?
So I know that we have 2 older staffing studies that did show that our staffing was, my understanding, and I actually am pulling them today, so I'll have to circle back as well. But I think there was another department-wide staffing study that was going to be conducted, and I think that that's still, the contracting process for that is still ongoing.
All right, yeah, can we follow up on that?
Absolutely.
That would be helpful. And then to the monitors. Do you believe that the creation of the custody force investigation team has significantly contributed to narrowing of the accountability gap? I know that we saw the stats here. Do you anticipate that your subsequent reports will continue to show this gap narrowing as it relates to the impact that this team is having?
I think in the 14th report, which is our most recent public report.
There you go.
Okay, thanks. The 14th report, our most recent public report, we noted that we did see some improvements with the CFIT investigations. Of course, the unit was just started then. We're certainly seeing more detailed analysis and more timeliness of investigation. So we absolutely think it's having a positive impact. For the 14th report, we definitely saw a narrowing of the gap between what we saw as being out of compliance and what the department saw as being out of compliance. I'm not sure that that narrow gap will hold in the 15th report, though. I think we'll see it maybe creep out a little bit in our next report. And I'm not sure that that's related to CFIT. So
is that, I'm sorry, is that in part because I know that you said that there was a misunderstanding about laying on the side versus sitting? I mean, is it because there is not clear understanding about proper protocols? I mean, I don't.
Go ahead.
The cases that are reviewed by the monitors are not randomly selected. And I think there are a couple of cases where there's just well, there's one case in particular where there's a fundamental difference in opinion on what occurred, on the facts of that case. So that's one, and when you're reviewing a small number of cases, that changes compliance. There are two others that we have discussed, and it's fundamental differences in a different aspect of force that the department hadn't looked at before, but we are taking all of the monitors' suggestions into account and their opinions and how they're seeing things, and as a result, whether we agree wholeheartedly with the findings or not, we are addressing the underlying issues to further compliance. And these are cases that have already occurred. One of them had occurred at least 2 years ago, and there is still a great sense of cooperation and a desire on the department's part to come into compliance. But it's a learning process, and our policy is drastically different today than it was as all of our officer managers are coming up. So there's been a huge shift in our thinking.
I would concur that there's absolutely, you know, a good relationship going back and forth and noting when we do see issues in cases, whether there's an agreement as to whether it's compliance or not compliance. We recently made some significant recommendations on how to improve the investigation process, and they are working towards implementing many of those recommendations. So I would note in our 14th report that we filed in November, the cases that we reviewed for that report occurred between January of 2023 and January of 2024. So as you'll see, we're kind of behind of when we usually don't get the cases until about a year after they happened. So when we see that there's a problem that needs to be corrected, it takes a while for that to get up. But we continue to focus on the real way for the department to get to compliance in this settlement agreement is accountability. Accountability both at the deputy level as well as the supervisor level.
Yeah, I would, I agree with that, and to expand and maybe add a little bit of nuance with respect to CFIT, the current process is sort of bifurcated when there's a use of force. There's an investigation, and then once the investigation is completed, there is a review of the facts found by the investigation. And CFIT, you know, principally works in the sort of front end of the process, gathering the facts, conducting the interviews, obtaining the medical records and whatever other records are necessary to formulate a sort of coherent narrative about what happened in the use of force. And then there is the force review process that happens once the investigation is completed. I think we've seen some real improvements in the quality of the investigative work being done because of the new CFIT team. I think we've seen improvements in the thoroughness of the investigations that are being conducted, the objectivity of the investigations that are being conducted, and to some extent, the timeliness of the investigations that are being conducted. I think where the opportunities are, from my perspective, I can't speak for the entire panel, is in that second phase in the review of the completed investigations. We continue to see case examples that where we have some disagreement with the findings of the command personnel in the department as to those completed investigations. We think there are opportunities to enhance the timeliness of the review process, the objectivity of the review process, and frankly to ensure, one of the facts that Assistant Sheriff Tokar mentioned was the CFIT recommended 37 administrative investigations, and I think 19 of those resulted in administrative investigations. So, we want to ensure that CFIT is sufficiently independent and empowered that its recommendations generally are sort of persuasive on the department, because they are the sort of independent body that's doing these force investigations. So I think we would generally like to see a greater number of CFIT's recommendations for administrative investigations sort of honored and carried out by the department. So we think the investigative process has improved to the credit of the department and its leadership, but there are opportunities to improve the objectivity of the review process.
And I agree with Mr. Mitchell's point. And once we saw this trend, so these figures are from when CFIT was initially stood up. We saw this trend occur, and we've changed our process. So at this point, if a captain disagrees with the recommendation for an administrative investigation, it now needs to go up to the chief of the division to have a second opinion. So it increases the objectivity because the captains and other personnel are very tight. It's their facility. Now it goes up to the chief level prior to making that decision. And again, there will be instances where there may have been a recommendation for an admin, but after full discussion, training or some lesser means of correction is decided to be the best course of action, and that's what our guidelines for discipline for the department state. We're staying in line with that, but we are always open for the discussions, and we will improve as time goes on.
So one of the big commitments, I think, going forward that's going to be really important that the department has done is we have a provision called 2.6, and it has to do with head strikes. And there's 3 conditions that need to be met. You can see from today that the head strikes have been dropping, but we believe they can drop even further and get down to the point where they're absolutely necessary. So the 3 parts of it is the inmate assaultive? Number 2, being assaultive, is there a possibility of serious bodily injury or death? And then the 3rd prong is there's no other alternative. And so those 3 conditions have to be satisfied. And really what it means is that if a deputy is being assaulted and the deputy is likely by himself, we want that deputy to use every means possible to survive that incident. But in situations where there's an alternative, there's backup, they can step back, head strike should not be used. And so what the department is now committed to is to analyze in their force in that type of detail to follow up with what Nick is saying. So, and I think it's an important move, and I think CFIT is able to do that, and we intend to visit with them in detail as we as we move along, but that's very optimistic. It's a very good move forward, and it's a necessary move.
And to explain some of the nuance that he's talking about, and where we're dealing with people. Our deputies are people. And some of the nuance we're talking about is a deputy will be punched in the face, and his first punch in retaliation may be according to policy. But he continues, that he just got punched, and the reaction, the third punch, or what happens at the fourth punch, may no longer be in policy because there's backup there. So there is nuance. We are looking at it, and that's where the disagreements we're having now are much more nuanced, in my opinion, than a couple of years ago when things were just not okay. So we are committed to working through that and to doing that really detailed analysis.
Thank you, and thank you for your responses. Supervisor Mitchell?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate your last comment that we're talking about people, and that also applies to the people who are in our custody. And I just have to say, every time I hear the term head strike, it just sends a chill down my back. And every time I get the report, I go back to my notes from the previous report since I was elected to serve on the board. And, on one hand, I want to acknowledge improvement, albeit incremental. And yet, when I look at the difference in the use of force incidents between your 13th report and the 14th report, it's about 50. We're still over 300. And so I just think, Rosas came to be for a reason, and we can't lose sight of that. So I acknowledge the progress that's made, and yet we still have, 300 reports. I want to focus my questions, Madam Chair, if I may, again on the use of force incidents, where there continue to be the discrepancies between the monitor's assertions and those of the department, and a gap in what the panel finds compliant versus what the department finds compliant. That discrepancy, I think, just continues to give me concern. For example, in the use of force cases in this report, 12 involved head strikes, and of those 12, the monitors found half of them out of compliance, and the department found none of them out of compliance. So I guess based on that, it's reasonable for me to assume that no one was disciplined or even investigated for the head strikes in those 6 cases. Is that an accurate assumption?
If we did not find them out of compliance for there may have not been non-compliant issues that the department found, such as the force prevention principles that then led to the head strike. So we may not have found the head strike out of policy, but we would have found the incident out of policy and opened an administrative investigation for how it started. So
you've gone further upstream, if you will.
To find it. Where we're struggling is making the change from the Graham versus Connor standard, where what a reasonable person would do in that situation, to the Rosas versus Luna standard. And I will admit it's been a struggle when the deputies have been assaulted and hit in the face for us to find then that they deserve time off for what we feel is defending themselves. We are committed to working with the monitor and making a switch, but it hasn't been like that, and it has been very difficult when we're watching our employees be assaulted. So I recognize and I hear you, and there is a reason why we're in this position, and we need to change for the better, but it's not, as I said, I think this is more subtle in some of what we're finding non-compliance. And if it's clearly a violation of policy that would shock the conscience, we are taking action.
I appreciate that, and I appreciated you walking through kind of the scenarios that would lead to a head strike. Are we doing any better in reducing the frequency with which a deputy finds him or herself alone without the appropriate backup. So in the event they are attacked, that they then have, frankly, limited options compared to all of the other de-escalation and what else, all the other things you can do if you've got backup and support. Are we making much progress there?
I would say in the cases where we find the head strikes within compliance, so in this last report, the 6, I don't know the facts of each and every one of those, but it usually is that the deputy is by themselves. That usually is the scenario, and they've somehow been assaulted. Some of the head strike cases do involve situations where the deputy has not been assaulted.
Uh-huh.
But as far as the deputies being by themselves, I would say that's pretty rare where that is, and I've made it clear that I haven't seen any system in the country that has a better response time than the sheriff's department. So when they ask for help, they get a lot of help and get it very quickly.
Okay, that's helpful to know and understand, because we're hearing, you know, assaultive behavior on behalf of those we've incarcerated, and, you know, the notion that deputies have to defend themselves. And so if there are a few instances when they're alone and they do have backup, that gives me a greater sense of other options that are available as opposed to head strikes. Again, really trying to close the gap between what the monitors see. And so help me, because I think us being able to drill down to the data is what's going to be helpful for me as a policymaker sitting on the board. How many uses of force the Sheriff's Department found out of policy during the 14th reporting period? Can you give me that total number?
We don't track it that way.
Okay.
We will, in the review, we will call out issues that we find, and then if a violation is sufficiently egregious that we feel an investigation needs to occur, we can track it by investigation. But especially with CFIT on board, I think the recommendations of what things we could do better, it has grown exponentially. And I'm not sure if that answers your question, but there's no, we just track things differently.
So from your perspective, you're measuring improvement by what?
Really by what I see, by looking at, watching force video and seeing how the responses are, and even if it's not the ideal of what we would want, I'm seeing, with a few notable exceptions, I'm seeing that we are handling things differently.
Okay. You gave us examples of the discipline that had been rendered during this reporting period, and it ranged from a couple days, 30 days. How was that determination made? Because it was a pretty, and one, I think you said termination. So how, who and how was that determination made? Because it was a pretty broad range.
So our discipline system, if the discipline is less than 16 days, 15 days or less, the determination for the amount of discipline is determined by the unit commander or the captain. Anything above 16 days goes to our executive review panel for those higher levels of discipline, and that's the assistant sheriffs and the undersheriffs sit on that panel. How we determine the amount of discipline is we take in the totality of the circumstances that occur. So if it's just, if we had a force incident which was not, was kind of spurred because of the deputy's actions, and the force used was not appropriate to the level of resistance that was coming towards them, I mean, all of those factors would go to a higher level discipline, along with the tenure of the employee, their past disciplinary history, you know, the environment they were in. I mean, we take everything into consideration and try and determine the best level of discipline to correct the behavior. So if the behavior can be corrected by a counseling session and it doesn't occur again, then great, we've accomplished our goal. If this is a person who's had a past incidence of a violation of the recalcitrant inmate policy, and then this is their second one and the force was agreed, then it jumps up in the level of discipline. So we use progressive discipline based on the totality of circumstances.
And the slide you showed with regard to grievances, and you explained why the significant bump that you're now counting each one as an individual complaint. Do you look at, patterns that since you're now counting each individual one that you see, Deputy X who has multiple complaints? So how do you, now that you have altered the way in which you're collecting the data, how will that impact outcomes, if you will?
We still are struggling with it because it's behind. The grievances come in and we don't know until it's fully investigated where we're at, and then it hits the early warning system. So grievances do go into our performance management system, and if we get too many, then we know to watch that person and we'll put them on performance mentoring and look. But there is a lag between the investigation time and the time that they're put in. So we know when we're getting a bunch in, but I can't tell you with stats. What I think is going to be huge is that body-worn camera component, because the investigations should be getting them to the point where they're in the system may take just as long, but really getting to the heart of what occurred in that instance so we can watch it and we will know and we can fast track any cases that we have concerns about. I think that that's going to be huge, and I'm really, really hopeful that we will start training for the body-worn cameras in May. We're still...
That's what I was going to ask you, the time
frame. I think it's coming fairly quickly. We still have one union issue that we're trying to work through, but it's my hope that by May, we'll start the training and we'll start rolling these out.
And last question, Madam Chair, you said, if there are too many, what constitutes too many?
I can't, and when I said that, I kind of misspoke. There's a trigger of how many in a month. So I think it's like 2 founded in a period of time.
All right, that gives me a context.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis?
Yes, thank you for coming this morning and for giving us this report. It appears as though we have made some progress in some areas. And I want to say that, since I've been on the board already 10 years, and we're here at this same state, we've made some improvements, but it seems like there's small steps still, and we could probably do a lot more. I think we do have an obligation, and I've said this time and time again, that we need to provide, dignity, respect, and humane treatment of all individuals, whether there are inmates, they're in our custody, or they are our employees, and not just the sheriff employees, but also our clinicians, our other staff that are there, because I recall on one occasion when I visited Men's Central Jail, where you could see there are staff that are torn in terms of the commitment that they have to do their job, but also, could I say, just the impending severity of what they face every day too. And I'm not just saying that they're putting themselves in harm's way. I'm talking about the facility itself and the fact that some of those structures make it impossible to carry out these reforms. And one instance that I recall, we viewed a kind of a congregate area where there were several inmates held, and I have to think there were at least 30 or more. And I know there were some custody folks there, but not nearly enough. I mean, I certainly wouldn't feel safe going in there. And it seemed calm, but also it seemed very perplexing to me to view this. I thought I was viewing something out of a movie, a horror movie, to see people that were mentally ill and some that were not. It was a mixed population, clearly. but some have been placed there because there weren't enough beds for mental observation, I suppose. That's what we were told. But the fact that it exists really gives me heartache to see that that's how we are treating individuals, and partly because of the infrastructure and the lack of availability of having professional clinical staff there, and the ones that are there are taxed. They're taxed every day, and how many can do that every year? And they commit themselves. And I also hope that when we have these evaluations, that we're also, when we look at what, obviously your role is to look at use of force and how to reform things, but that also adds to all of this. And sometimes, I get upset when I hear that sometimes our folks that come visit us are severely ill. They have many physical ailments as well as perhaps mental and substance abuse. And by the time we get them, or they have gone through the revolving door several times, we're just treating topically. We're not getting to really what is necessary. And that I think adds to the number of deaths that we see in the jails. Those are the reports that I receive. And I think we have to do a better job of getting better our physicians, medical staff, nursing staff, and all of that up to speed, and creating those pods and beds that we had asked for a while back. We asked for 500 beds. I don't know where we are with that, CEO or sheriff, but we were pushing for 500 mental health beds, and I have yet to hear precisely where those are at.
Supervisor, as I recall, that was a pilot that was done by DMH, I believe under the prior DMH director, Dr. Sharon, and I know that they were able to develop some beds. I'm not exactly sure where they landed. There was a report back to the board at some point that indicated the number of beds they were able to bring online.
I would like
If you're talking about the 500-bed pilot, I know that there was one with DMH with Dr. Sharon.
It was like at 175, I think, or something, but I'm sure it's more.
Yeah.
But it was at one point it was at 175.
And I don't think we ever reached 500 for sure, but the fact of the matter is, where are we?
Yeah.
Why was it just a pilot? Was it not successful?
So
those are the questions.
yeah, we could do two things. We'll pull the report, and then also as part of the set item that the board has related to the beds and the continuum of care, we could ask that whenever, I believe that matter is being continued, but when that matter is heard by the board, then we can ask that specific attention be paid to this question.
But Supervisor, I don't think it was a pilot.
No, it
This was
wasn't.
part of diversion. This was ongoing contracting for beds so we could do diversion.
Supervisor Hahn and I carried.
Yeah, so I don't think it was a pilot. It was building capacity
This was after Sharon.
in the community.
Yes, the reason why I called it a pilot is I remember when we worked on that report, there were some delegated authorities given to the department so that they were able to bring on beds quickly, as quickly as possible. And so there were delegated authorities provided. That's why I called it a pilot. It wasn't that the beds would go away at some point. It was their implementation process.
Nonetheless, we definitely want the information on that.
But, I'm sorry, I appreciate you bringing to light the concerns of the condition of Men's Central Jail, because that's where our hospital is. Our medical outpatient specialty clinic is at Men's Central Jail, and those beds do not exist anywhere else in the system. And while I fully support diverting the people that can safely be diverted, I unfortunately have a large population within my custody that they can't be diverted. The judges won't divert them. And Men's Central Jail is still deteriorating. And we're overcrowded. We're still releasing people early because of the crowding conditions to the tune of a bed need of about 500 if we stop that early release for crowding conditions. So I have huge concerns about the number of people in my custody that can't be diverted and the condition that they're living in with the decision not to replace the facilities. There are people that cannot be housed in the community, and I think that we need to have a parallel track so that we can take Men's Central Jail offline, because that's where some of our sickest people are being held.
And to your point, I agree with that, but I also know that there are some people that, because of their physical situation, they may not last very long in that jail. And I know that we've had people come to the board meeting, families requesting why were they not released to them at home or hospice in an outside situation and giving them that kind of dignity. And I would hope that those cases are reviewed and looked at as well.
And they are. I know Correctional Health Services does send multiple letters to the court requesting compassionate release per month. And I've been involved. If I can find a way, if it's just a court process issue, I do reach out to our justice partners to try and help that along. The reality is that some of those folks that we know will probably pass away while in custody, it's because they're there for very serious charges. One person in for crimes against children and a couple of murder charges that there isn't a divertible place for them to go, and they're not to the point where the court is willing to release them. So I do hear you, and we do work to get as many of those people out as we can when appropriate.
I would love to see any data on that and what that criteria is, on what you are basing that. And I just want to go back to the report on the panel's 14th report. As of the end of 2023, LASD was still out of compliance with 23 out of 104 provisions. Is that correct?
Let's see, do you have the number? I think they were in compliance with 81 total provisions.
81.
Yeah, they were found in compliance with 81 out of the 100 applicable provisions.
So the data, I guess, is changing.
Yeah, there's a few provisions that after the settlement agreement are no longer tracked or no longer considered applicable. There's 4. So it's 81 out of 100 where they were found in compliance.
Okay. So it would be, I guess, one of the things I would ask you is, of those 20 that they're not in compliance with, what are the consequences of that?
You know, I think most of them are within the force, you know, kind of the heart of the case, or the 2.2, the force prevention, the head strikes, and we just continue to work on trying to get us closer. I think the reduction in focusing on reducing the reliance on head strikes is where we need to go, and holding people accountable. We continue to let the court know where they are on compliance. We continue to have discussions or hearings or, I guess, conferences with the court so the judge is aware of where they are in compliance. But I do believe we're all in the same, we all have the same goal of getting them to compliance and having us get away, you know, that we create an environment where they become self-critical and catch their problems before any outside party needs to get involved or sees that they can self-correct their own behavior.
Right, and I won't go into the, you know, questions that my colleague asked about how you determine head strikes, the severity and discipline and all that, but it does seem as though it's taking a long time. Mm-hmm. And as you stated earlier, this information is already almost a year old. Right. And that is troubling to me. Mm-hmm. And you know, I just think that we have a responsibility, right, to really push that forward. So we need to work better at that with the sheriff, and the sheriff needs to do that as well. I want to just change a little bit and go into something else. One thing that I'm concerned about, as I was saying earlier, is the conditions of the jails and living conditions and the grievances that were submitted by inmates. I want to ask, have we made improvements, for example, to the elevators and escalators? Have those been repaired?
There's an ongoing elevator project at Twin Towers right now, as well as at CRDF. Currently, the escalators at Men's Central Jail are not operational.
And they haven't been, right? For how many years?
That's correct. It's
for how many years?
I mean, every once in a while we'll get one up for a week or so, but it's an ongoing issue. The conditions in Men's Central Jail are not good.
But what's sad is that I've heard on occasion that when medicine has to be delivered or taken up to different areas, that in and of itself is a delay for our staff, the custody staff, but also the medical staff. And the fact that people aren't getting what they need immediately tells me something, that is not urgent, and it is urgent, is what I'm trying to say. That I don't think that sits well, and we need to be doing better on that. I don't know what, maybe ISD or someone else could come up with some better sense of how those escalators and elevators can be more functional.
Well,
it's a problem.
the sheriff has a high-level thought for a care campus where these folks could be housed outside of Men's Central Jail, so that we would actually have living environments that would treat these individuals as patients first and not inmates first for the people that need to remain in our custody. It's still high level, but I'm sure he would be very, very happy to discuss that with anyone on the board, because we concur that the conditions.
We've talked about it. But I wanted to ask also, has the plumbing issues in Men's Central Jail been addressed?
The plumbing conditions in Men's Central Jail are addressed every day. We've hired more plumbers. It's the age of the facility and the abuse that the plumbing has to put up with. Every day things are flushed down those toilets that shouldn't be flushed, and the plumbers are working on them as the emergencies come up. So we have plumbers in the facility every day, and every day they leave and come back with a whole new set of things to work on. So it is an ongoing and will continue to be an ongoing issue.
Okay, I wanted to ask, at one meeting that we had, I carried a motion to provide better clothing protection because of the chill in the jails. Have all those products been acquired, and are they distributed? Even when it's summer, I'm told it gets really cold in the jails as well. So
every inmate who can safely be distributed thermals has been and continues to be delivered. They all have thermals.
That has been addressed. Okay. And then I wanted to ask you about the report mentions the introduction of tablets and a cook-chill food system. Can you describe what that is?
So the size of, well, tablets is a separate issue. Cook-chill, the size of Men's Central Jail, we deliver food in big Cambros, and then we dish it out, then we run it to the cells. I mean, there isn't a really efficient way to deliver food. Cook-chill is, we make ahead of time little TV dinners, basically. They're covered in plastic. Then they are heated and transported in heated cabinets down the rows in the facilities. We did a pilot in one of our housing locations in Men's Central Jail, and we picked the place with the highest number of grievances, which, not our best plan, turned out to be our discipline unit. And the gentlemen liked the food so much they didn't want to leave discipline. So taking that feedback, with the assistance of AB 109 funding, we have ordered equipment that will allow us to provide those prepackaged meals to all of Men's Central Jail. We have a couple of issues with trying to get them installed right now. We're working through. I thought we were all good to go, but of course something came up yesterday. But I'm still hopeful that within the next few months we'll have that installed. And food has been one of our biggest complaints from the inmate population, and I'm really, really excited that this will dramatically increase the quality and the satisfaction of those receiving our meals.
And I know, just lastly, I know we've often talked about providing access to meaningful programming, education, healing, and other mechanisms that might help to reduce stress and conflict within the facilities. What have we done there so far? What are some of the things that you have undertaken?
We have increased some programming, and we're in conversations with volunteers to come in. I've talked to a few folks that want to come in and provide additional programming to the LGBTQ population, but we are still experiencing tremendous staffing shortages, which doesn't allow us to increase programs that require more staff. So we are hampered right now on making any major increases. We do have plans and things that we would like to do, but at the moment, having the personnel to escort people to and from training programs, any program that can't be housed inside a housing location is a challenge. And our space needs, programming space is at a premium, and especially like at Men's Central Jail, we don't have as much programming space and the staff to get people there that we would need.
But what about at Twin Towers? You have more space there.
Twin Towers, we've increased the FIP step down. I think that we had a report last board meeting, so that has increased where it can. Some of the population in there is too severely ill at this point to move in, but we have made the increases towards that program that you had requested.
Okay, all right, thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks to my colleagues for your thoughtful questions already. I want to thank our Sheriff's Department for the work that they're doing with the monitors to make progress. And I also share the concerns that my colleagues have raised with sort of where we are in terms of the discrepancy between what monitors are seeing and what the department is seeing. I'm glad to know, as I said, that there's progress being made. And to your point about understaffing, I think if we're ever going to have the opportunity, just reading LA Times article again today, people want to know that they're coming into a workplace where they're going to be safe and valued, and this kind of scrutiny, I think, also contributes to concern regarding that. And we're not going to get out of this situation if we aren't making the progress that helps us, not only get into compliance, but make sure that that kind of monitoring and ongoing support is actually existing within our department on an ongoing basis. And I think that, to me, is the goal of these conversations. I remain troubled by concerns I hear raised by the monitors and ACLU that they're essentially, that are repeated from the last two reports. This is now the third report where we've zeroed in on monitors' concerns about the divide between the department and the monitors on potential policy violations. And I want to follow up on a Supervisor Mitchell comment to say, I know that you heard, your response was that you don't report some of the things out of policy sort of in the way that that's not how your reports are conducted, but I would offer on an ongoing basis, if we can make that the standard protocol, that the Sheriff's Department would include in future reports how many cases you found something out of policy, whether or not that I appreciate that becomes yet another data set to monitor, but I think to get to how the differences in perception around some of the circumstances, we might be able to get closer if we're tracking some of those details. I know that the monitors are finding some issues that the Sheriff's Department is not, and I just want to figure out how we actually get to, in real time, whether the steps we are taking are working inside the department. So I guess that would be my first question. How do we get to that place from here?
My brain was still worrying on your data set piece, so I'm thinking about that. I can't reiterate enough, the change that we've seen in the force. Are we in total agreement on every case? No, but the type of force, if I could show you video, we could do a close, I will show you where we were and what we are now and what the disagreements that we're having are. It's a very different world, and I am judging progress based upon what I'm seeing, the type of force being used. There isn't, with one notable exception, there isn't anything that's really shocking. We're talking a matter of degrees. So it's very hard for me to answer your question in a satisfying way. But I think we can judge 3 years ago, 4 years ago, we were so far apart and we weren't looking. We are in the nitty-gritty, and we are learning to change the way we're thinking. And I don't know how to put that on paper for you, other than, I don't know, maybe if you could maybe have a suggestion. We're getting closer, and we are we are changing the way we review cases. Like one instance is the three prongs that Mr. Houston talked about. We are requiring now that the reviews by the captain and commander spell out whether this prong was met or this prong was met. I mean, we are putting that in our review process. I don't think that the monitors have seen that yet because it's a more recent development. But hopefully they'll be able to report on that next time. And
I hear your frustration and I hear your sort of exasperation around the question, and I in the sense that, you know, you're working very hard, and so that's why I started with acknowledging the progress that's made. And I also acknowledge that if we don't make more progress, which I know is the hard part, this will continue, and we don't want it to continue for any number of reasons. And so maybe I would pose the question to the monitors from your vantage point, what would you recommend that we take as steps to get to more real-time assessment of, you know, sort of the discrepancies that you're identifying? I hear you acknowledge that you don't see any other department in the country doing what you see happening here. So I want to acknowledge that I heard that. That's significant. And I also hear you saying that there's still this division between what you're seeing and what the department is reporting. So from your vantage point, what would you recommend as an adjustment that to be considered to get us more to that real-time assessment?
I think one of the changes that will be coming down the pike in our provisions and compliance measures may get to your point, and we're working out the final details on that now. And it has to do with what the department does with our non-compliant findings. You know, whether they circle back to that individual employee, which is what we have proposed, because we think that's what changes behavior. And in some of those cases, it may be beyond the time when they can do an administrative investigation, but they still need to know that what they did in that particular case was not within the, you know, confines of the policy or a Rosas provision. So I think when we work out the details of that compliance measure, I think it might get to your point and help close that gap, because you really need to share that information with the deputy on the line in order for that behavior to change.
I think that's right. And I think, you know, to acknowledge Assistant Sheriff's point about this being a human situation, when we have people who are working extended overtime, they are in conditions themselves that are challenging them to show up as their best. That's extraordinarily challenging. Yes. And so, you know, hearing a critique, especially after they've just been assaulted, is a challenge as well. Right. And so I just want to acknowledge that I want to get to what you're describing, yes, you know, in terms of real-time reporting, because I think that's what, you know, the standard needs to be in terms of operating a department that, you know, is meeting our expectations. And I think given the challenged circumstances that we hear described, that contributes to the divide. And so I hear from the department a lot of effort being expended to try and bridge that gap. And so it's, yes, helpful to hear what you identify as actionable, because it's clear, you know, sort of as I alluded to earlier, that, you know, I don't want to get out of this agreement for the sake of getting out of it if we haven't made the improvements. Right. But I do recognize that the longer we continue to be in this dynamic, it's challenging for everyone involved. And, you know, if future reports would include a direct comparison between the cases the monitors found out of compliance with probation's 2.2, which is force prevention, 2.6, which is head strikes referenced earlier, and 17.5, reducing medical distress, as well as Sheriff's Department's conclusions for the same cases, I think that would be a way to help us track progress. And, you know, I'm also glad to see that with the help of the courts, ACLU, and others, that the Sheriff's Department has also improved several of your force-related policies. I think that's been a significant contributor to the progress that has been noted here today. And I also know that those policies are only as effective as you train people to do something different. And training is difficult when people are working overtime. So tell me about the reality of training and implementation.
The training provisions have all been met. So everyone is getting the basic training that they need. Where we are making improvement is in the reinforcement, and this force policy was only approved on August 4th. So we had been working under a directive, and now we have a solid policy, because really our old policy was in direct conflict to the provision. So we're starting on a better footing now. We have completed training with all new staff, and we are creating videos for more specific, like, policy things, like more hot topics, and we're able to push those out through email and then track who's seen those. So we're doing well on the required training, and we're in the process of augmenting it to really drill down on whatever the hot topic right now is that's hampering our compliance.
Okay, and from a compliance perspective, are there any, it sounds like the most significant thing that will move the needle for you all is how the department follows up on your identified issues of lack of compliance, and sort of what that follow-up and chain is. Do you have confidence, based on what you've seen, that that will continue to improve?
I think we've had a lot of conversations on accountability, and I think we have seen an increase in the number of administrative investigations that they've opened recently in the past, I would say, 6 months or so. So I think with that continued focus on it and continued discussions about it, I'm hopeful that it will improve.
Okay, and do you see any significant barriers to the continued progress that you've been identifying? Because it seems like we've been moving in the right direction, and I want to acknowledge that the department is doing a lot. And I think it's frustrating to get so close and still sort of, and then feel almost like you're sort of stuck. And so I want to make sure we don't get to a place where we're stuck and continuing to be here. So do you see any significant barriers for the department to continue that progress?
Well, I can make a comment. Well, there's two, having been on both sides as an agency head and now as a monitor, we're trying to prove the agency in compliance. The department, as I did, is trying to find things out of compliance. So those are two different approaches. And I think where we meet in the middle to fill in that gap is through consistency and analysis that I talked about earlier, really analyzing each force situation, really drilling down on those 3 prongs of assaultive, serious assaultive, and no other options. And there's a culture that needs to be mitigated, and every agency has a culture that needs to be mitigated. What needs to go away is the belief that head strikes in some way can be effective. They're not effective. They cause harm to the deputies. People get their hands broken and so forth. They don't work. If somebody's fighting for their life, yes, everything you can possibly do to survive that and survive it quickly is necessary. And so I think that as we move ahead and as more careful analysis being made, I think that there's going to be a common place where we can mitigate or do away with that culture and bring more of the provisions into compliance.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, I would add to that. We have seen improvements that are being discussed here, which are very encouraging. We still, on some significant force cases, have some disagreements with the department that we'd like to see addressed. And I talked earlier about the sort of bifurcated nature of the force investigation and review process, and I wanted to just expand on that in light of your question. The department created CFIT in part to centralize the investigation of force incidents, to empower one unit to do force investigations, because force investigations used to be dispersed across the jails, and there were big differences in the quality of the investigative work being performed by different teams of supervisors in the jails. And so CFIT was an attempt to centralize the investigative function and thereby improve it by empowering one cadre of leaders to do those investigations. The disciplinary review, the force review process is still dispersed back into the jail. So individual teams of command personnel, when the investigations are completed, individual teams of jail leaders are reviewing those investigations and making determinations about the ultimate outcome of those investigations. And I think, like how we used to identify differences in the quality of investigative work being done on force incidents, which has been addressed by CFIT, we still are identifying differences in the quality of force reviews conducted by different teams of leaders at the various jails that are administered by the Sheriff Department. So we've had discussions with the department about centralizing that function, creating a cadre of leaders who would do force reviews, from a central location, so that the same team of leaders is trained and empowered to make those findings about force packages. There may be operational or budgetary reasons why that's not an optimal solution for the department right now. But we've also recommended various policy changes that could be instituted to try to standardize the quality of the force reviews conducted in that second phase of the kind of investigation and review process. So there are, as I said earlier, we think there are opportunities for the department to improve. A lot of those opportunities are in the review portion of the force sort of investigation and review processes, and we're going to be in continued conversation with the department about that, and likely to include some discussion about that in the next report we file with the court.
And we're open to those discussions. One of my concerns with that centralized review process is it takes the onus off the captain that is there and setting the tone for each facility to be completely out of it. Oh, deputy, I didn't find you out of compliance. It was the big bad guys over here. I need my leaders in those custody facilities that look at what's going on every day to understand the mission of the department and the expectations of the monitors, and to uphold that within their facility, because they set the tone. So I don't want to remove them from the process. We will continue discussions, but there's reasons why we aren't saying, yeah, let's do that right now, besides the staffing piece and the fact that we don't do that anywhere else. My goal is to get all of our leadership on board with what's right and what the expectations are, and not to take them out of the process and give them a bye. They are captains for a reason.
I hear that, and there are aspects of that that are completely valid. You want to make sure that there's, what we're hearing is that the culture shift is really what's critical to this whole process being functionally different. And so that culture shift has to not just exist within one department, but at all levels. But what I'm also hearing is until that level of consistency is happening, that's also difficult for deputies who may or may be treated differently depending on which unit they're in and who's observing. So if you have that sort of, what I'm hearing is the centralized effort helps to establish that consistency and can be culture setting while you're trying to bake it in throughout the department. And so I think it has to be a both and I recognize the challenge that you're highlighting, because you don't want to let people off the hook. You want a culture of accountability baked into how you're doing that work each and every day. So it sounds like we have actionable work, and that the department is figuring out how to make that next leap of progress in the next report. And I think you've heard our concerns with regard to where we are today. And I also want to once again acknowledge that we see the progress that's being made. It does make an impact on me to hear the monitors say they are seeing things that are not done in any other department. We want to move to a place of being standard setting in terms of accountability, and that's why this ongoing discussion is so critical, because we have to get there, not just because of the terms of this settlement, but because it's all of the people who are incarcerated there, the people who are doing the work there, the people who are providing service there. Everyone deserves to have a better situation that they're working in. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, and then I've got something to say at the end. Go ahead.
Follow-up, thank you. Because the reports are in arrears, and I'm hearing a lot of big next things, you've talked about really looking forward to the impact body-worn cameras will have on this entire process and the experience of both your deputies as well as those in their custody. Help me with my timing and my expectations. The next report won't reflect, it'll be a report or two away, correct?
That's correct. I'm thinking a year and a half.
Yeah, it's probably at least 2 reports away before the body, and still we'll start reviewing. So if they implement body-worn cameras in May or June of this year, we won't start reviewing those cases until June of '26.
Okay.
And it'll be in that report sometime in the fall, probably.
Some of the other policy changes that you all are working on closer, will we see impact of those in the next report?
Probably not the next report, but the report after that. And the next report should be done by June. So it'll be the one after that. We should see some changes from those policies.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And then I just want to follow up on the line of questioning as it relates to the Men's Central. I have to wonder, based on even what you said about the food that was served and it was so good they didn't want to leave, I have to wonder how much of the physical structure impacts how the deputies respond and even how the people that are in there, the inmates, are responding as well. And I looked at the numbers and I couldn't see a big difference between, even on the head strike, between the TTCF and MCJ, but I have to wonder if the condition in that jail is such that, I mean, not to be crude, but we treat our animals in our shelters better than what's going on in Men's Central Jail, quite frankly, in the way they're housed. And that's not a reflection on you. That's not a reflection on you in the sense that it's impacting, I think, the overall way we conduct ourselves. No excuse for what is taking place, but I have to wonder if there is a connection between the physical structure and the conduct of the inmates as well as the conduct of the sheriffs. And so I'll just throw that out there. I mean, I hear these stories and I, go out there, and I remember when I started with the county in '89, we were talking about closing it. I remember that. I mean, I remember when Twin Towers was built and the thought was we're going to close Men's Central Jail. Yes. Which never occurred. And at that time, they felt it was time to close it. So I hear you loud and clear. Also follow up on the escalators. What impact does that have? I mean, I know we have an issue here in our building with escalators because they don't have parts and we have to wait. I mean, is that impacting movement within the jail?
Absolutely, and it impacts staff. It's a steep climb. I mean, if you only have to go up 1 set, you're good, but if you have to go up 2, I mean, even our fit deputies have to take a minute. So it does, and making our inmate population walk that. We have some of our less well inmates in Men's Central Jail because that's where the medical housing is, that's where the celled housing is. It is a concern. It's a safety concern as well, trying to get a handcuffed inmate down those stairs after an incident. It definitely impacts every aspect of the facility operation.
And then when you say about the hospital bed, I thought that the Twin Towers was going to be the location for those hospital beds, even though you couldn't get it licensed as a hospital. So I'm confused in terms of what's being housed at Men's Central that's different from what we had at Twin Towers.
So and I shouldn't speak for CHS, but if Dr. Belovich was here, he would say we're getting more sick people in custody. It's just expanding beyond what we ever thought. The beds at Twin Towers, those are more acute conditions. So someone that has just come back from an inpatient stay in the hospital might go there. It's our sickest 5150 level of mental health is in the CTC. That is more licensed. That's the hospital area. But folks who are dealing with medical conditions that are chronic, such as diabetes, heart disease, anything like that, they're housed at Men's Central Jail on floors that they can be in smaller pods and receive their medication together. That is all occurring at Men's Central Jail, and it does not have a replica anywhere else. That's why we can't just, Men's Central Jail just can't be closed down. There are things there that do not occur anywhere else in the system. And single-man housing, single-man cell housing is only at Men's Central Jail. That hospital, that outpatient, we call it the MOSH, medical outpatient specialty housing, that is only at Men's Central Jail.
So to the monitors, and you don't have to answer this, but I'm just curious, given your expertise, how much do you believe that the physical structure impacts performance in the jails?
Okay, well, I think I can answer that.
Coming from both sides for you, yeah.
Yes, so I've been watching these for years, and there seems to be two underlying factors behind uses of force. The first one is service-oriented, okay? My shower doesn't work. I don't have hot water.
Yeah.
Toilet doesn't work. I haven't been able to get out because of maintenance to the yard and so forth. So those are the tipping points for inmates, you know, those basic things that they want. And the shape of the institution, as far as not, you know, having hot water, having, you know, toilets that work and so forth, it makes a world of difference. And when those inefficiencies are there and the inmates can't get a decent shower and have a consistency in how they live their life, that's a tipping point that turns into an irate inmate and one that eventually can turn into a use of force. The other one is, and it's really something that the deputies really can't control, and that is a lot of the inmates want to be somewhere other than where they are. And I don't mean just freedom, but they'll have conversations with other inmates, and the other inmates will threaten them in some way. And they feel they need to get off that housing unit and be somewhere else. And so those are things that really management can't really know, because you can't know the inmate population as well as you need to provide that type of safety and security. But to come back to the physical plant and how many uses of force that arise around that, my guess would be, and I'll keep closer track, is at least half are for that reason.
Thank you.
You know, we do focus groups every time we come to visit, where we talk to the individuals incarcerated, and we also talk to staff. And the conditions at Men's Central Jail are always top of mind in those conversations. They always complain about the food, the plumbing, you know, the physical structure things that, you know, staff can write the work orders, they can do that, but then you have folks who are then angry when it's not getting fixed, even though the deputy's done what he can do, or she can do to get it fixed. The fact that they have gates, the cell doors that do not properly close is a huge safety issue for the staff there. It really is, and they've had some significant incidents as a result of that. And they've, you know, tried to manage the population, like we'll put a lower security population here in those, but their ability to get around the security that should be in a jail like that is really problematic.
Yeah, so what I would say to the Sheriff's Department is, if you're serious about a care first model, we're beyond a white paper, okay? Because we've talked, this board has talked and talked and talked about shutting down Men's Central. And we had a report last week where we were told that we could shut it down without replacement. But when I talk to subject matter experts, some of which I trust a lot, they tell me that that is not the case. So what I would say to you is, as long as we are continuing with Men's Central Jail, we're going to continue to have reports like this, and we're going to get to know you all really well, and you're going to get tired of us. But I don't see us moving away from being under a consent decree. Because the reality is that, that we take 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. We find out that the jails don't lock now, or the doors don't lock. I mean, which creates a situation where we go back into maybe, you know, use of force. So it's time for the sheriff to step up and tell us what his plan is. Otherwise, we are going to be repeating this, and it does no good for the morale of the inmates and their families, and it does no good for the morale of the men and women that go in there, as well as the CAs. So, you know, that's just my opinion, but based on everything I've heard, I don't see how we don't do, to your point, a facility that actually treats the patient for their needs. Because as you said, and I think that, that the monitors would agree, many of these individuals need care, and Men's Central Jail is not the place to give it, in my opinion. Even from a cleanliness standpoint, when you tell me that they're sick, I have to wonder if we're making them sicker, allowing them to stay at Men's Central because of the filth of the facility in and of itself. So, yeah, Supervisor Mitchell.
Just to follow up on your comment, Supervisor Barger, you know, the sheriff has come any number of times and talked to us about this idea, both here and in one-on-one meetings. And what he also continues to say is that, I hate to put words in his mouth and he's not here, but that if it's truly a care facility, that he alone can't drive that. That if he is the one that drives it, it will be perceived broadly as a carceral facility. And so if we're looking to him to go beyond the white paper, I just think that we need to also hear from him who the other key players are and look at models to figure out who needs to co-lead this effort. So we're clear that it's not a carceral system, but it truly is a care-based system. So
I agree with you.
I don't know where to go next with that. If he shouldn't own it alone, then who else and how else?
I agree with you 100%, and I know that a year ago he brought it up. And then to find out a couple weeks ago that he said he's going to get a white paper going, I feel as though we can study something to death, and I agree with you, he doesn't have to drive it, but at the same time, who then will? Who then will? And I don't know, Fezia, since you are charged with shutting down Men's Central, maybe that's where it lands. I don't know. But I do know that what I'm hearing today concerns me because I don't see us moving in a direction where we are no longer under a consent decree, especially when it comes to Men's Central. And that's disheartening to me because we're setting up for failure, in my opinion, by continuing down this path.
Thank you, Supervisor. So I think, yes, we have heard from the sheriff about the CARE campus and a white paper. Certainly agree that this cannot be a sheriff-only endeavor. And so we know that we need all of the other partners in the county, including mental health and health services. We also know that we need, other partners like JCOT to help prevent people from landing in our jails in the first place. And we also need the closer connection with the court. At the end of the day, I think we're going to come down to 2 very important questions. We've heard that the facility in and of itself is not well designed to address what our current needs are under this plan. And so I agree that we will continue to have this issue even as we continue to invest and sink more money into the jail. And so we are paying for additional refinements. We're doing infrastructure, we're doing the IT. But at the end of the day, what really needs to happen is we do need a new and a different facility. And then the question is, how do we make that happen? So I think the report from the sheriff has to be owned by the other members of the county family. And then we need to have a real discussion about, what is that going to cost? And what is the time frame, and how do we move forward with the implementation?
And I appreciate that. So does the board tell you to do that, or are you doing that? I mean, I feel like this is deja vu
Well,
all over again.
So here, I think the conundrum is that we have not had the discussion about a replacement facility. And so I feel like what we are doing is, well, I think the current mandate from the board is to fix the problem, but not have a replacement facility. And if that is the path that we're going to continue on, then I think that we will make improvements, we will continue to make investments, but we will also continue to have these reports.
So what would happen if we just shut down the jail tomorrow? What would happen?
We would not have places to, we know that we have
That's the
folks-
road we're leading toward. That's what your office told the board last week, that the jail can be shut down without a replacement. So I mean, 4 years ago, we voted to close it and said we'd close it in 2 years. What is the time frame to close Men's Central Jail?
Well, I think it depends on the two conceptual approaches. If it is to work within our existing resources and this existing facilities, that's going to be a longer time frame. I can't give you a date, but we know that it's going to take much longer because we're doing two things. We are diverting resources to shore up a facility that has foundational and structural issues, or the board can make a commitment to doing a care campus facility, and then the direction there is then draw up the plans and identify funding to make that happen. Those are two different approaches.
Okay, because as I recall, you said that even with diversion, the people that are being housed right now could not be placed in diversion, correct?
Yes,
For the most part.
yes.
I mean, you're releasing those that you can because of overcrowding, but there are certain ones that cannot be released. So, again, my question is this based on resources or what? Because I know that we're going to talk about budget later, and I know that the Care First model, we actually have departments that have underspent on that pot of money. And so I guess my question to you is, we have funding that's supposed to be for Care First. And I just feel like we are making no movement forward. And again, the one thing we all agree on is close Men's Central. If you announced next week you were closing it, I would be the first to take a jackhammer to it. I mean, that's how strongly I feel about this. But I do not feel, yeah, you can, but I do not feel that we are being transparent and honest with the public in terms of what happens next. And that's where I'm just I'm pushing the envelope, because I'm frustrated when I hear what I'm hearing today, especially as it relates to Men's Central Jail. And yet we are continuing to have a study to study, a study to study, which will be another study to study that study. And I just, at some point, just shut it down.
Supervisor, I agree with what you're saying, and I hear the frustration. I believe that JCIT is working within the confines of let's figure out how to close down the jail without building a replacement facility. Let me just finish. Right. And so if that is the directive, we're going to spend a whole bunch of time, a whole bunch of resources and funding on depopulation strategies, which I think is absolutely the right thing to do. But I also think that if there was, you talked about us not being transparent, what we haven't really talked about is the need for a replacement facility and what that looks like.
But I think that's what Supervisor Mitchell, and actually I agree 100% with her, it should not be driven by the sheriff. But he does play a role, he has a seat at the table. And so I guess my question is, then who is leading? And it's you, and it's your team. And at some point, I'm looking to you all, because you have seen this over the course of the years that I've been here, and it's like it's like, I'm sure for you, deja vu, we've had this discussion before, and I'm not going to just be here to be a placeholder so that we can have this meeting and then say we're going to do something, and then next year when you come back to give your report, we say we're going to do something, and then the next year, and then I'm termed out, that you get someone new who says, wait a minute, I don't want to do anything because I need to study it. That was my that was someone else that was in charge, and that's another 4 years. It's like someone's got to stand up and say enough is enough.
Supervisor, I absolutely agree, and I think one of the things that would be most helpful in this moment, in this conversation, is when we talk about the Care Campus, that there is a commitment and a recognition that we need to do something different. Not that, we would focus primarily on depopulation, and I understand that that's an essential component, but that, yes, the board is supportive of moving forward with a Care Campus, and we can have the sheriff and all of the county departments, along with the stakeholders, to do a robust, design and development process. But at the end of the day, I think that there needs to be visible support from the board that that is the direction that we're moving in. And I realize that there's a lot of unknowns there, so we need to get, some planning completed. What does the Care Campus look like and who's there, et cetera, et cetera. But once that is done, the question is, is there support to have the actual implementation?
And I don't know, but I do know that we spent how much to cancel a contract for a facility to house for mental health and all? 50 million? How much did we spend to cancel that?
It was at least that amount.
70?
Probably between 50 and 75.
Yeah, so we've been down this path before.
Yeah.
And I understand why you want to be cautious. But either vote it up or vote it down. So, Supervisor Horvath.
I just want to acknowledge that there's no question that the facility is a related topic to what's before us today. But Rosas compliance, in my last question was, do you see any significant hurdles to the department coming into compliance? And I didn't hear that the facility itself, the existence of the current facility is the major issue to compliance. It's the reporting. And so for purposes of this conversation, I just want to make sure we absolutely, there's no question we need to talk about shutting down Men's Central. And for purposes of this conversation, I don't think we can blame the facility for that. We need to make sure that we are shifting culture and that the action that's happening in whatever facility it exists is in compliance with the standards that we're trying to set.
Well, my comment to that would be is the leadership is in place. There's competent leadership. I mean, look at what they've managed over the years. The crowding, staffing issues, and so forth. You've got very competent leaders at the jail. As far as Rosas is concerned, we just need those leaders to step forward and say, enough. We're not going to rely on head strikes. We're going to meet these provisions. We're going to make certain that every provision is looked at as we go through use of force situations. And I think once that step is taken forward, that even with Men's Central Jail, that they can still commit to compliance with Rosas.
Thank you for getting us back on track on the agenda, Supervisor Horvath. Now I'm going to take us back off to go back to what the chair said. And I just have to share my current kind of lived experience with the Behavioral Health Center at Martin Luther King, in that we don't have an IMD waiver. And all the complications, structural, bureaucratic complications we face in trying to move our Care First agenda forward, in being creative, and just all of the, Department of Mental Health having expectations of this one, and, being frustrated in that example of we have beds ready to go, and yet we don't have agreements on what ER they would go to if they happen to call 911, because and I think something of this magnitude, it's difficult if it's driven via a motion that's very prescriptive, where we don't have the opportunity to have conversation and learnings and shared experiences to elevate what the it should be. And so that's why I struggle here, frankly, as a board member, about how do we get there if it's not motion-driven with report backs. It then seems very whiplash-like to me, as opposed to a way in which we can organically, with the sheriff and other impacted departments. I appreciate it could be housed under the CEO, but the CEO can answer the questions for me right now at behavioral health. That's the crosshairs between mental health and health services. It's those departments and their subject matter expertise that have to have buy-in and shared agreement that they're gonna put expertise and time and energy and resources from their departments to build this. To hear, when you think about who's in Men's Central Jail, men of color, when you think about health disparities that impact communities of color, of course you have disproportionate number of people with diabetes and chronic health conditions and probably asthma. And so those are all gonna impact our health department if we're gonna build something that truly is gonna meet their needs. And so I don't know the place, Madam Chair, where we can more organically versus in a prescriptive manner come up with this shared buy-in as opposed to us directing a department with a report back. I mean, it really is a question about how we get there. So we don't have these false starts and stops with, we're gonna build a big mental health facility, sign a contract. No, we're not. You see what I'm saying?
I agree. I think I'm probably the most frustrated. We all agree, but understand this. This has been debated since
I know.
I'm looking over at Anna, 2013, 2003. And the board voted to do something, and then that was overturned, and then we started from scratch. And then we voted to do something before I was elected, and then that got scrapped. So I just feel like we start and stop. I agree with you 100%, but I'm probably a little more frustrated because I've heard this time and time again. And I feel it's a disservice to the people that are housed there and also to their families. I can't tell you how many families, when I was a deputy, would call because they were concerned about the well-being of their loved one who was suffering from mental illness and were concerned about their safety in the jail. Not because of the mental illness, but because of the physical structure. And so it weighs heavy on me.
So my question really is structurally, given how we govern and our infrastructure and Brown Act and all those things, how do we move a conversation forward in terms of figuring out what the solution is? I hear the CEO said, we're doing what the board told us to do, which was close. So we've gone down that track.
Which concerns me because I don't know that this board is giving clear direction. And to your point though, I feel it should be from the bottom up. It shouldn't be driven by the board telling you what to do. It should be driven by what the need is.
Yes.
And so I don't know if that's a care first. I don't know. All I know is that the basis right now is that there's a thought that the goal is just to close Men's Central Jail.
Right.
But for me, the thought is to close Men's Central Jail because I feel it is not a facility fit for the vermin that are probably living in there as well, all right? But the question is, do we need to have a place to provide the services? Because from what I'm being told by the department, these individuals cannot be diverted into the community. So that's where I think, to your point, it should be bottom up.
So if we were to have in one of our policy presentation meetings, a presentation from the sheriff, from someone from the bench, from someone from our jail closure department, mental health,
Yeah.
DA, and health services to have a conversation about, let's be clear about who is in custody, who the judiciary will, remand where.
Yep.
I mean, all of those parties at the table to have a conversation. And so we are all on the same page about who is in custody, what their needs are, and the responsible parties for helping to build and design those services.
Yeah, I think we should do it on a public hearing day, and it should be the focus of this board versus at the end of the board meeting when it's, you know, one of many things.
I agree.
I would appreciate that. I think that it's long overdue. And I would even argue that Christina Galley should be at the table. And I just want to correct something that I can't remember who said it. DHS and DMH are providing input on any recommendations coming out of the CEO's office, correct? I know you can't speak for them, but they are part of the process as it relates to what's
Yes, so we work collaboratively with them, and their the services that they provide are included in the JSIT work as well as DLJ. On the issue of, I agree, the board sets the what, and then you ask the departments about the how. And I think when we have the conversation about the how, based on data, that's data-driven, there will be a decision point. And I think that decision point is, do we take a longer path to jail closure by focusing almost exclusively on depopulation, all of the strategies that we have at our disposal? Or do we do something in parallel where we say we will continue to depopulate as much as possible, but we are also committing to doing some sort of, the care campus concept. It was, an earlier version of that was the mental health treatment facility or center. So when we get to that discussion about the how, the departments can have all the conversation, they can talk about all the resources that they can bring to bear, but there is a parallel track or parallel options. One is a commitment or at least a discussion about a replacement facility that helps our mental health, our folks with severe illness, and then the other is no conversation about that.
Got it. Thank you. All right, seeing no other supervisors requesting to talk, executive officer, or do you have any closing comments? I'm sorry. No? No?
No, thank you for the conversation. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, executive officer, please call those members of the public who've signed up to speak on this item. And again, thank you all for being here. We really appreciate the partnership that we have.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Derek Steele, Melissa Camacho, and Peter Eliasberg. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 37, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Your first participant is Eric Previn. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Thank you very much. It's Eric Previn from Studio City, and I just will note that was a 2-hour conversation. We did veer a little bit off subject, but I think it's important to have the discussion. And I'll take the full 2 minutes on this item. The Men's Central Jail is a big old facility, and the culture's wrong. We should definitely take it down. I think Peter Eliasberg is in the queue. James Austin recommended in 2012 or something, just decentralizing, sending the dangerous and people who need to be in custody to smaller facilities around the county, and then pick a demo date and demolish. Then Supervisor Horvath can get with the design team to design a care campus, but we can't keep circling around because the credibility is very, very bad. And I mean, when I hear that it's only going to be a couple of years before the tablets, I mean, this conversation is expensive, and you can't make an iPad work yet. I mean, it hurts because
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Byron Jose, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning, Byron Jose with the Trans-Latina Coalition and Reimagine LA. Not body cam, not further training, and definitely not reviewing or re-updating the review process. It's going to reduce the population. So beyond the 325 unspent CSCI money. There's $5.1 billion in the sheriff's and information in their carceral system, and that is not looking into the billions of dollars being paid out on lawsuit payouts. We want to make sure that the board is prioritizing our needs, and since we're jumping from topic to topic, we want to make sure that the board is not just looking at the state-sanctioned violence that is disproportionately impacting TGI communities, specifically Black and Latina trans women, but also funding care for our communities. And can the chair instruct the Surgeon Arm to make space? I am outside trying to access the building, and there are different community members wanting to speak on other budget items on the agenda. Please instruct the Surgeon Arm to make space. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
As to jails, we must recognize the idiocracy barriers. Are you serious? The real criminals are occupying the 5 board seats. Cure. Each board member goes to jail until this is definitively resolved. Gang of 4 voted to quash the $1.7 billion men's jail project 2019. The Gang of 4 voted down a 2,000-bed mental health facility 2019. We must also recognize we are dealing with centuries of jail-prison culture. Taxpayers, citizens, acceptance of out of sight, out of mind. This board has failed to go to the state to take away the jails from the sheriffs, as I have recommended several times. Of course, we have Supervisor Mitchell diverting the question with the race card. Do the crime, do the time. A public hearing is a waste of time. Get some men on the board. Stop race baiting and care first.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You ladies could talk in.
Pamela Augustine, your line is open. You may begin.
Pamela, are you there? May we take the next caller, please?
Your line is open. Okay, one moment. Helen Eigenberg, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Helen Eigenberg. I'm a constituent in SB3, and I'm sitting here and I'm listening to this. I'll be honest, my focus for the last couple of years has been on the juvenile system, and what is breaking my heart and angering me is what we are doing by keeping the conditions, is we are setting up our youth. It's the same thing at Los Patrinos with our youth. We are not treating them with kindness and care and rehabilitation and healing. And all we're doing is, with our treatment of the youth, is they'll just be conditioned to go right into Men's Central Jail. Please close it. Please do the right thing. We should be ashamed of ourselves, Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Grace Sosa, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, I'm calling in to voice my total and complete opposition to a care campus. As Board Member Barger mentioned, it's a disservice to the well-being of people in MCJ to keep them there, and I cannot understate enough that the care campus is not an alternative to MCJ. We do not need a modern asylum that's managed by a sheriff's department that engages in organized crime and that the community does not trust. What we need is mental health services completely independent of law enforcement, and we need increased housing for housing insecure folks. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jennifer Chen, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Chen. I'm here to provide a supportive public comment on the Restorative Care Village project. I think this is going to be really thoughtful and much-needed development, bringing vital, affordable housing to the area. It's a beautiful building. The community is well receptive.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, you're on the wrong item. You're on the wrong item.
Oh,
this is
I'm
37.
So
You can
okay,
come back when we get to your item. Thank you.
Okay, I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Lawrence Levin, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes. As when I'm listening to this, I don't hear how the head strike is. Is it a blow from the fist or from a baton? Yeah, if you hit somebody in the forehead with your fist, that's okay. If you break their nose, you've maimed them. If you hit them with a baton, you could probably hurt them more one way than the other. The deputy should know about how to hit a person without causing more harm one way or another. And as far as keeping the as far as keeping the men's central jail open. You got to promote rehabilitation through art, drawing pictures, give them watercolors and pastel paints. I was in jail when I was 18. I made a leather belt, and I cut it in a way. I sliced it, and I weaved it like a girl's braid. They showed me how to do it. Yeah, you got to rehabilitate the
Thank you.
people.
Next speaker,
Thank
please.
you.
Marcella Rosen, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Marcella Rosen. I'm with the Justice LA Coalition, and I'm calling in to speak in strong opposition of the alleged care campus, this conversation that just started last week that the board at the time shot down, and now I can see is fully entertaining this possibility. As was already mentioned, the last time this was attempted, $50 million of taxpayer money was wasted on this project. The idea that the Sheriff's Department should have anything to do with mental health care is ludicrous. Everyone in this room knows that they are gangs. They are the reason that people die inside. They're the reason when people die inside the hospitals after they bring them there. They aren't, it's not the facility, and we cannot rebuild it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Ann Alvarez, your line is open. You may begin.
Ann, are you there?
Good afternoon. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Can you hear me? So sorry. Good afternoon. I believe that too often we put criminals before your everyday average citizen who is law-abiding, and I believe the sheriffs do a great job, and I just want to keep the sheriffs involved, and I'm opposed to all the NGOs that keep calling, and they get paid to make these phone calls. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Odala Zabreo, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning, everyone. So I have recently also been joining the Probation Oversight Committee meetings, and at this point it is very funny to me how everyone keeps on pointing the fingers to one another and trying to figure out how to get people involved, how to get people who are in power involved, actually. I think that a lot of the power relies on the community. It is time to start having conversations how to facilitate the process between getting community members involved, and instead of doing more research, it's to know what resources are currently in our communities to be able to support individuals in these facilities, and also getting involved with the colleges and students to find and facilitate better processes to be able to close cells and to also be able to provide support to the individuals. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Good afternoon. Derek Steele, in this capacity, Chair of the Care First Community Advisory Committee. I want to echo Supervisor Mitchell, what she raised. We need to be clear about who has the authority to ensure alignment across the agencies involved in closing administrative jails: sheriffs, JCIT, probation, mental health, the courts. If we don't name who's accountable, then we keep spinning in circles. And I agree with Supervisor Barger. We've been at this in 2003. The merry-go-round must stop. We can't keep revisiting the same conversations over and over again. CFCI dollars have already been allocated to help drive this closure forward. A greater majority of that has remained unspent because the wrong people were leading the effort that lacked the ability to coordinate the way things needed to be coordinated. I'm actually excited about the new direction with the new folks on the team, but the community has shown up with solutions. We need leaders to match that energy. So let's stop studying the problem and start coordinating the response. Care First requires bold action, alignment, and follow-through. Let's close Men's Central Jail once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Melissa Camacho with the ACLU of Southern California. Let's be clear, a care campus is a new jail, full stop. If the sheriff is holding the keys, it is a jail. It doesn't matter if other departments are involved. This board promised to close the jail without a replacement, and let's remember why. Because it was going to take billions of dollars and many, many years to build this medical campus. The same thing would be in place today. It would only take hundreds of millions of dollars and can be rolled out more quickly. Community-based mental health care that the previous speaker mentioned, we're still sitting on unspent funds. We need to spend funds in a way that's going to serve our community instead of inflicting further trauma. As to Rosas, the idea of the shocking case is really too narrow in the Sheriff's Department mind. I've talked to 3 people in jail in the last 6 months who've lost teeth by head punches and having their head slammed against the floor and doors. When you are the victim of an undeserved head strike, they're...
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Peter Eliasberg from the ACLU, members of the board. I just want to highlight a couple of quick points. It's been 10 years since the Rosas settlement agreement was entered into. 20% of the Rosas provisions are not in compliance from the Sheriff's Department, and as Ms. Kenny said, those are the core provisions that are not in compliance. There remain huge gaps between what the monitors find and what the Sheriff's Department finds. And we're not really just talking about 10 years. As we provided in a letter, you can go back 35 years to the Colts Commission report, which said very clearly the Sheriff's Department doesn't take excessive force seriously. They don't hold people accountable because they don't find violations of clear policy, and they don't discipline people. The problems persist year after year, and until the Sheriff's Department takes seriously that they find out-of-force policy when it exists, and they discipline people severely for it, you're going to be here year after year hearing these presentations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Reba Stevens. I am a community advocate, a member of Cares First Community Investments, a person with lived experience. And I oppose this item. And I would strongly, I want to make sure that we are really clear on where our dollars are going. And so for that reason, this is a no. This is a clear no. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other in-person speakers to address the board.
All right, thank you to those that testified and called in, and thank you to my colleagues. This report is a receive and file. Hearing no objections, that will be the order. Colleagues, before we hear public comment on non-held items, please note that I'm going to hold item 17 for discussion later in the meeting. But for now, we will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on items not held for discussion by supervisors, including closed session matters. Members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0. Now, to comment on these items, you must indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address in order for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time. Executive Officer.
We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers. This will be public comment on all items and closed session items, with the exception of items 48, 12, 13, 16, 17, 33, 34, and A7. These items will be taken up later for discussion. Moderator, I'm sorry, Al Snyder, please come forward and staff will assist you. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Yolanda Duarte, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, again, for ensuring that our community voices have been heard. Affordable housing in unincorporated East LA is one of our highest priorities. So, as you know, we've been meeting around the development of Restorative Care Village at LA General Medical Center for several years now, and this project will bring just under 300 sorely needed housing units. Please, Supervisors, approve this item as it will result in concrete solutions. Thank you. I'm Board Chair for Elma Family Services and founding member of Health Innovation Community Partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mikiyu Kolodny, your line is open. You may begin.
Are you there?
Your line is open. You may begin.
Moderator, let's take the next caller, please.
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Boy, what a big agenda. I wanted to call out the Marina Del Rey item. And where is Han? I know Mitchell took over, but I was sad that she missed Rosas. I know she likes Rosas. We all do. But this is a nice, we'll take care of it, to the Crescendo Pacific Marina LLC, where we're in exchange for some, we're also doing a little IP swap. But we're helping the elite clientele. This is a yacht club on public land, if you can believe it, with some damage following a fire. And I'd just like to say thank you to Gary Jones, who could be an elected CEO one day. He's that good at facilitating for the lessees. Nice work. Also, street takeover, crackdown, Redux, we're doing it again. Good work. I mean, we cannot do that enough. Discuss it and try something. And then I have to admit, how many can we wedge into one meeting with Fair Housing, STI Awareness Week? Horvath is going to recuse on that one. Community Development
Thank you.
Week,
Next speaker, please.
and so many.
Viviana English, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. I'm referring to item 2D, the Affordable Multifamily Rental Housing Development Funding Agreement. My name is Viviana English. I'm calling on behalf of the Wellness Center, LA General. We just want to express our deep appreciation for the gap funding support for Century Housing at LA General Medical Center campus. This is such a critical development, part of the Border Restorative Care Village and Healthy Village vision that's bringing real change to our community. The Century project includes 296 affordable units across 2 phases, a pure center and workforce kitchen, a cafe, public arts, and mobility hub. All things that reflect the dignity and needs of people we serve. This is about more than housing. It's about wellness, healing, and stability for our extremely and low-income neighbors. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for making sure the community was truly included at every step.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Pamela Augustine, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Pamela. I'm a member of the Health Innovation Community Partnership in the East Side. And I want to thank Supervisor Solis for her ongoing support of affordable housing in not just in District 1, but throughout the county. So I'm here speaking on item 2D because this will bring much needed gap funding for the Century Housing Project at LA General Medical Center campus. We expect it to be 296 units of acutely low income, extremely low income housing that is deeply needed, not just in this district, but countywide. So I ask that you join Supervisor Solis in supporting this ask for gap funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Oscar Alvarado, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, this is Oscar Alvarado with Century Housing. We just want to thank Supervisor Solis and her entire staff for their ongoing support of our restorative care permanent supportive housing project. This additional gap funding that is being provided today will be imperative in helping us deliver these 296 affordable homes to the community, along with related infrastructure and services that are much needed and much desired by the community. So we thank you for your ongoing support.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Okay, the 4 through 7 in general public comment. Number 7, sex
the hot topic again, your fear of addressing the issue professionally with facts and figures, but instead placating with this fluff stuff and nothing's, as was done with the unprocessed rape kits. The state's physical condition is a general a crisis. Rating the general fund for illegal aliens. LA County is in physical crisis. The LA City, $1 billion deficit. We have reserved special accommodations for the board's toxic gang of four and Gavin Newsom in El Salvador for spending citizens' crisis funds on illegals and subverting the rule of law, including aiding and abetting illegals. We note DEI is proven itself by bringing us idiot savant Kamala Harris with emphasis on idiot. God save America. God save President Donald Trump.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mikiu Kolodny, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, I'm speaking in favor of item number 13. I am a retired physician and a volunteer at the Marine Mammal Care Center, and we are currently suffering
Item 13 is being held. Item 13 is being held. You can speak when we call the item.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Francisco Sanchez, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. I'm calling in support of the Restorative Care Village Continuum of Care and greatly appreciate the gap funding for Centra and Housing LA. I was part of the Community Advisory Committee, and Lincoln Heights, Boyle Heights have been, communities have been through a lot historically, and as the economy evolves, it's very important to provide these new social safety nets for people who will really need affordable housing at the lowest rungs. So I really appreciate everybody's support for that type of housing. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Lily Trujillo Puckett, your line is open. You may begin.
There, and I'll take it over.
And then I'll come back in a minute.
All right.
I just have to, I'm sorry.
Still are.
I'm going to Board of Supervisors. Yes, I'll be right back then. So sorry. Sorry, everyone. I'll be right back here. So sorry.
Lily Trujillo Puckett, your line is open. You may begin.
Can we have the next caller, please?
Kevin Martinez, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, I am speaking on item 2D in support of Esperanza Village. I'd like to thank Supervisor Solis for providing gap funding that's going to help realize this much-needed affordable housing project. And I think that the housing project is going to be part of a holistic vision to transform the McLaren site into a maximized community serving site for the surrounding community that will include a park and medical clinical building as well. Thank you guys so much for your time and your support.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Michael Torres, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Michael, and I'm calling in to support the McLaren Esperanza Village project. This project will provide 202 affordable housing units that is desperately needed by a wide range of people. This is what we need. I want to thank Supervisor Solis for providing funding for this project and understanding that the needs of the people. Thank you for your commitment and representing us. Have a good day, and please support this project.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Hi, my name is Elle. I'm a resident of Altadena and currently displaced from my home, which is contaminated. In 2019, the board recognized the devastating health impacts of lead, including developmental disorders, seizures, and death, by creating the Lead Paint Mitigation Hazard Program. This program seeks to test and remediate older homes in LA County where lead may pose an imminent threat to families. Since January, residents of Altadena, where more than 90% of the homes were built before 1975, have raised concerns about lead contamination and ash due to the age of burned structures, fearful of the same health impacts that the board lead program was designed to address. Now that data has been published by both Eaton Fire Residents United and Caltech showing widespread heavy metal contamination both inside and outside of unburned homes, with 100% of homes tested for lead returning positive results, we're happy to hear that the board is moving forward to test soil. I and my fellow affected residents urge you to amend your motion to allocate additional funding for testing and remediation inside of homes and schools affected by the Eden Fire to protect families and vulnerable members of our community.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other in-person speakers to address the board.
All right, Executive Officer, please indicate the agenda items that we will be voting.
The following items are before you: 2 through 10, 11 and 1D, with Supervisor Horvath recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308. 14 and 15, 18 through 24, 26 through 32, 35 and 36, 38 through 40, 41A through 41D, 44 through 47, 2D. These items are before you.
Motion by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve these items with the exceptions noted by the Executive Officer. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. Members of the public and colleagues, we are now going to go into closed session. While we are in closed session, we'll be showing the following videos. Supervisor Horvath has a video presentation recognizing the 250th anniversary of the battles of Lexington and Concord. Executive Officer, please read us into closed session.
In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item number CS1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. Item number CS2, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. Item number CS3, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, one case. Item number CS4, public employee performance evaluation.
I'm Lindsay Horvath, your Los Angeles County Supervisor for the 3rd District. I'm joined here today by Assessor Jeffrey Prang, as well as the Sons of the American Revolution, the Daughters of the American Revolution, and the Children of the American Revolution. They're here ahead of the 250th anniversary of the Battle of Lexington and Concord, and the moment that marked the beginning of the American Revolution. For their work to keep telling the story of our democracy, our fundamental freedoms, and the history of the American Revolution, the patriotism, courage, sacrifice, and triumph that began our incredible country, I would like to present them with this scroll. We're so grateful to celebrate this anniversary with you all. Thank you for making sure that this history continues to be remembered, understood, and passed on for generations.
My name is Mark Cross, and I am president of the Los Angeles chapter of the Sons of the American Revolution, or SAR. Today, we have representatives from the Daughters of the American Revolution, DAR, and the Children of the American Revolution, CAR. We collectively thank Lindsay Horvath and the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors for issuing this proclamation to remember the battles of Lexington and Concord, which marked the beginning of the War of American Independence in April of 1775, 250 years ago this month, more than a year prior to the Declaration of Independence in July of 1776. The SAR encourages our country to celebrate SAR America 250 to commemorate 250 years of American independence from mistreatment by tyrants that ruled over our colonial forebears. Every American should be aware of the struggles our patriot ancestors endured in the name of freedom and independence. For more information, go to america250sar.com. I'd now like to introduce Sarah Town-DeSico of the Daughters of the American Revolution.
Thank you, Mark. I am the District 10 America 250 Committee Representative, Daughters of the American Revolution. This Battle of Lexington and Concord heralded the beginning of a revolution which tested mightily the courage and constancy of the brave men and women who fought for liberty to create a new nation, many of whom indeed sacrificed their lives and fortunes. This is truly a heritage to remember and celebrate. Congratulations to the Sons of Liberty Chapter, Sons of the American Revolution, and the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors for this great occasion honoring the 250th anniversary of this seminal battle. We cherish our historic partnership with you and look forward in the coming months to celebrating together more historic milestones along the route to our nation's 250th birthday. Thank you.
Thank you.
you.
Members of the public and colleagues, we are now back from closed session. Executive Officer, please read the report of action. And excuse me. All right. Executive Officer, please read the report of action.
The following is a report of action taken in closed session on April 15, 2025. Item number CS1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. No reportable action was taken. Item number CS2, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. No reportable action was taken. Item number CS3, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation on one case. No reportable action was taken. And item number CS4, public employee performance evaluation. No reportable action was taken. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now going to move on to item 48, the 2025-26 recommended budget. I would like to call on our Chief Executive Officer, Fecia Davenport, to present the 2025-26 recommended budget, after which I will open up to my colleagues to make remarks. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 to comment on this item. Fecia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to present the recommended budget for fiscal year 25-26. This is the first step in our annual budget process, and I would like to say up front that the road ahead of us is difficult and paved with a series of unprecedented challenges. We are facing mounting budgetary pressures that, taken together, have the potential to seriously destabilize the county's budget. These include potentially devastating cuts in federal funding, an estimated $2 billion in impacts related to the wildfires, and the tentative $4 billion AB 218 settlement, the costliest in county history. In response, we are making 3% cuts in departmental budgets, eliminating hundreds of vacant positions, and trimming millions of dollars from services and supplies. Given the seriousness of our financial situation, I will not be showing an animated explainer video today, but will go straight to a brief PowerPoint presentation to outline the spending plan we are recommending and to provide context about the issues we must confront. May I have the first slide, please? This slide shows an overview, a high-level overview. This recommended budget is $47.9 billion, and that's nearly $1.3 billion less than the final budget we ended up with last year. As you know, a lower budget amount at this stage is not unusual. Ordinarily, we could count on adding funding back into the budget in later budget phases, but this year is not an ordinary budget year, so that is not a given, as I will explain later. This recommended budget includes 14 net new positions for a total of 117,100 positions. We arrive at 14 net new positions because we are adding 324 positions in key areas while cutting 310 vacancies, which I will discuss later in my presentation. Our department submitted more than Our department submitted more than $2.4 billion in budget requests, most of which we are unable to fund at this time. We have deferred $815 million of those till later in this year, leaving $1.3 billion in unmet needs. If we are recommending a $47.9 billion budget, why aren't we able to accommodate the $2.4 billion in budget requests from our departments? This is a logical question, and I'll explain more later on the next slide. Next slide, please. As these downward arrows show, our revenue outlook is challenging, to put it mildly. The amount of new ongoing funding in this budget is at a 5-year low. This means that our local revenue, like property taxes, is growing, but the amount of growth is far lower than the growth we have experienced in prior years. The 5-year low is due in part to declines in home sales driven by higher interest rates. If you look at the chart on the left of this slide, you'll see the volume of home sales starting in 2021 with about 87,000 homes. Then it dropped to about 49,000 home sales between 2022 and 2023, before increasing slightly last year. This represents a 41% decline in home sales since 2021. If you look at the red bar on the bottom, the decline in home sales mirrors the decline in growth of property tax revenues, which have been cut roughly in half from $450 million in 2023 to a projected $233.9 million forecasted for fiscal year 25-26. Why the focus on growth? Our focus is on growth because when we develop the budget each year, we don't start from scratch to consider how to spend the entire $47 billion. The funding from last year has been spoken for. It is being used to pay for employee salaries, benefits, leases, and services for constituents, things that we have already committed to doing and things that we want to keep doing. Instead, we focus on the new ongoing growth. We use the new ongoing revenue to fund department requests, to fund board motions, and our other obligations. So back to my question from slide 3. Why can't we fund $2.4 billion in requests from departments if the budget is $47 billion? The answer is that the overwhelming majority of the $47 billion is already spoken for. And today, we forecast about $234 million in new ongoing revenue that we can use for new programs, and that's all we have available to fund these new requests. I'll take the next slide, please. Our sustained revenue decline couldn't come at a worse time. We find ourselves in the midst of mounting and simultaneous budget pressures. Some of the biggest are shown on this slide and include extreme market volatility and the threat of a recession, potentially devastating cuts in federal funding, pressures on the state budget that could affect us here in LA County, the cost of responding to and recovering from the devastating wildfires, not to mention lost revenues related to the fires. We say in our transmittal letter that these impacts will exceed $1 billion, and they will, probably growing to approximately $2 billion as all costs and revenue losses are fully tallied. We do expect FEMA reimbursement for some of the county's losses, but those reimbursements can take years. So we will be on the hook to cover those expenses ourselves in the meantime. And of course, our tentative $4 billion settlement of thousands of claims under AB 218, a law passed in 2019 which waived for a 3-year period the statute of limitations to file a claim of childhood sexual assault. We are in the midst of labor negotiations with 49 open tables representing 14 units in 46 bargaining units, 14 unions in 46 bargaining units. We are working hard to balance the interests of our valued workforce with the very real financial pressure we are under. So let's take a closer look at just one of those pressures, AB 218. Take the next slide, please. AB 218 represents an unprecedented settlement, by far the costliest in county history. If approved by your board later this month, we expect to use a combination of fund balance, budget cuts, and borrowing to pay the staggering costs of this litigation. This is not a 1-year or even a 1-decade impact. We anticipate that we will be paying hundreds of millions of dollars every year until 2030, and millions more annually through fiscal year 2050-51. And although this settlement is expected to cover most claims, we are still negotiating others that could add even more costs to the county's bottom line. Next slide, please. We knew that the cost of the settlement would be unprecedented and that it would have a devastating impact on our budget. So as part of this year's budget process, we asked most county departments to prepare 3% curtailment plans. That is why we are calling this an unprecedented season of budgetary pressure and constraint. We're cutting 310 vacant positions, as I indicated earlier, and making additional cuts to achieve $88.9 million in ongoing savings. These are targeted cuts, which we are making in coordination with the departments to try as best as we can to minimize operational impacts on the public and to fulfill our safety net responsibilities. We do not anticipate layoffs due to these cuts at this time, but as we continue to work through the curtailments with our departments, it is clear that we're going to have to delay or defer some new programming. Next slide, please. The recommended budget always includes uncertainties and projections. This year, we have significantly more unknowns than usual that we will need to address in future budget phases. Some are shown on the slide. The potential for federal funding cuts is very real and could destabilize the county budget. Federal assistance makes up 13% of the county's budget, and billions of dollars more flow to departments indirectly through the provision of health, mental health, and substance use services to Medicaid beneficiaries and other programs run by your other departments. Public Health was recently notified that more than $45 million in previously awarded grant funds, which were intended to last through July of 2026, were being rescinded. That decision is being challenged right now in court, and a temporary restraining order has been granted. It is not the only example of potential budget cuts from the federal government, but it underscores the county's reliance on federal policymaking. The state budget may also be impacted by federal cuts, which only multiply our uncertainties. We will know more following the governor's release of the May revision, with a more definitive picture expected after the final state budget is adopted in June. On the positive side, Governor Newsom has just signed into law AB 100. We are awaiting details, but this could potentially help us recover lost revenue and disaster costs related to the wildfires. In addition, we hope to be able to fill in more details on our plan to settle the AB 218 cases. We also hope to have a better sense of where we stand in our labor negotiations with our valued labor partners in future budget phases. Next slide, please. Despite everything, the county is not retreating from our fundamental safety net responsibilities. We intend to keep serving the public in our hospitals, in our parks, in our libraries, and at our beaches, and to keep moving forward with wildfire recovery efforts in our hard-hit communities. Our 38 departments are on the job and are ready to serve. We are also not retreating from your board's commitment to Care First and Community Investment, also known as CFCI. This year's new ongoing allocation is $287.7 million, and the total for this purpose is $571.6 million, which includes unspent funds from previous years. Given the high level of community need, we may recommend allocating some of that available funding to county departments to support CFCI's objectives of direct community investment and alternatives to incarceration. I want to be clear that we would not be backfilling departmental curtailments. However, given the outsized need across the county right now and our limited resources, it makes good sense to take money that has gone unspent for more than a year and put it to work in the community, especially when CFCI's purpose and the proposed use of the money are in complete alignment. That could include expanding successful programs that might not otherwise receive any funding this year or in future years due to the high demands and limited ongoing funding. Next slide, please. Continuing to move forward. So I've talked a lot about what we are constrained in doing and what we can't do this season of relative austerity and tremendous uncertainty, but that doesn't mean that we are standing still. This slide shows some of the programs we are funding, and more are included in Attachment A of the budget transmittal letter. Here are just some of the highlights. This budget reflects the passage of Measure A, the voter-approved half-cent sales tax that replaced Measure H, and which has already started to bring an enhanced stream of funding into the entire LA region, including our cities, to address homelessness. The nearly $1.1 billion in Measure A revenues in this budget will be shared by our partners in this work, with $382.8 million going to the Los Angeles County Affordable Housing Solutions Agency, also known as La Casa, $32.1 million to the Los Angeles County Development Authority, and $96.3 million to local cities through the Local Solutions Fund, and then more than $500 million for the county's own comprehensive homelessness services, currently administered by the CEO's Homeless Initiative and to be administered in the future by the new County Department on Homelessness. We are also beginning to ramp up to Measure G, the voter-approved measure to remake county government with an expanded Board of Supervisors, an elected executive, and the creation of a new Ethics Commission. There is funding in the recommended budget also for the Governance Reform Task Force that will guide these efforts. We are also dedicating ongoing funds to support the operations of the Ethics Commission and the Office of Ethics Compliance when they are established in 2026 as required by Measure G. You'll see on the slide that we're also improving after-hour safety and supporting aquatics programming at our parks, funding the Youth at Work program, expanding alternative crisis response, and helping victims of EBT, or electronic benefits transfer fraud, among other programs and projects. Next slide, please. Following your board's action on the recommended budget today, the next steps are public hearings on May 7th will provide an important opportunity for members of the public to share their vision for the county budget. Budget deliberations set for June 23rd will allow the board to approve a spending plan for the next year before the fiscal year ends on June 30th. And the supplemental budget phase scheduled for September 30th will enable the board to allocate any one-time funding that is available at the end of the fiscal year and not otherwise obligated, and to amend the budget to take into account new information based on the final state budget and any other developments, particularly any developments from the federal government. Take the next slide, please. In closing, I would like to thank your board for your long-standing commitment to responsible budgeting. This approach means living within our means and consistently setting aside sufficient reserve funds for the proverbial rainy day. By avoiding boom and bust cycles, we in the county have been able to sustain our workforce and services to the public. This is more important than ever today as we face great uncertainties on the road ahead. As always, I'd like to thank your teams and my team for helping to put together this recommended budget, and I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. We're going to start with the 2nd District. Do you have any comments?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Davenport, for your presentation and all of your work and your team as well as the departments have put into developing not only the 25-26 budget, but just the recommended budget every year. And I am clear that today, what you have provided us is with recommendations on how our baseline budget should be adjusted, given changes in policy, revenues, and costs. This recommended budget is not established on a zero-based or program evaluation-based set of policy decisions. I get that. I'm also clear about the county's role in that we must ensure resources go to communities and provide services to those with the highest need. And from my perspective, equity is the best problem-solving policy. It shouldn't be a checkmark exercise, nor should we shy away from it because of fear. Our budget must reflect a continued commitment to this value and the needs of every resident of Los Angeles County. Just last month, we heard about 30 hours of testimony from department heads whose budget requests totaled over $770 million in new NCC and over 2,000 new positions. We also heard about the many internal and external pressures on our budget this year. I had the opportunity just last week to be in Sacramento and attend the Center for Budget and Policy Priorities annual workshop and heard the chairs of the Assembly and Senate budget committees talk about their own concerns at the state level. And I was reminded about what slice of our budget pie comes from state dollars and how we are reliant on both actions from the federal government, the state government, as well as the health of our own LA County economy. In times of high uncertainty such as these, we draw our strength from our collective values, and my focus is to ensure our budget continues to provide sufficient resources for the county to remain a strong last line of defense against poverty. To get into some of the specifics within the budget, I think with regard to criminal justice, I appreciate the addition of high-level attorneys in our indigent defense departments who must, by law, provide legal services to those accused who have a constitutional right to counsel. I think this last election cycle, we saw a bit of a pendulum swing with regard to public safety in the state. And so having a responsibility to make sure that we balance the resources for not only prosecutorial, but also defense services, because we are, after all, a system where individuals are innocent until proven guilty. Homelessness, an issue that we must get right. To solve for it, we must get right. And through board motions, voter initiatives, and state bills, we are adding to the regional housing and homelessness ecosystem. As in most systems, introducing multiple changes at the same time could potentially cause disruptions, and we have to be thoughtful and strategic about that. The eyes of unhoused Angelenos, advocates, cities, and other stakeholders are on us, the county. And our vision for this new system must include the perspectives of these stakeholders. We must be nimble enough not to create disruptions and ultimately be successful in a way that is undeniable. We must ensure providers and people experiencing homelessness don't fall through the cracks in the transition to a new county homelessness services department. I am pleased to see recommended resources to meet the challenges of interim housing bed rate increases, and I'm looking forward to seeing Pathway Home receive additional resources to sustain, in fact, grow its progress and continue to ramp up and expand services, indeed, across the entire county. I'm very happy to see the resources allocated for year 3 of LA County's doula hub with the Department of Public Health. LA County, the largest in the nation, where Black women are 4 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related complications than women of other ethnic groups. And so this doula hub is providing necessary training and workforce development and technical assistance to recruit new doulas and support existing doulas in becoming Medi-Cal providers. When we recognize that 40% of the births from women of color in LA County are paid by Medi-Cal, making sure that we recruit doulas, that they become Medi-Cal providers will really help us reduce this historic, immoral disparity among Black women dying in childbirth. Over the next few years, LA County will become home to multiple world events. We talk about it a lot, and the more we talk about it, it feels to me like the faster the calendar moves. The upcoming World Cup in June, the Soccer World Cup in 2026, and the Olympics in 2028. In between there, we have NBA Finals and another Super Bowl. These huge events will require a robust public health infrastructure to prevent any public health risks, and right now that infrastructure is being weakened by federal cuts. Our budget priorities must reflect that preserving our public health infrastructure is a critical component of our county's public safety efforts. We must also bolster our health and mental health systems as Congress considers proposals that would slash our health and Medi-Cal programs. We've got to ensure we preserve life-saving services that our residents have come to rely on. More than that, we need to continue to invest in services that our youth need to thrive. So I'm glad to see the recommended budget includes resources for aquatics programming staff, as this issue is important to the residents of the 2nd District, where far too many of our young people don't know how to swim, and it's still the leading cause of death for young people. It's been really important to me to visit all 14 county pools in the 2nd District, not just visit, but jump in and swim in. Out of the 30 that are countywide, and I'm glad that we're providing resources for aquatic programming. Again, from my perspective, this is life-saving work. I'm also pleased to see resources for nighttime closure staff at our parks, as the issue of park safety has been raised here multiple times. I hope to see the results and outcomes for how these additional resources make parks safer for residents and staff. I do have some concern that some of the parks in my district, which have some of the greatest need for green space and community investment, remain under-resourced. And so I intend to continue to have conversations with parks and the CEO regarding this issue to ensure we have explored all available avenues to fund staff at these parks. It's not just enough to build a park. It's not just enough to bring a park to an area that doesn't have tree canopy and green space. The park has to be viable. It has to have staff so people will use it and feel safe doing so. So, you know, it's odd for me to consider being happy about the fiscal prudence of a budget. That's not who I tend to be. But I'm also clear about why that's necessary, so we can continue to afford to provide these important services that Angelenos rely on and require. We've got to set dollars aside for budgetary pressures and future costs. We've seen too many local governments go bankrupt, including counties, and our county is not immune to the factors that resulted in those bankruptcies. So I appreciate our CEO's understanding of this process, understanding of the value of our top credit rating that allows us to continue to provide the services Angelenos expect of us. And in the face of economic contraction and the devastation from this year's wildfires, the county's role in economic development has never been more critical or timely. Our work across departments isn't just about jobs, it's about creating a resilient economy. It's about reducing poverty and improving lives. So I'd like to thank the CEO for recognizing the moment and committing to fully fund Represent LA at $5.5 million. Legal representation for our immigrant communities is a matter of dignity and justice, and this program delivers on both. Concerned that the Office of Resilience within the Department of Economic Opportunity remains unfunded, I think our small businesses, particularly those in fire-impacted areas and areas that are otherwise economically vulnerable, need the on-the-ground support, technical assistance, and resources to stay afloat and build. We know that small businesses are the primary economic engine for our county. It certainly is the case in the 2nd District. And so helping them become resilient is important, and I thought that work in that department was critical. And finally, to the 2nd District constituents that I have the honor to represent, I will be hosting, once again, my own annual Budget Town Hall in early May to continue to engage you in this budget process. I was very proud of the residents of 2 unincorporated communities who participated with my team and I in our community budgeting process. And all of this, from my perspective, is really what co-governance must and should look like. And your voice and input will be crucial to help us ensure we continue to serve our communities equitably and optimally. Budgeting ain't easy in your own household, in your own checkbook, and certainly not a government this size and complexity and magnitude, with millions of people who have extreme need, millions of people who rely on county services for their sheer survival. And so I look forward to serving along with my colleagues on this board to make sure that even in this era of great fiscal unknowns and potential austerity, that we are going to use the information available to us to make the appropriate priorities to provide funding and resources that people need to survive and thrive across LA County. Madam Chair, do you want us to come back after everyone makes their statement to ask questions? Would you like to do this?
That's a good question. Why don't we go ahead and make statements, and then we'll come back to you to be the first to ask questions. That's fair? Yeah. Supervisor Horvath.
Okay, my questions are sort of mixed in, so are you all right with that? My questions are sort of mixed into my remarks, so. Yeah, so I'll just go and you'll decide. I want to thank everyone who has been involved in preparing this year's budget, including all of our departments, our CEO, of course, and her staff, our budget staff, and each of our board offices. These decisions are more difficult this year due to our constrained resources, our upcoming needs, and future uncertainties. A balanced budget is a result of our budget fundamentals. We don't overestimate our revenues, we limit our expenditures to what we have, we maintain adequate reserves. These prudent practices have allowed us to remain solvent, avoid brutalizing deficits like we're seeing in other places, and maintaining services and absorbing significant financial setbacks when they occur. Unfortunately, challenges are not just hypothetical right now, they are absolutely real, and have included decreased property tax revenue from the January fires, significant fire recovery costs, multi-year AB 218 settlement payments, and uncertainties about the economy and how it may hamper our budget this year, as well as projections into future years. We are doing all we can to make adjustments to address these issues, and our cost-saving efforts will give us tools to address new costs in the future without impacting our current operations or workforce. We're also working with the state to secure revenue stabilization funds to help offset declines from the January fires. And in addition, we're working in partnership with our state to secure upfront funds to cover the cost of recovery efforts until we can be reimbursed through FEMA, which will help to stabilize our county cash flow. None of these efforts alone will fully resolve our budgetary pressures, but they will help put us in a better position to make strategic decisions about what we can fund in the future and when we can fund it. There are additional expenses on the horizon, including costs associated with new MOUs with our vital workforce that provide services our county residents depend on each and every day. We'll need to be careful, strategic, and in our budgetary decision-making over the next several years, but we can't also forget our workforce and our residents who depend on the county safety net. Our workforce deserves our investments because without them, the work would not be possible. This year has not only ushered in challenges, but it has also ushered in change with the passage of Measure G. Transparency is a key component of this change, and nowhere is transparency more important than in how a government spends its money.
Adjusting how we allocate funds will take time, but I am happy that we were able to implement the first component of Measure G this year, public budget presentations by department heads. Other levels of government routinely do this, but as a county, we have never called our department heads in front of the Board of Supervisors to explicitly discuss budget needs in the way that we did. Instead, this was typically handled behind the scenes, and while lengthy at times, these budget presentations provided the opportunity for everyone to be in a room together and discuss a department's needs. It's invaluable from my perspective that we were able to hear from department heads themselves, ask questions of them and our CEO, and hear directly from the public, all before the CEO made these recommendations today. As with everything new, we will absolutely be making refinements in the process, but I am grateful for the start that we've made, and I look forward to the recommendations from the Governance Reform Task Force, who will begin meeting within the next month and a half. Now, to get into a few specifics in the budget, the first being homelessness. As we transition to a new county department, budgetary needs will be critical. So I want to ensure we remain flexible with our budgetary resources and that we can pivot as needs come up. We are starting with a critical foundation in Housing for Health. Their success has been documented for more than a decade, and I want to make sure that the flexibility that they have had, which has led to their success, will also be cornerstone in how we establish this department. So to our CEO, how will we be responding, making sure that we're able to respond in real time to emerging needs as we implement this new department?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. I think it's part of the implementation process that we use all the time. When the board directs us to do something like establish a department, a new department, inevitably there are tens of, maybe even hundreds of glitches, unforeseen questions that pop up along the way. And normally we figure out a way to resolve them and still meet the timeline within which we are able to stand up the department. So I believe that we have the existing flexibility. Sometimes it requires flexibility and creativity. The solution isn't always sitting there staring you in the face, but we have enough, I think, thought partners that's sitting around the table in the creation of this new department to leverage the flexibility that we do have and to identify creative solutions if there is a roadblock that presents itself.
I know one aspect that the auditor controller brought up as he was requesting 2 positions for accounting services for Measure A and La Casa, as well as additional funding for auditing and oversight activities required for Measure A. So are these positions funded in your proposed budget? It's my understanding these funds are supposed to come from Measure A, so I want to make sure I understand how that's operating.
Yes, you are understanding correctly. So we do intend to fund those with Measure A. Although we are recognizing the Measure A revenue in this budget, the different allocations for all of the different uses will actually be included in our final changes budget in June. And so we do have the auditor controller's request on record. They are currently working with the CEO Homeless Initiative to make sure that we have the number right. So we want to make sure that they understand and that we understand what their forecasted scale and scope of the workload is so that we make sure that we have the right number of positions being requested and funded.
That's good. I think the public was very clear in passing Measure A that they not only wanted to invest in both services and housing, but also accountability. And I think that work in partnership with the auditor controller, especially as we stand up this department, should be present from day one. Switching to fires, as we started our first board meeting of January of 2025, none of us foresaw the devastation that would occur that day and that week and on. And the wind and firestorms of those days have changed Los Angeles County in many ways forever. They've changed our environment and our communities physically. They've impacted our lives in deeply emotional ways. And they have impacted all of us, economically and otherwise, particularly those who worked or lived in these impacted areas. Our county is here to support everyone who has been impacted, and we're grateful to our partners who have also shown up in delivering that support, and we're all here to work on solutions to absorb financial impacts. So we know we've gotten into a lot of detail as it relates to fires. Where do we stand today, especially recognizing that our reliance on state and federal partnership are critical components to being able to successfully move through this process of recovery?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. We know that with the fires, we have two impacts. One of the impacts is to our revenue. The second impact is to our expenditures, the amount of money that we are spending to respond to the fire and ultimately engage in our recovery efforts. On the revenue piece, we anticipate that we will have revenue impacts of about $1 billion over the ensuing year. So we're not just looking at the current year or next year, we're looking for like longevity. And we anticipate about $1 billion impact. Thankfully, the governor signed just yesterday or this week AB 100, which is legislation that will help the county backfill some of our lost revenue for the current fiscal year and for fiscal year 25-26. So that will be very helpful to us. It's not the entire $1 billion. It will probably be somewhere in the range of $150 to $170 million. And then on the second piece, which is our increased expenditure, we anticipate another roughly about $1 billion. That's broken down between our immediate response and recovery efforts and also our permanent work regarding reconstruction and rebuilding. But we're pegging that at about another $1 billion. And again, thankfully, the governor in that same legislation that was signed this week also made available to us recovery funds that we will be able to draw down on. There is a caveat in the sense that whatever we draw down on and we are reimbursed for by FEMA, then those funds have to be returned to the state. But we know that the FEMA reimbursement takes a couple of years, and so we think that this will be very helpful to us to be able to access those funds almost immediately to help us continue our rebuilding and our recovery efforts, but also to support our cash flow issues here in the county as a result of the fires.
Having the most disaster-prone district, a related component of this conversation for us is emergency preparedness. And I know that this budget looks at an additional 25 Office of Emergency Management positions that were requested, but I think only 6 were approved. So can you talk to me about how we're making those decisions and how we're making sure that we are prepared for the next emergency?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. One of the things that we are looking to do in the Office of Emergency Management is to enhance what we already have. And so we do have a very strong Office of Emergency Management team, and that request for 25 additional staff was a request to really optimize that operation, which we would normally do in phases. We are very mindful of the budget situation that we're in currently, and so we worked with the Office of Emergency Management Director and asked, what are the highest priority needs right now? And that's how we landed on the 6 positions. Those 6 positions, if ultimately approved by this board, will focus on 4 things. One is cost recovery, making sure that we are expediting our claiming and drawing down our reimbursement from FEMA. 2 is training, and we want to enhance our capacity for OEM to deliver emergency training to county departments and our other cities, folks in our cities that work in the disaster and recovery area. Third, we have planning, and that is development of hazard-specific plans that detail roles and responsibilities that will help enhance our response efforts. And finally, it's special events of planning, and that relates to preparedness for large-scale events like FIFA and World Cup, the Olympics planning, Super Bowl, and things of that nature. There's a whole slate of logistical considerations that happens along with those events. So those are the things that would be prioritized for those 6.
Yeah, I know there's a lot that, as it relates to the special events, I'm most interested in climate impact, because I know that emergency preparedness really shows up for us in that way, whether it's disease and infestation that are killing our trees and vegetation, whether it's obviously the fires that we've had to survive and the wet weather that followed and the challenges that were posed by that. I know a few years ago, the fire department began requesting several forestry positions to help combat the emergence of pests like gold-spotted oak borer, which in a time of all of the things that we're considering might seem minor, but if we lose all of our oak trees, the climate disasters only get worse. I know our fire department budget is also constrained, though with the passage of the recent ballot measure, there is some hope there. So I know these positions that you've identified for OEM are critical. Can you tell us from a fire perspective what we're looking at in terms of the final changes budget in order to identify any other requests that may be?
Yes, so with regard to the fire department specifically, with the passage of Measure E, we know that Chief Maroney will be returning to the board with his plan to implement the requirements of Measure E, but we believe that this request falls squarely within the funding parameters of Measure E, and we'll be working with the fire department to allocate Measure E funds for this purpose to ensure that the request is funded.
Okay. Switching gears to our justice efforts, we heard last week from our new Director of Community Safety Implementation Team, I think jail closure implementation team. We're working on a multi-pronged approach to reducing jail populations and ensuring we have adequate facilities. So what are we doing with regard to jail closure in this budget cycle to get the jail closed?
Yes, so supervisors, there is a lot. There are things that are already in play in the county's base budget, and then there are a few things that are being added in this recommended budget. So let me first talk about some of the renovations that have been approved and funded. So that's as part of the base budget for DLJ and for the closure of MCJ. And it relates to funding related to mental health observation units. So renovations have been approved and funded for the chapel at MCJ to build out private interview spaces and offices for DHS's correctional health services staffing to provide mental health services and assessments for inmates at MCJ. The hope is that all the work will be completed and the space is available for these uses by the end of June, the end of this fiscal year. Additional furniture enhancements for the moderate observation housing unit areas was also approved this fiscal year for both MCJ and another facility, including more comfortable chairs, game tables, and televisions for the common space areas. These are all the types of things that the DOJ compliance monitor and in their reports, they criticize us for not having sufficient space to provide, 1, time out of cell, and then 2, a environment, at least where some mental health services could be provided. That's just one example. On the clinical care side, the jail mental health evaluation team provides coverage for crisis calls at MCJ 7 days a week. This is in the existing budget. And at IRC, it's also available during evening hours with a bolstered team of mental health and psychiatric staffing to cover any gaps. Again, that relates to our mental health issues that are presented by folks that are incarcerated. And I'll say this one last thing. Beginning in November of 2024, there was a change in the leadership for the mental health team that I just discussed, and that new leadership now supervises clinicians at both MCJ and other jail facilities. The important thing there is to make sure that we have the same quality and the same practices at all of our facilities, regardless of where the services are actually being rendered. This is a new position which will oversee increases in clinical oversight And one of the focus areas will be appropriate therapeutic mental health care and timely clinical visits to provide therapeutic mental health. So I can go on with other examples. I think the point is there are things that are happening already in our existing budgets through our various departments, and then there is some allocation in this particular budget for the CSIT team related to jail closure.
Okay, I heard a lot of services being provided in the existing facility, and obviously we need to close it. So making sure that we're finding ways to provide those services in other locations and other suitable places is going to be critically important as well. And as we heard this morning, it's not only the facilities, but most importantly, that culture shift and change. And some of what was highlighted in the LA Times today, but has been an ongoing conversation, is with the amount of overtime that the Sheriff's Department has been racking up. That means that we have people who are very overworked, operating in functions that require critical decision-making and often lead to a lot of bad situations. So what are we doing to fill those vacancies in this budget?
Yeah, so a couple of things. One, the budget, as it does every year, it provides funding for the sheriff to host new recruit academy classes. So there will be funding for additional academy classes this year. Two, in the sheriff's existing budget, they have been successful in engaging a consultant that has helped them attract as well as hire new recruits. So their numbers, even their recruitment numbers, were down a few years ago, and through the work of this new consultant, they have been able to increase their hiring. And so those are two of the things that if those are successful, we would hope that the number of staffing would increase on the front end, but then there's a piece on the back end about making sure that folks stay, that they retain workers. One of the requests that the sheriff submitted in the 25-26 budget was a mental wellness center. And there was a request for 9 staff. You may remember about 2 years ago, they had a slew of suicides with some of their current staff. And so they are in the same vein, like the fire department is standing up a mental health and wellness center for its employees. Sheriff is trying to do the same thing on the sheriff's side.
Got it. I know another component has been, in addition to investing in recruitment, we've also discontinued contracts to make sure that we aren't requiring overtime hours be spent in ways that something else can be showing up. And so I think that's an important acknowledgement as well, that there are only so many deputies that exist, and they should be focused on the things for which they are uniquely trained, and where we can have a different kind of intervention showing up. It's not only important to have the right kind of response, but it also helps in terms of our staffing and other challenges that we've seen.
I agree that that's very important. We've had several conversations with the department about considering the staffing constraints that we are experiencing here in the county, but that are not unique to the county. There has to be a serious discussion about reducing the footprint in some of the services that are provided in other parts of the county. There's also a conversation around having folks in, let's say, administrative positions that are filled by sworn personnel. And so to make sure that they are aligning the type of position with the type of employee that is filling that position. If you can free up more of your sworn staff, you can help address some of the shortages that we see in the sworn personnel ranks.
Shifting gears, I'm grateful we've completed the final investment of $1.6 million in funding for gender-based violence. I'm glad to see the investments we're making in parks and recreation, which Supervisor Mitchell highlighted as well as providing permanent funding for aquatics programming and staff to close our parks at night, recreation activities for our community, especially our youth during the hottest summer months, is incredibly important. And just as important is the safety and well-being of our staff particularly as they're finishing a hard day's work and closing up park facilities. So I know there's a lot that we're also investing in terms of funding for self-help legal clinics and Represent LA. While some of these dollars may be one-time, we're able to continue to make the investments in an ongoing way while continuing to work on those permanent funding streams. I have also reviewed the report on the TGI Wellness Initiative, and my understanding is that we are looking at non-NCC funding sources for this initiative. And so my request is that we have this funded by the end of the fiscal year. Our TGI friends are facing too many challenges right now. They are the target of too many attacks, and to delay this initiative any further would just continue to put them in harm's way. Finally, I would be remiss to not point out that this budget includes a $40 million increase to judgments and settlements line item for the Sheriff's Department. If this line item were not included, we could have funded nearly all of the budgetary items I mentioned: the TGI pilot initiative, additional funding for Represent LA and self-help legal clinics, forestry positions, community programming at parks, transition age youth and homeless prevention and workforce development activities. I could go on. So what are we doing in this budget to protect our budget from ongoing impacts from these settlements, which devastate us, especially at a time like this?
Yes. So as part of our normal processes, not just with the sheriff, but with any department, when there is a lawsuit or a settlement, the department creates a corrective action plan. It's reviewed and sometimes questioned, but most times approved by the claims board. And then those settlements are ultimately forwarded to the board, and the board often asks what's going on with the corrective action plan. And so my office works with the departments, reviewing corrective action plans, seeing where departments are with compliance. But at the end of the day, that's a really reactive approach. And so one of the things that you see happening in a department is, I'll just give you an example, car accidents. In an attempt to try to move to a more proactive model, we have worked with the department to create a traffic risk review committee, and they will review data from deputy-involved traffic collisions and determine if there are any aspects of the incident which expose the department to undue risk. Put another way, what are the things that could have been done to prevent the accident in the first place? That would be part of an ongoing analysis, not just in response to a specific or a particular traffic accident. And so I believe also our risk manager within the CEO's office has also recommended that the department contract out with a consultant to conduct a comprehensive review of the areas where they have demonstrated to have the most liability.
I highlighted the sheriff's settlements, but it goes without saying AB 218, and that settlement is the most significant impact we've seen recently. And those kinds of settlements just are devastating even in a good budget year. And to know that we have to manage that at a time like this is just, it's horrible, in addition to the atrocity that each of those dollars in the settlement represent for what actually happened. So with that, I just want to encourage, obviously this is the first stage of our budget process. I want to encourage people to continue to engage with my office. We'll be conducting more public engagement on the budget. They can be fluid. Sometimes they're good. Sometimes they're more challenged. But we always want to have the discussion around how our budget is working for us, where it needs to improve, and where we need to be making more and better investments for our communities. So I'm glad that we were able to get a good start on governance reform and how that can help us improve our budgets, and I look forward to the continued conversation ahead. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I also want to thank you, Fezia, and your entire team for the budget that you've put together. I mean, I know that there have been challenges, and you've outlined those challenges. And I do believe that one of the beauties of where this county has been and where we're going is that we do have a rainy day, which has helped soften the blow as it relates to the 218 settlement, as well as other unexpected challenges to our budget that are occurring. You know, it goes back to maintaining a sound budgeting process. And one of the most important aspects, in my opinion, of county government is that it helps us maintain our most critical infrastructure and services that cannot be compromised. And this year, we are facing unprecedented financial challenges, which we are seeing unfold. And transparency is key to understand for the people out there that, for example, agreed to the Measure A tax, to understand that when we're talking about curtailments, it contradicts what everyone thought they were voting for. So it's important for us to be transparent in terms of how we are allocating our resources and how we are prioritizing. And I know that Supervisor Horvath and I personally recognize that the destructions of the January wildfires demands more than just immediate resources. It requires sustained support and long-term services to ensure full recovery for those impacted by the Eaton and Palisade fires. So this is not a one, we're approaching our 100th day. This is going to be years out that we are going to continue to invest in infrastructure and the needs and the response to this devastating fire. This budget recommendation is a reflection of the moment. LA County faces potential loss of significant funding from the federal government and an anticipated settlement of childhood sexual assault cases valued at up to $4 billion. I think it's important, and I'll wait questions, but one of the questions I'm going to have is about curtailments as it relates to Bielenson, Section 17,000 on the healthcare side. I talked to Dr. Galli. I want to understand, in preparation for the what if, what is the ramp going to look like? I also recognize that $2 billion in one-time funding from the American Rescue Plan Act is set to draw down, and the county is facing an even slower property tax revenue growth. Strong indicators. The property tax is always an indicator of what's to come as it relates to how people pay their property taxes, and even the sales tax that's going to come in that we depend upon. These pressures induce much uncertainty shared by me and my constituents, and I'm grateful for the thoughtful analysis provided by your office to lead a financial path forward. I remain vigilant in ensuring that ongoing funding is sufficient to support proposed program and services. One of the areas of growing concern is the continued increase in general relief caseloads, which is covered through the county unrestricted funding. So that's net county costs. This increase is included in today's budget, along with coverage for those who are victims of EBT skimming, something that we continue to shake our heads because in disbelief that we can't fix it. I know we all get phone calls in our office from people who go to their, with their EBT card to draw out money and it's gone. And then we have to replenish it, and every time we think we've figured it out, they outsmart us and continue to draw down the money. In light of the devastating wildfires that wreaked havoc on our county, I thank the CEO for increasing our allocation towards strengthening emergency services by funding $1.7 million and 6 new positions to support capacity and planning in the Office of Emergency Management. I think it's an investment that is going to be it's well-deserved, but also well-needed. I mean, we know that during this fire, having our director, Kevin McGowan, front and center, helped navigate a lot of the federal and state, and even the county resources that we needed to figure out, and especially when it comes to declaring an emergency order. In addition, the proposed budget allocations today are a significant step forward in addressing the homelessness and mental health challenges. If approved, and I think this is important to note, we will be providing 149 new positions for the Department of Mental Health to support alternative crisis response and child and adolescent programs, among other essential mental health needs. We have been united as a board prioritizing mental health because mental health intersects all populations within the county, whether we're talking probation, DCFS, unhoused, across the board. So mental health is something that we need to invest in. It also includes $102 million in one-time funding for the increased number of interim and permanent supportive housing beds. And those go hand in hand. we're not going to build our way out of what's going on in the street if we don't have the social services to support getting people back on their feet once we get them housed. With regards to public safety, the budget includes the $2.9 million and 9 positions for the Sheriff's Wellness Center to support deputy wellness and mental health. Wellness, not only with our public safety agencies, but across the board, is a priority which has grown given the persistent staffing challenges and overtime issues that we have faced for the last several years. And I know we've heard from many cities who equally share these concerns. So I'm pleased to see this recommendation included as it relates to our law enforcement partner. Additionally, our budget will recognize potential $1.1 billion commitment of Measure A revenue shared by county partners to fund homelessness programs and services. When the county invests in housing supply and provides new opportunities for those unhoused or at risk of becoming unhoused, these actions benefit all residents and relieve the county of long-term costs, preparing us for a healthier, safer, and more thriving future. I appreciate these priorities that are being addressed in today's recommended budget. And lastly, I want to recognize and appreciate the work of the CEO and the county departments in identifying areas where we can save financially among the mounting budget pressures. Because even before this curtailment practice, many were doing more with less. Curtailments are not ideal, especially during a time when residents are already experiencing immense distress. But we are all, and I know I'm laser focused on prioritizing government efficiency and providing a sustainable safety net for our most vulnerable community members throughout the county. And I'm going to let Supervisor Solis speak, and then we'll go back to you on questions. But I do want to also touch on curtailment, because one of the questions that I'm asked about, and I don't know if you all have gotten it, is we eliminate the positions. And the question, and you don't have to answer it now, but I want you to kind of walk through the public on what that means, because to them, if the money is sitting there for a position that's not filled, how is that a curtailment, and why isn't that position been filled? And so I want to kind of draw that picture so people understand in the public what that means, because it gets a little confusing when some departments are in fact cutting real positions and others are just cutting positions that were sitting there funded but never filled. So with that, Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and to you, Fija, and your budget team, and all of our board offices as well for their help. But I especially want to recognize our department heads who are here. Can you raise your hand so people can know who you all are? These are the folks that run and operate the trains for the budget, and I want to personally thank them, because this has been a challenging time, not just for them, but for all of us. And while you've already heard a description of what we're going to be going through, a fiscal austerity plan once again, this one is serious, and it's a big hit. It is a big hit. When we hear from our CEO that we're going to be facing a staggering $4 billion worth of settlements, and AB 218, unprecedented in the entire country. And this is something that we have to own up to, and we have to prevent from ever happening again. And hopefully we'll be able to work with our legislators to get a fix, because this can't continue to go on. We can't sustain our level of services to the 10 million people that we're required to provide if this keeps going on, and there's other items that might come up that could impact us as well. I know that the $2 billion that we are estimating in lost revenue also from the fires, and my heart goes out to the residents in Palisades and also in Altadena, Pasadena, and all those areas. All of us have been impacted. Just when we thought we were getting out of the COVID pandemic, oh my God, the shoe on the other foot fell off. Only this time, our foot isn't healing. There are sores there. I also want to say that the continuing drop in property taxes, as you outlined, is something that perhaps we really haven't thought about. And now that you have put it in a graph and you can show us how we have seemingly just declined and will continue now because of even more costs that are going to be imparted upon us, and the fact that we're not going to get a lot of that property tax that we were thinking about. I think it's a 1 percentage point less, which means $1 billion or so. That hurts, That hurts our county services and our employees. But I do want to say that some of this can seem insurmountable, but we've gone through this before. And I've been here now 10 years, and I know that we've managed to weather. It doesn't mean we're in the best shape, I realize that, and we need to do more. But I want to focus a little bit of my comments on what is happening at the congressional level. And for example, the latest figures passed in the Congressional Republicans' reconciliation bill projects $880 billion in cuts to health programs like Medicaid. And that is something that we're going to have to grapple with because the state, as you know, will pass this through to us. If they don't get their share, we won't get our share. And I do want to hear more about that later, I guess, as questions do come up. And people need to know that that hit is very real for LA County. We're talking about 3.4 million residents who are currently covered by Medi-Cal in our county. And we're the largest county in the country, folks. And cuts to Medicaid are going to result in millions of people in Los Angeles losing their health care right at a time when they need it the most. For me, this is unthinkable. And further, I want to say that it's projected that 1.6 million residents are enrolled in our CalFresh program. That's the food assistance program which the administration and congressional Republicans are trying to slash by $200 billion. So I want to understand at some point what these impacts are going to have on the delivery of service, not just from our department heads, but also from you, our CEO, and our fiscal agents. And I know that we're going to be fighting some of these in court, which is good, and we need to make sure that the public is fully aware of what our strategy and our plan is going to be moving forward. I am concerned, though, that the feds are also signaling cuts that would decimate HIV and STD programs to the tune of $767 million in funding. And that, in many ways, isn't directly going to impact, say, our department, but it's all those federally qualified clinics, all of those folks that are out in the field doing the prevention work right now. Just when we feel like we have a handle on controlling this epidemic, it's going to slip away unless we stand up and do something. I'm equally concerned that there are threats also to the temporary assistance for needy families known as TANF and the CalWorks program, which nearly impacts about 280,000 residents who depend on that program now. And with all these looming potential cuts that are being leveled against the entire country, but more importantly in places like Los Angeles, I think we have an obligation to make sure that we protect as much as we can for our residents. The recommended budget, as you know, before us today is $47.9 billion, but that's a reduction, as you said earlier, $1.3 billion from our current fiscal year, $1.3 billion. And as always, the process estimates, and it will continue to be refined as we move through this. So this isn't the last bite at the budget, and it may be chipped away more, given what we're seeing impending in Washington, D.C. The budget also includes a 3% cut across our county departments, and that reflects, as you said, 310 positions that were budgeted for but not yet filled. And I concur with the chair that we need to explain that to the public. What does that mean? Also, we know that many of our departments have already put off spending funds on services and supplies or contracts and commodities, as well as other cost savings. So that will impact their budgets as well. I'm hopeful that we can maintain the services and programs, as I said earlier, for our residents. But I want to say that while this is a hard, what could I say, step to take, and it is going to be, I think, devastating for many of our residents, particularly those that are already being heavily impacted because of disasters, human and otherwise, this is a time when we all need to come together. And I would even ask that our county workforce, remember, we're with them. We're with you, but we also need them to be with us. And I want to encourage them, because I know we're also going through negotiations, to stay at the table, to do the right thing on behalf of our residents and their duty as public servants. I also want to call out that the budget does include some, I think, very important investments, particularly for some of the residents that I represent and items that I have been pushing for the last 10 years, one of which includes the $12.3 million for the Youth at Work program. Some of us were actually products of those programs when they were called CETA and JETPA. I was one of those kids. It was my first paycheck. But this program will help provide jobs to 10,000 youth where they need it the most. So I'm happy that we have been able to preserve that. I also want to say that the other thing that I think is very important is we not forget about our foster youth, our transitional age youth, and our youth that are experiencing homelessness, and youth that are also involved in our justice system, and including pregnant and parenting youth. Let's not forget them. I'm also pleased to see that in the budget, and I want to give a shout out to the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs and to you, the CEO, for listening to the board, for providing the $5.5 million for the Office of Immigrant Affairs Represent LA program. Thank you. That's a, how could I say, a drop in the bucket maybe, but it's a step in the right direction, and we're going to go back for more. So be prepared. Right now, we need to provide legal representation for our immigrants who are facing deportation, and especially many of our young people. And given the aggressive actions by this federal administration, the program is even more important now than ever before. And as people may know, immigrants make up 35% of the county's population, with over 90% having lived here for over a decade. They're our family, they're our friends, they're our workers, they're our students, and much more. And as we have seen more recently, even people with resident status are at risk of removal. And I was pleased to see $3 million for the self-help legal access centers. Thank you very much for that, which provides trained legal professionals on site at select courthouses to assist litigants with their paperwork for various court processes, such as child custody, tenant eviction, and restraining orders. These are vital services that our constituents need. The funding for Represent LA and Self-Help Legal Access Center is only one time. Let me remind people. So I would ask and request that the CEO continue to seek ongoing funding, especially over the next 4 years. And I also would ask that we include in the budget, and this is also a one-time fund, for guaranteed basic income expansion for transitional age youth. That program is currently administered by the Department of Public Social Services, and they provide eligible TAY students or participants monthly stipends of $1,000. They receive counseling services, financial literacy, money management, and help to support them successfully transition into adulthood once they leave our care. To date, close to 300 of those TAY recipients are participating in the program. And for our Department of Public Health, the budget includes $125,000 in one-time funds to continue consultant services for Gender Impact Assessment Program. One time. Let's see if we can find more to help expand that program. And I just want to say I have been a longtime supporter throughout my career, both in the state legislature, the Congress, and as former Secretary of Labor for President Obama, that when we have fights and challenges ahead of us, we don't walk away. We move straight toward them. And I would expect the county and all of our employees, our department heads, and our public to please support us in that manner, because we have a lot to do. So thank you very much, Madam Chair, and we can turn to questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you. If I could just ask the CEO, and actually not today, if you could give us a report back with the information the next time we convene, on how much has been spent of our Care First and community investment funds as of now. I think that's important for the board as well as the general public to understand how much of that money has been spent. And I don't believe the sheriff is here. I'm curious, based on our earlier conversation around the conditions in the jail and staffing and overtime, I know that in recent budget years, we have funded additional academies. And I'm curious as to how many graduates of those academies are coming to actually work for us versus those that peel off.
Gerardo's here.
Okay, thank you. Hey. Compared to those who perhaps go to other law enforcement entities. You know, it's a budget question for me in that we have funded the additional academies in response to your desire. And I just want to make sure that the county is benefiting from having paid for those academies and those who go through them, as opposed to losing them to other police departments.
Chair Barger, board members, Gerardo Pinedo, CFAO for the Sheriff's Department, here representing Sheriff Luna, accompanied by Chief of Staff Sergio Escobedo. Supervisor Mitchell, that's a really good question. We're tracking that closely. To give you just a few general numbers, first of all, on behalf of the sheriff, thank you for funding the additional academy classes. We are in a highly competitive environment. All law enforcement agencies across the region, we're all competing for the same applicants. And when you have other law enforcement agencies offering higher salaries, signing bonuses, and advertising near our facilities, it's extremely competitive. So having the extra academies throughout the year helps us to really engage those applicants right away so that we get them enrolled, get them in the training, and that really avoids them going to competing law enforcement agencies. So on behalf of Sheriff Luna, thank you very much for that. Just to share a few numbers, we took a look at the last 5 calendar years, and during that time, we graduated from our academies, LA County Deputy Sheriffs, 1,580. All of those classes had participating agencies. The average number or percentage for other law enforcement agencies who are participating is approximately 20%. We took a look at our attrition rates as well, and of the 1,580 deputy sheriffs that graduated during that 5-year period, 74 of those left our department, separated service from LA County. So that's an attrition rate of approximately 4.68%. We are doing better in this area. We have many initiatives that are engaging our employees actively. I'll give you one example. Just last month, we had the Women's Symposium that is meant to attract not only women applicants, but to retain existing women deputies. Currently, we have 19.2% of our deputies that are women. Sheriff Luna is committed to increasing that number to 30% by 2030. So we have a number of initiatives to retain our existing staff and to fill the vacancies, which at the moment, unfortunately, a total of just over 3,000 throughout the department, and a little over half of those are deputy sheriffs.
So the attrition number you gave, you said they separated from service. Does that mean they graduated from the academy, they were hired by you and then left, or they graduated from the academy and then went someplace else?
So we do, that's a really good question, Supervisor. We do exit interviews, and unfortunately, not all people tell us where they go when they separate county service.
Okay. You're saying separate service, so you're counting it as county service when they're in the academy?
No, these are graduates. So these are people who graduate the academy who, within that 5-year period that we took a look at.
Within 5 years?
Yep. So within that 5-year period, 74 graduates who were employed as deputy sheriffs, tan and greens, like the uniform you're seeing Sergio wear, during that 5-year period, 74 of them left county service.
So my question is not, so do you think the numbers are higher, those who graduate from the academy and never engage, never become a county sheriff, they immediately go to another law enforcement department? That's what I'm trying to get at. Let me tell you why. You know, I hear from constituents and have heard the last several years, when we look at the percentage of NCC that goes to the sheriff, people are concerned, given the needs for NCC. And so I don't want, and I'm clear that we needed more academies, that you're under-resourced. If we're looking at the quality of policing and the caliber of law enforcement, we want to make sure that people aren't working overtime, and we want to make sure that training is going well, and we have the right people in the tan uniforms. And so I want to make sure that we're not spending our valuable NCC on people who then leave, and LA County taxpayers don't get the benefit of their investment. That's what I'm trying to say.
Supervisor Mitchell, we agree 100% with you, and we will continue to do everything possible to keep those deputies here with our.
But Supervisor Mitchell, can I just get a clarification? In the academy, for example, you got some state agencies who also send through the academy. We're not paying for those. So if Pasadena PD puts 4 people through the academy, Pasadena PD pays for those slots. Because when they graduate, they're wearing a Pasadena police officer uniform, correct?
Chair Barger, we have recently announced, historically, we have not charged participating agencies. So we have recently informed all other police chiefs that we will be charging them for enrolling their recruits in our academy. So one thing that happens is—
I'm shocked because I was told actually the opposite.
That's what I was trying to
Yeah, no, that's an important, thank you for that, Supervisor Mitchell. That is shocking.
So Supervisors, one thing that happens, and Sergio may want to chime in here, is participating agencies will oftentimes send trainers that are part of our academy, so they offset some of the cost in that regard. But we do have a plan, and we have announced, and we have sought the assistance of the auditor controller to establish a rate that we will charge participating agencies when they send their recruits through our academy.
Thank you. One more question for me, if I may, Madam Chair, for the sheriff, and thank you all for coming.
Do you want to?
Yes, good afternoon, Supervisors, Chair Barger. Yes, just for clarification on the training costs, when participating agencies send their officers to our training, we are not billing them for the training, but their salary is being paid by their agency, by their cities, not by the Sheriff's Department. But it's the training costs that are not being recouped.
But let me ask you a question, and I'm sorry to interject.
Go on.
If you've got academy classes, how much is it, or how many are in the academy classes right now? Not that are physically there, but that you capacity-wise.
Ideally, we would want to reach approximately 100 per class.
So if you have 50, is it per cadet, or is it this fixed price, whether it's 50 or 100?
It's generally a fixed price, but I will share that there are ratios. So we have one trainer to approximately 25 deputies for the general courses. We do have other parts of the curriculum where we have one trainer per 4 recruits, and it varies based on the kind of training that they're receiving.
Go ahead, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you. I was not supportive. I have, continued to engage your department in conversation about the plan and actions around the elimination of deputy gangs from our midst, based on experiences of my constituents and Supervisor Solis. We've held Zoom town halls together where we heard from families, and so we've continued to ask the question. So in the budget in 23-24, there were 3 captain positions that were funded. For me, that was cart before the horse because we didn't have a plan. So I was never really clear what those captains were going to do. But here we are now, several years later. And so can you share with me what are some of the outcomes of the additional 3 captain positions that were provided?
Thank you, Supervisor. Yeah, the 2 captain model has been highly successful for us. We had issues as addressed, as highlighted by the RAND report, that were root causes for law enforcement gangs, cliques, and subgroups. I'd like to share with the board 5 examples of impacts that have been very positive for the Sheriff's Department as a result of the 2-captain model. And we appreciate the board's approval of that and funding that. The first is improvement in oversight and training, since these stations now have a captain that is not essentially mired in administrative duties. That captain is now able to identify issues early on, provide training, mentoring, guidance to deputies to resolve any problematic issues before they snowball into bigger issues. The second positive impact, it's lowered the backlog of use of force cases and complaints, enabling appropriate and timely review and adjudication of those cases. Third, it's lowered the actual number of use of force or uses of force, thereby reducing liability exposure to the county and providing improved policing in accordance with modern day practices. Fourth, it's increased community engagement, which Sheriff Luna and I know the board really want to see. And fifth, we are now in compliance more than ever before with settlement agreement provisions, and we continue to make progress in this area. The monitors have shared with our director of the Office of Constitutional Policing that in the last 2 years, we've made more progress than the prior several years in this particular area. So those are 5 examples of very positive impacts.
And so those, and that's because of the new 2-captain model in those particular precincts. Have you rolled out the 2-captain model beyond those precincts?
Not at currently, Supervisor, we have them in Palmdale, Lancaster, and East LA only.
Okay, and I hear your 5 points that sound good in terms of the reductions they've been able to garner, but is that any direct correlation to gang activity of deputies? I mean, I reduction in use of force, et cetera, but help me connect the dots in terms of the often reported gang-like behavior by some deputies.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. It allows, the 2-captain model allows the supervision to be enhanced. Okay, we talk about metrics. For example, in Lancaster Station, we talk about use of force. We experienced a 15% reduction in use of force investigations. Backlog of use of force packets, overdue for use of force packets, 74% reduction. That's a huge number. So it allows our captains to have additional oversight and identify problems early on, to identify patterns of behavior or abuse, to exercise their discretion in order to change the culture of what's being created by oversight on those backlog cases.
I got it. So these precincts were selected based on the incidence of gang-related activities. And so are you going to look at rolling out this 2-captain model to other areas where you have high incidence of excessive use of force? Because they're not necessarily the same. They could be a different metric.
Right, and hopefully in the future we can, depending on the budget and the requests.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Fezia, seeing there's no other question, can you answer then the question, because Supervisor Solis brought it up as well. And excuse me, Supervisor Solis brought it up as well. As it relates to the federal cuts on like the healthcare, with a Bielenson, even I don't even know if Section 17,000 would apply, but I know Bielenson. How would we plan for hearings around that requirement, that mandate?
How would we plan for hearings to implement them?
Isn't it a month out or something?
So if we were notified in sufficient time for final changes, we would certainly request to come to the board and hold some sort of meeting to share with the board, hear what the proposed cuts will be. This is assuming that we've gone through some court process and we are, were unsuccessful. So we would come to the board and say, here is the plan. Here is a plan for mitigation. And then once we have mitigated as much as we possibly can, if necessary, here is the plan for curtailments, reductions, and layoffs. If the federal funding reduction is of that scale.
No, I understand that, but with healthcare, we have to have a public hearing.
Oh.
I mean, with every department, I would hope we would do that, but with health, it's in a different category.
Yes, I'm sorry. So with the healthcare specifically, if there were substantial cuts, we would likely have to close one of our hospitals in the county, depending on the nature, the scale, scope, and extent of the loss in federal funding. It would, depending on the type of...
So can I just ask one question?
Yes.
I'm going to ask County Council. Can you provide documentation on what this board has to do to satisfy Bielenson hearings, both at the state and, the state level, so that we have an understanding in terms of what our obligation is as a board moving forward? Because I understand all that, but we have a requirement that's different on the healthcare side. And it's usually driven by County Council.
We'll provide that report back.
Okay. And then, go ahead. Sue.
Yeah, thank you. My question was more about, this budget doesn't reflect the current cuts. And one in particular was Department of Public Health, where I believe $45 million, which resulted in over 100 employees that were notified, given a 2-week notice, I believe. So those things to me are really critical to talk about. And what we're going to do, how do we backfill that, or does it never get backfilled? And that to me is very, very important.
So Supervisor, we understand, and County Council can correct me if I'm wrong, so we have requested a temporary restraining order so that doesn't happen. The restraining order was granted, but it's only temporary. Right. And so then we have to go back to court for an evidentiary hearing and get a final decision. Mm-hmm. And then once that decision is made, then of course we would come back to the board and brief the board on what one is a budgetary piece. What is the budgetary impact? And then if the budgetary impact requires that we go into curtailments, our workforce reduction, and then we'll work with County Council and the Department of Human Resources to bring that back to the board.
I'm just concerned because it seems as though every week there's a hit on arts, library, which is going to impact us, and our parks as well, and DOT, Department of Transportation, which I believe has already begun to impact our Department of Public Works. So at some point it might be worthwhile to just have a conference meeting here with everyone and to put that as an item to talk about where these cuts are and what is our plan of action.
Yeah, so it may be that it's not that we won't, so the idea time to have that conversation is around the time of the final changes budget, because that gives the board an opportunity to make changes to the budget before the end of the fiscal year. But if the timing of any future cuts in our federal funding doesn't allow for that, then absolutely we would need to come back to the board before that.
Okay, I think that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, and then can I just, on the budgeted positions that are part of the curtailment, explain to me how departments have budgeted positions that are paid for that are never filled, and then during curtailments, that is the curtailment. Because that leads me to wonder how many departments have budgeted positions, funded positions that just kind of sit there, and that's, I just want to understand, because people have asked me.
Yeah. So Supervisor, almost in each budget phase, the board will approve new positions for a department, and the department has to do things in order to fill that position. And so they can do a recruitment, they can hire, they can request transfers, they can promote from within. So there are a number of reasons why a position may not be filled immediately. And then we keep records in terms of how long positions are vacant. So what we are doing in the curtailment exercise for the departments that are eliminating vacant positions, they have identified positions that have not been filled for a number of reasons, and they are offering those positions as part of their curtailment requirement. We would eliminate the position and therefore the funding behind the position from the department's budget.
So can I follow up? So give us an example, firefighter position. You know, what are we talking about, ballpark?
So Supervisor, the fire department receives very little NCC from the county because they're a special district.
Okay, let's talk about DPW.
I'll give you an example like the district attorney's office. Primarily NCC funded, I believe as part of the curtailment exercise, they have 50 vacant positions that they are eliminating from their budget. So they're getting rid of the position, and the money that's used to fund that position we are using for the curtailment.
Right, and what is that amount? Because I'm sure you have it.
My team is $8.7 million from their budget.
I think that's what's important. People need to realize that it's money that's been socked away, and then we're pulling it out and we're putting it towards our other priorities, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Two quick things to follow up on that. And it's important, I think, for the public and us to understand that those positions weren't just kind of created. They weren't made up out of thin air. It's driven by work, by need. I think our entitlement programs are caseload driven, but there are other processes that these other non-caseload driven departments use to come up with their staffing needs. So it's not like, oh, these are 50 positions we didn't fill and we never really needed them. So we all have to acknowledge that there will be work that will either not get done. It's an effort, in essence, a cut. It's a cut to service. It's a cut some kind of way.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I just think it's important to be mindful of that. Help me understand, in piggybacking on Supervisor Solis's comments, because I completely agree, we need to see a list, although that list could change by the day of the week and time of day, because the assault is consistent. How will our timing on our budget be impacted? The state is clear. The governor's May revise will be based on what they know by then. While they have a constitutional responsibility to pass a budget by June 15th, they're clear that they may not have all the information they need, which means we won't have all the information we need based on the percentage of our budget that is informed by state action. So, I mean, this is beyond bobbing and weaving. How do you see this unfolding in terms of the fact that we're going to very likely be required to pivot and adjust based on the onslaught of new, different, horrific orders that are coming down from the federal government?
Yeah. Thank you, Supervisor. So I think there...
Yeah, that was a thank you, no thank you.
I think that's just an affirmative yes.
So there are a couple of things. First, we have in the county a structure that allows our budget to grow or not and to be modified over time. That's our 3 budget phases: recommend, final changes, and supplemental. Also built into that process, as we need to make adjustments to the budget, we issue letters twice a year. They're called budget adjustments. We'll call them the mid-year BA. So we do those twice a year. And if there is a need to do something even more responsive on a shorter time frame, we can agendize, place something on the board's agenda at any time and bring forward a board letter requesting the necessary and appropriate changes and modifications to the budget.
Okay. And I guess the closest I can think to kind of the place we are in today was during the major recession before the state had the constitutional requirement to pass a budget by June 15th, and those tough budget years when it required 2/3 vote, and they would go into the fall with no budget. I'm assuming here at the county you were, like the Mervyn's commercial, waiting, open, pass a budget. So that's similar to where we are now, not knowing what the feds will do and how the trickle down of public resources will impact us.
Yes, that is also correct, Supervisor. And so, you know, we have these working titles for our budget phases. So we call final changes, you know, that's really the board's adopted budget. And then we call supplemental changes, but the formal name for it is the final adopted budget. And we are required under the state budget, the County Budget Act, to adopt our final budget in the county by October 2nd of each year. So we have time to make the necessary adjustments. However, if we allocate all of our resources in the earlier budget phases, then it makes those subsequent opportunities to correct even more, to correct the budget, because we receive some information after the fact. It makes those subsequent budget phases
harder,
all the more important. Yes.
Yeah, and deeper. And just again, I didn't want it to get lost in my conversation around the academies, asking that you give us a report back on how much has been spent of the Care First and Community Investment Funds as of now. If I can get that report back next.
We will issue that report back.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other comments, thank you all for being here. Thank you to your team. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who are signed up to speak and what the rules will be for this item.
Madam Chair, given the numbers of people who have signed up to speak on this agenda and given the number of agenda items on today's agenda, in order to finish today's meeting efficiently and address all agenda items, the chair is going to be allowing 60 minutes of public comment on agenda item 48. The time is currently 3:14 p.m. The public comment will end at 4:15 p.m.
That is your first warning. Would you all please hold it down so we can get started because it's cutting into the hour. Will you please call the members of the public? We're going to go with in-person first, and then we'll go to phone.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Timbo Alpha, Elise Henderson, Araya Blakely, Blanca Cortez, Blanca Correas, Brooklyn Love, Byron Jose, Carlos Morales, Carol Thomas, Cecile Hugh, Clara Kim, Claire Mendoza, Crystal Flores, Cynthia Meza, Deja Scott. First speaker, please begin.
Can you direct the first speaker to the podium, please? We're going to do in-person as a priority, given the fact that y'all have been waiting. Yep. Your name?
Yeah, hi, my name is Eliezer Hernandez. I'm an SEIU 2015 home care provider and supervisor at Catherine Barger's district. I'm here today with two clear asks. First, send a representative from the county CEO's office to our negotiations, just like you do for all other bargaining units. Second, don't place the cost of sexual abuse lawsuits on the backs of counties' lowest paid workforce. Here's why this matters. I care for two clients with mental health issues, and I love what I do. I know I make a big difference in their life, but I struggle every day to make ends meet. I see my coworkers struggling too, and it shouldn't be this way. I need to afford essentials like gas so I can drive and care for my clients. We are LA County's largest low-wage workforce. You have the power to change that, and we're asking you to do the right thing. Quality wages for quality home.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
你好，我叫 Cecily Hu， 我係一名教護工，我都係 SEIU 2015嘅會員。我所在嘅轄區原參事係 Hilda Solis。我今日嚟呢度有兩個明確嘅訴求。
Hello, my name is Cecily Hu. I'm a home care worker and a proud SEIU 2015 member from Supervisor Hilda Solis District.
我今日嚟呢度有兩個明確嘅訴求。第一，跟對待談判其他對象一樣，請原 CEO 辦公室派代表參加我哋嘅合約談判。第二，唔好俾本月收入最低嘅勞工嚟支付性侵案件嘅訴訟費用。
I'm here with two clear demands. Send a representative from the county CEO's office to our contract negotiations. Don't make the county's lowest paid workers cover the cost of sexual assault lawsuit settlements.
呢個對我嚟講非常重要，因為我熱愛我家護工作，我亦都知道工作能夠實實在在咁幫到人。但事實上，好多家護工都為交房租而掙扎，擔心自己會變成無家可歸。
I love my work because I know it makes a real difference. But too many home care workers are struggling just to pay rent and live in fear of homelessness.
我哋嘅家護工係洛杉磯縣最大嘅低收入勞工群體，你哋有能力改變呢個現象，我哋懇請你哋做到最正確嘅決定。
We are the largest low-wage workforce in LA County. You have the power to change that. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Carol Thomas. I'm a SIU 2015 home care provider and supervisor, Catherine Barger's district. I'm here today with two clear acts. First, send a representative from the county CEO's office to our negotiations, just like you do for all other bargaining units. Second, don't place the cost of sexual abuse lawsuits on the backs of the county's lowest paid workforce. Here's why this matters to me. I care for my daughter and a non-family client who I consider my brother. And I love what I do, but I struggle. Everything is going up. I can't even afford basic things like eggs. We are LA County's largest low-wage workforce. You have the power to change that. Quality wage for quality home care. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hola, mi nombre es Blanca Carías, soy una trabajadora de cuidado en casa de SIU 2015, en el distrito de la supervisora Holly Mission. Estoy aquí con dos peticiones. La primera, que envíen a nuestras negociaciones a un representante de oficina del director general del condado, tal como hacen en otras unidades de negociaciones. La segunda, que no coloquen el costo de la demanda por abusos sexuales en los fondos de la fuerza laboral peor pagada del condado. Aquí les explico por qué me importa esto. Yo cuido a mi mamá y me gusta lo que hago, pero lucho por el pago que llevamos para mi madre, que yo pago nuestra, si no puedo pagar, ¿cómo se llama? Entre las dos voy a parar en la calle también.
Can you let her translate so we can?
Hello, my name is Blanca Carías. I am with SEIU 2015 Home Care Providers in Ms. Holly Mitchell's district. I'm here with two clear requests. The first, that you send a representative from the county CEO's office to our negotiations as they do in other bargaining units. The second, that you not place the cost of sexual abuse lawsuits on the bottom line of the county's lowest paid workforce. Here's why I care about this. I take care of my mom, and I love what I do, but I battle with paying the rent so my mom and I don't end up living on the streets.
Somos de la fuerza laboral más grande, con salarios bajos del condado de Los Ángeles. Ustedes tienen el poder de cambiar esto.
Thank you.
We are the largest low workforce in Los Angeles County. You have the power to change this. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Morning. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Alpha G. Timbo, and I am a community leader here in Los Angeles for the Sierra Leone and Guinean community. And I'm here today to respectfully highlight the importance of including support for migrant communities, particularly those from Sierra Leone and Guinea and other West African countries, in the country's budget. Sierra Leone and Guinea and other West African countries here in Los Angeles are part of the broader Black migrant population whose contribution to this county are often overlooked, even as they face some of the most urgent challenges. Our community members have experienced displacement, trauma, economic hardship, and yet continue to work tirelessly to build a stable and thriving lives here in Los Angeles. Over the past year, we have supported numerous Sierra Leoneans, Guineans, and other African communities for critical services from legal
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
안녕하세요. 제 이름은 클라라 키입니다. 저는 SEIU 2015 간병인입니다. 저는 힐다 솔리스 슈퍼바이저 지역에서 일하고 있습니다.
Hi, my name is Clara Kim. I am an SEIU 2015 home care provider in Supervisor Holda Solis District.
오늘 저는 두 가지 분명한 요구를 가지고 왔습니다. 첫째, 카운티 CEO 사무실의 대표자를 우리 단체 교섭 자리에 보내주십시오. 그리고 둘째, 성폭력 소송의 비용을 카운티에서 가장 낮은 임금을 받는 노동자들에게 전가하지 마십시오.
I'm here today with two requests. First, send a representative from the county CEO's office to our negotiations, just like you do for all other bargaining units. Second, don't place the cost of sexual abuse lawsuits on the backs of the county's lowest paid workforce.
저는 제 어머니와 가족이 아닌 한 수혜자를 돌보고 있습니다. 저는 이 일이 정말 좋은데 제가 하는 일이 그분들 삶에 정말 중요하다는 걸 알고 있습니다. 하지만 저는 임대료를 감당하기가 너무 힘듭니다. 매달 임대료를 어떻게 내야 될지 걱정입니다. 우리는 LA 카운티에서 가장 큰 저임금을 받는 노동자들입니다. 여러분은 이 상황을 바꿀 수 있는 올바른 권한이 있습니다.
Here's why this matters to me. I care for my mom and non-family consumer, and I love what I do. I know I make a big difference in their lives, but I struggle to keep a roof over my head. Every month I worry about what if I don't have enough to pay rent. We are LA County's largest low-wage workforce. You have the power to change. You have the power to change that. And we are asking you to do the right thing. Thank you.
Hey, you know me, Miss Loretta Lorraine. Hey, Mitchell, what's up? I like you regulate it because it's true. A lot of I'm here for Trans Latina. I'm one of the oldest transgender there is. And a lot of police have killed our girls and we have died and we've been here. And also, I understand that we're here one day and then we're being abused, violent. A lot of girls have been murdered. Lately, a lot of the girls have been murdered by the police. And I honor my girls that have passed. Girls and this kids right here. Now, y'all got those checks. Let's sign those checks today. Let's make that cake go around. Let's cut it, girls. Come on. I know y'all can do it. Mitchell, I've seen your work and I know you can do it. Also, y'all ladies, let's give these people what they want and also look out for my girls.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Byron Jose with the Trans Latina Coalition and Reimagine LA. We didn't see a video today, so we're trying to understand the Priority Mountain and the CEO's Tier 1 Fiscal Resiliency Protocol, but thank you for including the TGIW in that list. As you know, our communities cannot wait. So thank you, Supervisor Horvath, to ensuring that continues to move along. And thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, for ensuring that we're getting, where is the money going to if we're training these deputy gangs. Beyond the unspent CFCI money, we really would like to know the 10% allocation and the calculation. The CEO staff has not been able to clearly define how they're doing those assessments during the CFCI advisory committee meetings. So beyond just taking all the unspent monies that you continue to give the departments time and time again, we want to make sure that you continue to add 10% so we can get a fair assessment under Measure J, a law, not a state, not a board policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Mesa. 17 years ago, I was a youth that was inside LP, Barry J, and Central Juvenile Hall. We had no type of programming whatsoever. However, I am now a credible messenger with the Young Women's Freedom Center. I now serve the 50 girls and the gender-expansive youth inside. I'm here to speak a little bit on the budget. You guys really need to stop investing funds to probation department. They just cost you guys a $4 billion settlement lawsuit, which is why all these proposed cuts are coming from. Instead, actually investing into the CBOs who are already doing the work and are trying to be able to make sure to continue to do that work since probation can't apparently. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Cheris Tatum. I'm from the Young Women's Freedom Center. I'm 18 years old. I'm also a teen mom. I was hoping you guys can find towards teen moms or any parents so we can have resources. There's a lot of moms and dads out here that need help, that also doing it by themselves. Some examples are like with housing and also jobs right now. I'm trying to get housing and a job. It has not been easy. A lot of jobs don't take people without experience. LA County should continue to invest in system impacted youth for job training and skills. Thank you, Supervisor, for mentioning young moms and families. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Deonte Conrad, Dave Matthews, Deanna Pittman, Derek Steele, Dr. SOS Haiti Truvbay, Eleazar Hernandez, Emily Paz, Estefani Hernandez, Evelyn Espinal, Gabriela Vasquez, Gary Rallison, Hadir Azab, Jason B., Jason Burnett, Joey Williams. Next speaker, please begin.
My name is Alize Henderson. I am SEIU 2015 Home Care Provider and Supervisor Lindsay Horvath District. I'm here today with two clear asks. First, send a representative from the county CEO office to our negotiations, just like you do for all other bargaining. Second, don't place the cost on sexual abuse lawsuit on the backs of the county lowest paid workforce. Here's why this matters to me. I care for my daughter, and I love what I do. Every day is a struggle. Rent, grocery, everything is going up. And I know I'm not alone. There are over 290,000 providers like me who worries about how we're going to provide for our family. And many of us helps cover our consumer expenses. We shouldn't be in this position. Aren't we essential workers? We are LA County.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, everybody. My name is Araya Blakely, and I'm a program manager at Young Women's Freedom Center. Since November 2023, Young Women's Freedom Center Los Angeles has supported 250 girls and trans youth in juvenile halls in Coming Home in Los Angeles County. We are here to demand the following: reject the global plan, increase the overall investment of Measure J and CFCI funding, and continue to center the voices of those most impacted by systems, which are the incarcerated girls and trans youth of all genders. We appreciate the board's willingness to collaborate and work with us as we mobilize young people into these important conversations that drastically impact their futures. Today is a perfect example of how the community care team model works. We fed each other, made sure folks were connected to resources, and we convened to reduce harm. In the words of a youth organizer who's 7 years old, run us our money, free the 50. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Go ahead. My name is Crystal Flores. I'm an organizer with SEIU United Service Workers West. I am here on behalf of our speakers because they all had to go to work, at the county actually. Our members are subcontracted janitors, food service workers, and security officers throughout the county of Los Angeles. I am proud to say that we led the fight to win 100% employer-paid health care and other benefits for our members who work under the county's DHS with the motion that we passed unanimously in 2023. And we're so thankful because of all the government slashing that we're seeing now to public health funds. We were told the rest of our janitors and security officers in the county would be next in line to receive these benefits, but instead, you, the county supervisors, have even taken away in-place union benefits from our members by awarding janitorial and security services to non-union companies, leaving them to fend for themselves against greedy and irresponsible corporations. Knowing the devastation and attacks this country faces against workers and immigrants under this administration, it is cruel to take away the little protection our union members had as working people in LA.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Deanna Pittman with the Young Women's Freedom Center. I'm here today with my siblings to let it be known that the community demands a budget that truly puts care over cages. CARE looks like fulfilling your promise to decarcerate girls and gender-expansive youth out of the probation department, a department that is operating a juvenile hall illegally, a department where 3 young people overdosed last week, and a department that helped LA County make history, and not in a good way. LA County now ranks first in the world for sexual abuse settlements at $4 billion and is being paid out to victims of abuse at the hands of probation. Decarceration is the only option for our girls and gender-expansive youth. We have an obligation to meaningfully invest in youth development. Millions of dollars are going unspent, and community orgs have been stepping up to support young people. It's time for the board to make good on their promise to decarcerate youth and invest in Youth Justice Reimagined.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Emily. I'm a youth organizer with Young Women's Freedom Center. I am 24 years old and formerly system impacted. I am here today to discuss about the billions of dollars that the county will be budgeting for next year. The county should be funding communities' priorities. The community basic needs are mental health, education, financial education, housing, and youth programs like us, Young Women's Freedom Center. Put money into community needs, not cages for people who have trauma, mental health needs, or struggling to survive. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Stephanie, and I'm a youth and member of Young Women's Freedom Center. I'm here today to advocate for more opportunities to be available for our youth. Youth need access to opportunities that will show them a path away from negativity and to grow as an individual and obtain skills that will benefit them in the long run. This includes investing in programs such as AmeriCorps, Public Allies, Los Angeles, YOWA's Resource Center, and other programs that help youth get jobs and provide extracurricular activities that expand their view of the world away from what's being portrayed via social media, music, and their environment, and so on. I got my first job when I was 18 through YOWA's Resource Center. I was given the opportunity to work in a nonprofit sector. Then when I was in college, I did College Corps, and afterwards, I joined Public Allies. These opportunities motivated me to continue to pursue a career in the nonprofit world and contribute to my community. I got to grow from a youth who came from a marginalized community where delinquency is prevalent to a leader who wants youth to have the same opportunity as I did. California can't move forward until our youth are heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Evelyn. I'm a system impacted youth and a youth organizer with the Young Women's Freedom Center, an organization that works with women and gender-expansive youth that are system impacted. I'm here to urge the board to prioritize a care first, jails last budget. Please invest our money into community organizations like us that are working to keep girls out of incarceration. But we can't do this alone. We need the support of the county. Make right on the promise you made to decarcerate girls and gender-expansive youth. Let's fund the youth and free the 50. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Diana Zuniga. Thank you for having me here today. First, I just hope that everybody that has been waiting can speak on the budget today. I'm pretty sure it's a violation of the Brown Act to not allow people to speak that have been waiting. So I really hope it's not just 50 people, that everybody can speak. Second, I'm a little bit appalled that we still have money on the table around Care First. It's been 5 years since we stopped a $2.3 billion jail plan, since we created the Alternatives to Incarceration vision, since we developed multiple closure reports for Men's Central Jail, since we reduced the jail population because of COVID-19 and continued that process. And to know that there's millions of dollars that haven't been spent over those 5 years is appalling. We've all been fighting for this, and we need you to preserve and protect that money for the community because we've been doing this together, even if we have different opinions. It's also appalling that the pre-trial—
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Gabriela Vasquez. I'm with the Reimagine LA Coalition. 5 years ago, I worked alongside my community members to help pass Measure J at the height of the pandemic when we couldn't canvass or knock on a single door. Despite that, over 2 million Angelinos voted yes to ensure funding went directly to youth services, to mental health services that did not involve law enforcement, by the way, accessible and affordable housing, green spaces, economic development, and alternatives to incarceration programming throughout our county. Measure J is a mandate, and our county electeds must do everything in their power to ensure that funds are distributed directly to these vital programs. We will not accept a new interpretation or revisionist history to excuse using CFCI funds for anything other than direct community services and programs. This board must continue to call out the departments that are hemorrhaging all of the money and taking it from them, not from CFCI. We don't have a safety problem, we have a spending problem. The Sheriff's Department is already bloated with a $4 billion budget, even as jail conditions deteriorate, lawsuits and deaths increase, and public trust.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Jason Barnett. I'm with Kingdom Causes Bellflower and Good Soil Industries, which is a part of the LA Rise program. Thank you for your work with supporting our unhoused neighbors and investing in throughput and permanent housing. I urge you to reconsider the 20% cut proposal to the workforce development. This funding removes barriers to employment, a key step for people moving from temporary housing to permanent housing, without at many risks falling back into homelessness. With federal cuts reducing availability of Section 8 vouchers, jobs are more critical now than they ever were. Employment restores dignity and self-sufficiency and hope. Please protect this vital funding. And remember, just 2 weeks ago, 80% of the budget was cut out. So the remaining 20% will be detrimental. And without jobs or permanent subsidies, there will.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Hadir Azab, and I'm the policy coordinator at the Council on American Islamic Relations Los Angeles chapter, and I'm also a resident in Chinatown of the 1st District. I'm here to ask that we continue to consider undocumented immigrants as the current administration continues to criminalize Muslim, Arab, South Asian, and North African communities, as well as many undocumented immigrant communities from their immigration status. They need the safety nets from the county. We sit here for 3+ hours to even get the opportunity to appeal to you as board members as you sit and work through and decide on millions to spend. As the recommended budget is announced and reviewed, I ask that the board does not forget our undocumented immigrant population that greatly contributes to the county through their tax dollars. Strengthening immigrant communities will only bolster LA County as it continues to do so. By addressing housing, financial exclusion, and the lack of a social safety net, LA County can continue to lead an inclusive building and will protect its residents regardless of their immigration status. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Jose Luis Duran, Kalani Brown, Kate McNeil, Keegan Gulati, Laquel White, Leah Perez, Lydia Medina, Lena Mallet, Leslie Guardado, Lupita Martinez, Luz Castro, Maria Cibrian, Maria Diaz, Maya Daniels, Maya Sanchez. Next speaker, please begin.
Hi there. My name is Dave Matthews. I'm with the Harbor Gateway Chamber of Commerce, and I am part of Supervisor Mitchell's district. And I just want to say, please continue to fund Pathway Home. I've been out on the streets for the last 3 years, and I've seen the progress that's been made with the RV community. I was fortunate enough in 2023 to be part of the project, Pathway Home project. We staged folks in the RVs and got them ready for the transition. And of the 71 people that were housed, 68 are working. They're doing well, and I think it's an opportunity for all of you to meet these folks and see how great they've done over the course of the last 2 years. There is a need for sanitation during the wait for the Pathway Home. We've been doing cleanups as a community, and we've removed 1 million pounds of garbage last year thanks to our local waste service providers. Our businesses have donated dumpsters.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Derek Steele, Care First Community Investment Advisory Committee Chair. Good morning or good afternoon. I'm here to remind this body that the CFCI funds are the people's funds, established by Measure J, which is now law, and both Measure J and your own adopted county policies are crystal clear. The advisory committee must lead the funding recommendation process through community engagement. That process is not symbolic, it's not procedural. The policy says, advisory committee recommends, CEO reviews for compliance, board approves. But today we saw the CEO's office present a plan to reallocate unspent CFCI funds to departments, the ones that are responsible for the unspent funds in the first place, without once acknowledging the advisory committee and the required committee process to make sure that Measure J and the board policy is followed. Let's be honest. The advisory committee was the body that asked the questions and did the work to make sure JCOG could find and identify the $218 million of unspent funds. We did the vetting the CEO's office is not doing.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Law student at Loyola Law School, participating in the pretrial justice practicum, in which we have learned about bail reform, pretrial justice, and pretrial reform. I'm also a long-term resident of Los Angeles County and have worked for the LA District Attorney's Office. I strongly advocate for greater funding of pretrial and community programs and oppose any funds being allocated to the continued operation of Men's Central Jail. The introduction of the pre-arraignment release protocols has been a step in the correct direction for Los Angeles County. We've seen meaningful increases in public safety and in release rates, and further funding of programs such as JCOD and ODR will only further that goal. Data shows that 52% of those incarcerated in Men's Central Jail are pre-trial, and continuing to allow this would be an injustice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Cibrián, soy proveedora de cuidado en el hogar de SIU 2015 del distrito de la supervisora Lindsay Harbour. Estoy aquí con dos peticiones claras. La primera, que envíen a nuestras negociaciones a un representante de la oficina del director general del condado, tal como lo hacen en otras unidades de negociaciones.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Cibrian, and I am a 2015 SEIU home care provider in Supervisors Lindsay Horvath's district. I am here with two clear requests. The first, that they send a representative from the county CEO's office to our negotiations as they do in other bargaining units.
La segunda, que no coloquen el costo de las demandas por abuso sexual en los fondos de la fuerza laboral peor pagada del condado. Aquí les explico por qué me importa esto. Yo cuido de mi hija y además soy sobreviviente de cáncer, pero lucho por proveer para las dos cosas básicas como comida, medicamentos y un hogar donde vivir.
The second, that they not place the cost of sexual abuse claims on the bottom line of the county's lowest paid workforce. Here's why this matters to me. I take care of my daughter and I'm also a cancer survivor. But I struggle to provide for both of us basic foods like medicine and a place to live.
Somos la fuerza laboral más grande con salarios bajos del condado de Los Ángeles. Es hora de que ustedes inviertan en nosotros. Muchas gracias.
We are the largest low-wage workforce in Los Angeles County. It's time for you to invest in us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. My name is Kate McNeil. I'm a resident of El Monte in Supervisor Solis's district. I've worked in the criminal justice field for the last 6 years, and I'm a member of Loyola Law School's pretrial justice practicum, where I've learned about the criminogenic effects of pretrial detention and the proven alternatives and strategies that address crime and public safety. Today, I strongly urge the Board of Supervisors to uphold the commitments of Measure J by allocating unspent funds to the community programs that they were intended for. Using the Care First community investment funds for any other purpose would undermine the efforts of the public in its vision for preventing crime and addressing the structural inequities of the criminal legal system through alternatives to incarceration. Measure J directs resources from punitive systems into community-based services. One key strategy is pretrial support, which the Justice, Care, and Opportunities Department has advanced by utilizing Measure J funds. Continued and consistent funding is essential. Please honor the will of the Los Angeles voters by keeping these funds where they belong. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Rosa Andreessen, and I'm an SEIU 2015 home care provider in Supervisor Janice Hahn's district. I'm here today with two clear asks. First, send a representative of the county CEO's office to our negotiation, just like you do to all other bargaining units. Second, Don't place the cost of sexual abuse lawsuits on the back of the county's lowest paid workforce. Here's why this matters to me. I care for my daughter full-time. She has cerebral palsy and serious conditions, health needs. So I help her eat, move, and get through each day with as much comfort and care as possible. But every day I worry to be able to pay rent. This month, I've had to move because I can't afford housing on my current wages, and now I know I'm not alone. Many of us are struggling just to provide. We are the largest county low-wage workforce.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Leslie Guardado. I'm a Los Angeles resident. I've been organizing and working with community-based organizations for the last 25 years with Homeboy Industries, Youth Justice Coalition, Social Justice Learning Institute, and currently with the Young Women's Freedom Center. As taxpayers, we have voted to decriminalize youth and have our tax dollars be used for rehabilitation, programming, and reentry services. As of now, we have entered the 4th year since those funds have been granted to continue these types of services and have yet to see clear transparency of those funds being allocated to said services or community-based organizations providing these resources. What we are demanding is that at least 10% of those CFCI funds that were proposed for programming actually be used for funding community orgs providing these services. We have had success in providing reentry services and programming for system-impacted youth, girls, and gender-expansive folks, and in order to maintain retention and succeed in their own self-determination, it is pertinent.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Maya Daniels. I'm the Policy Associate with the Trans Latina Coalition. My pronouns are they, them. I'm here to advocate for several things today. First, the Care First community investments. These funds must be allocated to Care First programs, organizations, and communities with actual organization, compassion, and with a swift promptness as promised. 2, the county working with Immigrants RLA to invest into and improve programs for the immigrant community, as well as taking a stand in protections for your immigrant constituents. 3, freeing the 50 girls and gender-expansive youth still stuck in horrendous conditions in probation camps in the county. 4, I would love to see some initiative to put in place the TGI Wellness and Equity Initiative. Trans, gender nonconforming, and intersex folks deserve specific life-saving and life-altering services that should not be accumulated with other LGBT-centered services. I know that there's enough space in the CFCI funds to see all of our collaborative works be funded
Will
and
the
support the
following
residents.
individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Megan Castillo, Melinda Cacani, Monica Juarez, Nicole Brown, Nina Moore, Olivia Shields, Patricia Santana, Pearl Gonzalez, Rachel Feverstone, Reba Stevens. Next speaker, please begin.
Lena Mallett with the Children's Defense Fund, Layup, and Reimagine LA. The whole narrative tied to this fiscal year is that we are gripped by unprecedented and unavoidable budget constraints. And while there are some real concerns brought on by federal funding cuts in the aftermath of climate catastrophes, other pressures have grown out of years of negligent policy decisions that favor and protect policing and punishment. If we combine probation and sheriff department vacancies, this board is wasting a minimum of $300 million annually, not including the $5 billion that's invested between the aforementioned departments or the $4 billion settlement brought on by their decades of harm. This choice jeopardizes essential programs and services that are already struggling and strapped for capacity. This is not unavoidable. This is a policy decision in your hands. The question should not be about finding ways to fill their vacancies. It has been made clear that the hiring rate will never rise above the rate of attrition. This board must shrink these bloated budgets and reallocate dollars to meeting community needs. Essential initiatives like LA Rise should not be having to fight for crumbs. We know this illusion of scarcity is a lie.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Megan Castillo. I'm with La Defensa, the Reimagine LA Coalition, and I'm also the co-vice chair of the Care First Community Advisory Committee. Roughly $300 million in Measure J funds remain unspent, languishing in county department budgets while urgent crises in housing, mental health, and youth services continue to escalate. It is unacceptable for transformative funds to sit idle while communities are in survival mode. Despite a near $6 billion salary and infrastructure, LA County continues to see lawsuits, civil rights violations, and multi-million-dollar settlements from the sheriff and the probations department. That's money down the drain, while unhoused people die in our streets and community-based programs beg for scraps scraps. We should be funding results, not failed track records by these two departments. Every dollar we pour into the carceral system is a dollar stolen from proven community solutions. Fully fund Measure J, cut the red tape, decarcerate the girls and gender-expansive youth, reject probation's global plan, protect the TGI Wellness Fund, and work with the CFCI advisory body and listen to community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, I hope that, see, my flag is not even showing. All right, so greetings, board. Haven't seen you in a while. You have a wonderful budget. What you're missing, the threshold languages on your website. So you have Armenian, Chinese, Farsi, Hindu, Japanese, Korean, Russian, Spanish, Tagalog, hopefully I said it right, Thai, Vietnamese, of course, English, Arabic, and Khmer. I hope I said it right for Cambodian. On your website, you don't have the threshold languages of French, Creole. So, ça passe, ça arrive là, on parle créole, on parle français, mais on pas qu'à voir sur website là. Pour qui ça? So, ça sont insult pour Haïti, ça sont insult pour tout le monde qui parle français, qui parle créole. So what are we saying, Los Angeles? That French, Creole is not an important threshold language, even the Department of Mental Health requires that to be one of the threshold languages. So with this budget, take $1 million out of your $54 billion budget, while you make sure that everything that they need is taken care of, that you add French as a threshold languages for Los Angeles.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Monica, and I am a participant with the Young Women Freedom Center. Today's meeting is how water the county should invest their money in. I think the county should help and support people in needs and use the money for food bank supplies for teen moms and family with kids. Invest more money in school supplies that have problems with leaks and many more. I also think the county can donate money and foster home support them with foods, good clothing, new shoes, new toys, new school supplies, sports equipment, as well as housing. We shouldn't spend any more money on police, probation, or anything harmful. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Let's turn on your mic, sorry. Start over again.
My name is Rachel Featherstone, and I'm an advocate and credible messenger at Los Berginos with Young Women's Freedom Center. Let me tell you the truth, these kids that are inside are not dangerous. Every day, speaking with youth who have experienced unthinkable trauma, violence in their homes, instability in their communities, and complete disconnection from the systems that were supposed to protect them. They don't need more surveillance. They don't need more punishment. They need support. They need consistent mentorship. They need mental health services, housing, and people who will show up with care, not cuffs. It is disheartening to see that LA County is sitting on over $300 million of unspent CFCI funds, money that could be transforming these kids' lives right now. We're spending over $800,000 a year to incarcerate one young person. Imagine what that money could do outside those walls, invested in therapy, family support, job training, education. That's a better moral decision. It's a smarter budget decision. I'm asking you to stop funding failure, shrink the bloated probation budget, and reinvest that money into programs that actually work.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Patricia Santana. Para honrar el trabajo que ustedes hacen y también que mis compañeros hacen, ¿se podrían poner mis compañeros de pie?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Patricia Santana. To honor the work that you do, as well as my colleagues, would they please stand behind me?
Vivo en el condado, soy un proveedor de cuidado en casa, en el condado del distrito de Hilda Solís, quien ha sido una supervisora fantástica. Estoy aquí con todas las peticiones, dos peticiones claras. La primera es enviar a nuestras negociaciones a un representante de la oficina del director general del condado, tal como hacen con otras unidades de negociación.
And I am here with SEIU 2015. I'm a home care provider in Supervisor Hilda Solis's office, who has been an excellent supervisor. And I am here with two clear requests. The first, that they send a representative from the county CEO's office to our negotiations, as they do with other bargaining units.
Suena repetitivo, pero es sumamente importante para nosotros.
It sounds very repetitive, but it's extremely important for us.
La segunda, que no coloquen el costo de las demandas por el abuso sexual en los fondos de la fuerza laboral peor pagada del condado. Aquí les voy a explicar por qué.
And the second, that they not place the cost of sexual abuse claims on the bottom line of the county's lowest paid workforce. Here, I will explain why.
Yo cuido a mi esposo y me encanta el trabajo que hago. Yo sé que hago una gran diferencia en su vida, pero lucho para poder pagar las cuentas en mi casa. Y realmente este dinero que nosotros recibimos nos mantiene viviendo con oxígeno.
I take care of my husband, and I love what I do. I know I make a big difference in his life, but I struggle to provide essential everyday needs between rent and medical needs. And I will let you know that what I bring in allows us to pay for that oxygen for us to survive.
Muchas gracias por su bello trabajo.
Thank you very much for your beautiful
Thank you.
work.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Pearl Gonzalez, and I am an SEIU 2015 home care provider in Supervisor Janice Hahn's district. I'm here today with two clear asks. First, send a representative from the county CEO office to our negotiation, just like you do with all other bargaining units. Second, don't place the cost of sexual abuse lawsuits on the back of the county's lowest paid workforce. Here's why this matters to me. I care for an older non-family consumer with kidney failure, and I love what I do. I know I make a big difference in his life, but I need to make sure I can afford my own basic needs. I can't keep worrying about groceries, gas, and more importantly, rent. We are LA County's largest low-wage workforce. It's time to invest in us.
Thank you. We will now go to remote speakers. Moderator, may we have the next speaker, please?
Nathan Sudeep, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Nathan Sudeep. I'm a volunteer caseworker with Project Hep C Connect. Today I'm here to ask the board to expand the LA County Department of Public Health's hepatitis C budget by $441,000 to fund 2 full-time staff positions focused on Hep C linkage to cure. Right now, more than 2 out of 3 people in LA County with Hep C remain untreated, even though it's curable. I work with many of them, including people who are unhoused or struggling with substance abuse. And many of them fall through the cracks because we lack the staff to keep them connected to care. This isn't just a medical issue, it's a public health issue. People with untreated Hep C can unknowingly transmit the virus to others, including family and emergency responders. That is why I support the motion passed back in June 2024, which directed the Department of Public Health to expand staffing for Hep C. But to move forward, we need dedicated county funding now. We have the cure for Hep C, but let's make sure we have the staff to deliver it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jessica Ferris, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, I'm Jess Ferris with ACLU SoCal and a District 4 resident. And for years, community members have been loud and clear demanding a reduction in law enforcement budgets and an increase in spending on community and housing services. We want to see and have a say in a true Care First budget, but we can't continue to overfund law enforcement and expect improvement. For example, the Sheriff's Host program spends money on things like overtime and weapons and sees the same results year after year: increased uses of force against the unhoused, increased criminalization, and a failure to connect people to meaningful services. Yet the Host program continues to receive funding despite being counterproductive for homelessness and despite the austerity discussed here. Every dollar we're giving to law enforcement is a dollar we aren't spending on community solutions that save lives instead of endangering them. So we're calling on you to please expedite and simplify.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yvette Alfarito, please go ahead. Your line is open.
Yvette Alfarito, Executive Director of La Defensa with the Reimagine LA Coalition, resident of District 1. The county is at an impasse where you can choose to double down on investments in care by expanding funding for CFCI, trans services, immigrant support, and youth diversion, or continue to waste our tax dollars on departments costing us billions in lawsuits. Previous boards failed to heed our warnings that probation was harming young people and cannibalizing funding, and now the question is, how will you course correct today? Increasing funding to the departments that are our greatest liability is not responsible budgeting. Just a few years ago, the county was ready to spend billions on new jails, and although the board made the right decision to cancel those plans, we have yet to see the level of aggressive investment in the alternative. It is egregious that probation is sitting on over 1,000 vacant positions, and incomprehensible that there's additional funding for sheriff liability and recruitment in this budget, while other departments are facing cuts. We don't need more sheriffs, we need more healthcare workers. We don't need more remodeled jails, we need housing. Let's stop funding abuse and liability. We simply cannot afford it morally or financially. Right-sizing the budget
Thank you.
today
Next
will save
speaker,
us billions
please.
in the future.
Brianna Sugenza, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Brianna, and I'm resident of District 4, represented by Supervisor Dennis Hahn. I'm here to demand that the board upholds the promise of a Care First budget and stop balancing its books on the back of our community. In 2020, over 2 million Los Angelinos voted for Measure J to fund housing, youth services, and community-based care, not cages and law enforcement. Yet 4 years later, over $325 million in unspent Measure J funds remains trapped in county bureaucracy, while probation and the sheriff's department, both under fire for abuse and mismanagement, continue to receive billions. We do not need more excuses. We need a budget that reflects the values the voters have demanded. That means expediting the release of CSI funding, investing in YES teams and reentry programs, and fully rejecting the probation's dangerous global plan. Let's stop funding harm and start funding healing. Free the 50. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Pastor Calvin Sauls, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. This is Pastor Calvin Sauls. Glad to join the meeting today. Faith-rooted community organizer and former pastor of Home United Methodist Church. Just here to remind the Board of Supervisors that any budget is a moral document, and so we want to support policies that will continue to reimagine innovative and transformative community-led services. And so as a resident in Supervisor Mitchell's district, I'm glad to be here and to support, all of these initiatives that would continue to guarantee, provide guaranteed income, as well as investments in DMH and DHS, and also the DPS general relief programs. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Brooklyn Love, your line is open. You may begin.
Please begin. Moderator, we'll take the next speaker, please.
Deja Scott, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi. So sorry. Okay, well, hi, I'm Deja Scott. I'm not formally incarcerated. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, can I start over?
Please continue.
Okay, hi, I'm Deja Scott. I'm not a gender exchange. I'm so sorry. Can you guys just give me? Right.
Moderator, next speaker, please.
Morris Jumalog, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Maros Dumalog, and I'm with Search to Involve Filipino Americans in the Hi-Fi Coalition. I'd like to speak in support of item A7. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for reading this important motion. Our schools are mandated by federal law to ensure that no student is denied enrollment or faced with barriers to their educational opportunities.
It's a different item. This is all on budget. This is on budget right now. Can we have the next speaker? Yes,
so we'll
just go back into the queue. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Helen Eichenberg, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, Helen Eichenberg. I live in District Number 3. Probation is sitting on over 1,000 vacant positions while their budget balloons year after year. It's not only wasteful, but it's offensive to the community. We're in a budget crisis, yet you continue to reward the department that has failed our youth and abused public trust. You must shrink the bloated budget and reallocate those dollars to housing, education, and care, places where they can actually save lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Vanessa Melendrez, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you, moderator. We are now going back to in-person speakers. Next speaker, please begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Brown, Policy Director with the Urban Peace Institute. I'd like to make the following comments on the recommended budget. First, the voters passed Measure J to bring urgently needed investment to communities impacted by mass incarceration and community violence. The county's commitment to funding CFCI is critical, but I urge you to take action to release the unspent funds and allow the CFCI Advisory Committee to decide how those funds need to be spent so the will of LA County voters can be realized. We are pleased also to see the investments in community-based safety strategies such as safer parks, gender-based violence prevention, and alternative crisis response. However, the county has historically underfunded community violence intervention. The county must increase investment in peacemakers to ensure safety in our most vulnerable neighborhoods. Lastly, we must break the cycle of investing billions of dollars into a failed probation department whose abuses will now cost taxpayers $4 billion additional dollars on top of their $1 billion annual budget.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, honorable supervisors. My name is Reba Stevens, and I am a member of the CFCI Advisory Committee, representing lived expertise, lived experience, as well as those who are living the experience. I am really upset today after listening to the CEO's budget report had stated that the unspent CFCI monies would go back to the county to decide how they're going to be spent. Shame on all of us if that's the case when they're already unspent. What more do you want? To keep holding on to dollars when people are dying every single day. There are dollars that were unspent that were earmarked to provide interim housing that never went spent. The county departments overall have unspent dollars right now today. It is very disheartening. When I first came to this body.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm going to have someone come over. Anna, can you have someone go over and talk to? Go ahead, next speaker.
Hello, my name is Natalie Segura. I'm with the Youth Justice Coalition. I'm a Free LA student and a Lobo Fellow. The Youth Justice Coalition works to an abolition youth-led movement to end police terror and criminalization of youth. Today, I'm sharing my thoughts on the recommended budget. I'm here to urge the board to prioritize a Care First, jail's last budget. Provide meaningful investments in Yes Care teams to provide girls and gender-expensive youth with wraparound support. Youth need education, mental health resources, career pathways, affordable housing, funding for their needs. This is important because these youth are these young people are asking for their needs to be met. If you ask every young person who is here right now, what would they do with $4 billion? They will tell you that they will invest that money in their community to meet their needs and the resources that we're asking for. Please invest in Youth Justice Reimagined. Shutting down these facilities are destroying our youth when you set the 2025-2026 budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Ruth Camellia, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Trans Latino Coalition in District 2. We're an organization led by and for trans, gender expansive, and intersex TGI individuals, brilliant people who hold intersecting identities as migrants, Black, Indigenous, and people of color, communities who have long carried the weight of systemic neglect and the violence of incarceration, yet continue to rise, organize, and love in the face of it all. As a community health worker and former legal analyst at the Coalition, I witness daily the sacred transformation that occurs when our communities are truly invested in. Transitional housing, legal aid, access to care, these are not luxuries, they are lifelines. In this pivotal budget planning moment, I urge you to prioritize funding for community-based alternatives over punitive systems. Invest in what heals, commit to a future rooted in compassion and justice.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Shanique. I am 23 years of age. I have been formerly incarcerated as a youth, and I am still dealing with being system impacted. I'm here today as a youth organizer advocate with the Young Women's Freedom Center, an organization that fosters a community for young girls and gender-expensive youth. I am here to urge the board to prioritize decarcerating our young girls and gender-expensive youth first and foremost. It's highly important that the money should be invested into our Black and brown organizations doing the groundwork to show that locking our youth away does not help them. Probation is requesting more money this budget season, but for what? We shouldn't invest not $1 more on a department that is traumatizing our youth. No money can fix that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Dion Michelle Leslie. I am the CEO of Queen Unity Movement out of District 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way to 32. I rescue young women and children off of bus stops and street corners into safety, housing, hotels, motels, you name it, I do it. Most of the people I get are from Hoppigs, right off the street corners, and Salvation Armies and these other organizations who use our funds for slush money, while real people out here with boots on the ground are rescuing women and children, and the funds that they are using, they get $5 million a month. They help 5 people a day. Other people sitting outside crying. Then they call me. I have been database with 211. I got young girls calling me that need to be rescued. I just rescued a 14-year-old, an 18-year-old that's been thrown away by the foster care system. I just need for these organizations to help the organizations, the young organizations out here, nonprofit organizations.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I need help. I need y'all to help me. I'm the only one out here rescuing women and children off of bus stops and street corners. And no one, not one out of this organization. And I'm out here helping.
Next speaker, please.
Ma'am, you're being disruptive. We need the next speaker to be able to speak, please.
Yes.
Next speaker, please.
Start the clock, please.
I felt that. Good morning, or it's not morning anymore, right? Good night. My name is Tori. I use she, they pronouns. I've been here before. If you don't recognize me, I've also applied for some of your guys' offices and didn't get the job. I'm a mother and proud resident of LA, but something I've never shared before in this space and never shared with some of my colleagues here is that I'm also a survivor of sexual assault and domestic violence. Let me be frank, you cannot expect LA County to move forward from the harm it's done while still investing in the abusers that are hurting us. In the same way that you would never let your daughter stay in a home where you know she's being beaten and raped. Unless you women enjoy supporting abusers, I urge y'all to not give our police and carceral systems any more money. Don't give them one more dollar. This is a waste of time, and you might just end up having to.
Thank you. It is now 4:15, and that concludes public comment for item 48.
Thank you. If you want to provide in written comment, you can. All right. I'm asking you first warning before you're escorted out. All right. All right. Sergeant at Arms. That's the first warning. All right, we are now, Executive Officer, would you please make the announcement regarding the items that are being continued to May 20th? Do we have to vote on, we don't vote on it's a receive and file on the file. Yeah, so it's a receive and file on the budget without objection, so ordered. Go ahead.
Members of the board, please note that there is a request to continue items 33 and 34 to May 20th, 2025. If there are no objections, that will be the order.
Thank you. Now we will move on to item 16, report on options for non-pathway home funds, which was held by Supervisor Horvath. Members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0. Now to comment on this item.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
My apologies. We do need a vote on the budget.
Oh, okay. Back up. We're going to continue. Tell us what we're voting on.
On item 48.
To continue.
No, item 48 is for the.
Oh, it is. I thought it was a receive and file. Okay. I'll move, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell. Take the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
So, County Council, do we have to take a vote on continuance of the probation item to the May 20th board meeting? You're shaking your head yes. So we don't need to take the roll. we're going to take the roll. I'll move that we continue. It's seconded by Supervisor Horvath. Would you please call the roll to continue the probation items?
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 4-0 to continue items 33 and 34.
Thank you. Now we will go on to item number 16 regarding the report on options for non-pathway home funds. Supervisor Horvath, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that my colleagues brought forward a motion to address some of what was discussed at our last meeting. And I walked away from that meeting thinking that we were in agreement about fully funding the TAE supports that were identified in the budget, and then finding a pathway to supporting the prevention efforts, which are so critically important to making sure people don't fall into homelessness. And so to augment what has been presented, I'm happy to offer either as amendment if the authors will consider, or as a separate motion for consideration, 2 amendments, because in these incredibly difficult times, we must fund the programs that get us the most return on our investment and serve the most people, strengthening our social safety net. We heard from dozens of people when we were here the last time, young people themselves, that this is a system they have identified and they have helped to develop, the transitional age youth items. I want to listen to them, the people receiving these services, and fund this network of programs as we said we would. And I want to not just fund these programs at last year's actuals, but at their full requested budget for this year. I'm also fighting for prevention funding because we must stop the inflow into homelessness. We must empower people to stay in the places they call home. And we have all been saying this, so I know we're in agreement. If we want to prevent homelessness, we must provide funding to prevent it. It won't just happen because we say we believe in it. It also recently came to my attention that the severe cuts to employment services could impact a federal revenue offset that this work can generate. So it's not only dollars that the county cuts, but it's additional funding that is leveraged to bring more investment into our region. I'm mindful that the new federal administration may attach work requirements to benefit programs, making this no time to cut a network of support for those seeking employment. I know we have to make a decision on Measure A funding recommendations for next year, as it will take time to execute the contracts necessary to pay our providers by the start of the new fiscal year on July 1. I'm willing to do that and would like to see us continue the conversation about how we will keep more of these systems whole. Preventing homelessness and supporting our youth is not just the job of Measure A funding. These are county-funded systems of care that must be funded by the county. I know we can find a way, which is why I'm proposing the following. 1, direct the Chief Executive Officer to provide a verbal report back to the board on May 13th, 2025, identifying departments that are anticipated to have available fund balance at the end of fiscal year 24-25 that can be utilized and allocated during the supplemental budget to restore $18,403,250 in funding for the items below. The report back should include a recommendation of what anticipated available fund balance should be allocated to these items. A, transitional age youth programs, $7,097,000 from the April 1, 2025 report back on fiscal year 25-26 homeless initiative funding recommendations. Funding needed to cover the gap for full funding restoration is $1,487,000. B, prevention items, $13,693,000 from the April 1, 2025 report back on fiscal year 2025-26 homeless initiative funding recommendations. Funding needed to cover the gap for full funding restoration is $10,269,250. C, employment and income support, $8,427,000 from the Homeless Initiative Fiscal Year 25-26 Funding Recommendation Board Letter. Funding needed to cover the gap for full funding restoration is $6,647,000. And 2, to direct County Council to provide a public written report back and verbal report to the board on May 13th, 2025 on the limitations of the Los Angeles County Affordable Housing Solutions Agency, LACASA, to fund homelessness prevention programs as defined in SB 679 and Measure A. We are learning that the provisions of the state statute that enabled LACASA do not allow for LACASA to take over prevention funding in its entirety. In fact, it was explicitly written to not replace it. And so we need clear direction on what can happen at LACASA to ensure that we have an understanding of what prevention work is able to happen there and what prevention work must continue to be funded by the county if it's going to exist. The prevention work is essential. It is the lifeline that keeps people in housing they're already in, the most cost-effective way to address our homelessness crisis. So I'm offering these amendments to supplement what has been proposed by my colleagues to address what we know is a very challenging situation on homelessness, and I offer them for consideration. Thank you.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to start by restating and reaffirming my strong support for TAPE programs, prevention services, and legal services for people experiencing homelessness. It's clear to all of us that these are vital front-end supports that stabilize lives before deeper crisis sets in. I appreciate our effort to fund this work, but I'm a little concerned about the process that we are engaging in, where it feels kind of like whack-a-mole. Last week, we were looking at Pathway Home as a funding source, and I'm concerned about that overall approach and strategy. I don't think we can keep making funding decisions in silos. We need a clear picture of the full costs of a variety of things. Our new homelessness department, the LACASA spending plan, and the impact of every county-funded program before we can responsibly begin to kind of arbitrarily, which it feels like to me, move dollars around. So based on the conversation last week, that's why I am today co-authoring this motion in chief with Supervisor Barger, which I believe responsibly restores $5.6 million for TAPE programs. I think we have Homelessness Initiative staff here who can clarify why that dollar amount is appropriate. The $811,000 for legal services and approximately 25% of funding for prevention programs, which is enough to carry us through the first quarter of fiscal year 25-26. The motion in chief also directs the CEO to report back with options to further restoration once we reviewed actual expenditures and have a holistic view of our projected resources. I think that's important if we are going to make strategic, thoughtful funding decisions as opposed to really kind of arbitrarily looking at departments and deciding which of their programs we can eliminate and which of their dollars we can sweep. With regard to the amendment brought forward by my colleague, I just think it's important that we remember that LACASA has its own independent counsel, per SB 679, its own decision-making body of which we all serve on. And I can't support, and I don't support that element of the proposed amendment. There were various other programs that we've heard throughout the course of the last 24 hours that were going to potentially be identified to cut, and that's why I think it's important that we not do this in silos, that we take counsel from CEO of HI about the resources that will be necessary in terms of TAE. So if I could ask the CEO, the director of HI a question just to help us clarify the 5.6 million versus the 7 million. Tell me which, from your perspective, is the most appropriate amount?
Good afternoon. I'm Shri Todoroff, the director of the CEO Homeless Initiative. Just to provide information on where the $5.6 million for the estimated actual expenditures came from for the TAY programming. We worked with LASA and we got the actual invoices that had been submitted year to date for the vast majority of the contractors who are providing services under these programs. That included 6 to 8 months worth of invoices. So we looked at the actual expenditure over 6 to 8 months and then averaged out what that would then be for a full 12 months of expenditure. So if their expenditures continued at the same level for the remaining 4 to 6 months, then the estimate here would be reflective of that spending level. We did also double check the formulas and the calculations, as well as the methodology, which is considered a standard one, just to do that extra level of review on it.
So again, just seeing the amendment language, concerned about one sub A, about the $7 million, definitely concerned about the reference to La Casa. It's a separate entity with a separate board. For those reasons, given the amount of time that's been spent talking about the motion in chief that's before us and the use of the $5.6 million for TAY, thanks for that clarification, the legal services, I think this is a more appropriate first step at trying to make sure that we keep these critical services to TAY youth, prevention services, and legal services viable and funded. So I'll be supporting the motion in chief. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, Executive Officer, can you please call members of the public and explain the limit on this?
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Reba Stevenson, Soma Snakio, Giovanni Pesque, Chie Liu, Adam Murray, Derek Steele, Audrey Garcia, Ryan Barksdale, Diego Cartagena, Maria Alexander, Tricia Lockie, Client Melby, Cassie Kozak. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 16, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speakers, please?
Before we move forward with the people on the phone?
Yes, we're going to move forward with in person when we limit the time. I'd like to do in person first, and then we'll switch over to the phone.
We will first begin with in-person speakers. Please begin.
For additional clarification, we will be moving forward with speakers for 30 minutes. So we will start right now at 4:30 and we will end at 5 p.m. for speakers for this item.
Good afternoon. My name is Audrey. I am a graduate of the LA Rise and a community health worker at the Center for Living and Learning in Van Nuys. I am here today to advocate for the restoration of full funding for LA Rise program, a program that profoundly impacted my life. After 5 years of being homeless and completing residential treatment, LA Rise provided the critical support and opportunity I needed to rebuild my life. Thanks to LA Rise, I am now a productive member of society, employed at CLL for over a year. Without this program, I would not be where I am today. Preserving and restoring funding for LA Rise is vital for countless others with lived experience who deserve the same chance I received to transition into a productive member of our community. I respectfully urge the board to reject further cuts and find a way to restore full funding for LA Rise. It is an investment in lives of our community's future.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
If you could just raise your hands in support, that would be helpful. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is Tricia Locke, and I am from the Center for Living and Learning in Van Nuys. I'm a graduate from the LA Rise program and currently working as a community health worker. Today, I'm here to request the restoration of the funding for this program, which significantly changed my life. I enrolled in LA Rise after experiencing nearly 10 years of homelessness, which was a result of repeated incarcerations and a substance use addiction. Because of this, I had been out of the workforce for 13 years and felt discouraged about re-entering it. LA Rise was instrumental in helping me update essential skills and restore my confidence in the workplace. I received job training and support, and this enabled me to overcome the barriers of employment that I face. I'm a proven example that the success of this program generates.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm Clint Nilby. I'm speaking in support of the LA Rise program. A year ago, I was living in my car. I was battling addiction, depression, and I truly believed that my life was over. Getting into treatment saved me, but afterward, I was lost. I didn't know how to start over. Then I found the Center for Living and Learning, and I was accepted to the LA Rise program. That changed everything. At LA Rise, I gained job skills, confidence, and most importantly, a support system of people who understood what I'd been through. They believed in me, pushed me, and helped me see I was capable of much more. I finished the program this year. Now I'm working as a peer support specialist, helping others in crisis across LA County. For people like me, coming out of treatment, jail, or the life on the streets, LA Rise isn't just a program, it's hope. It's a second chance. Please continue to fund LA Rise. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Cassie Kozak, and I'm honored to represent the LA Rise program at the Center for Living and Learning located in Van Nuys. After years of homelessness, I had completely lost hope. I stopped believing a better life was possible. Then I found LA Rise. This program gave me structure, purpose, and the work experience I needed to stand on my own. And for the first time in my life, I can afford my own home. I now have the privilege to work with LA Rise as a case manager, helping others find the same hope and opportunity that I was given. By doing this work, I'm reminded every day that transformation is real, that no matter where you've been, your future can still be bright. LA Rise is a pathway to possibility. It's a real solution to homelessness, not just a Band-Aid. Programs like this don't just change lives, they save them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Alexander, and I'm the Executive Director of Center for Living and Learning in Van Nuys. Just over 23 years ago, I was living in the alleys just down the street and on the side of the 110 freeway. And then 23 years ago, I came into our own paid work experience program that saved my life, brought me out of homelessness, gave me a career, gave me my children back. Since 2017, we have been able to offer that through LA Rise to all of our people. Without LA Rise, we cannot continue our paid work experience program. It is a homeless solution. It's homeless prevention. It helps put our people to work in careers in our county-funded social service agencies, homeless prevention, drug treatment, that are crying for talent. And we're providing that talent through the sector program with JCOD and LA Rise. So I implore you to please restore that funding and restore it and don't cut
Thank
it.
you.
Please. Thank you.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Julia Somberg, Kenny Walker, Robert Haysbrook, Rodolfo Barrientos, Lisa La Jala, Sonia Guerra, Enrique Morales, Rafael Rodriguez, Tahana Weeks, Eva Kopek, Dave Matthews, Roberto Flores, Brianna Gonzalez, Allison Cooper, and Darian Perry. Next speaker, please begin.
Good afternoon. Adam Murray from Inner City Law Center. We are grateful for the revised motion to preserve funding for the Lawyers Preventing and Ending Homelessness program through the first quarter of the upcoming year. This important program fights to help people obtain key public benefits, stop evictions in zip codes where stay housed is not currently operating. We also eliminate fines, citations, and warrants that impede access to jobs and housing, and help our clients to address domestic violence, immigration issues, and consumer debts. Nearly every one of our precariously housed clients is housed when we close their case, and over the 7 years of this grant, 15 to 30% of our unhoused clients are also housed when we close their case. This is the only program in the entire county that serves these vulnerable residents in this way. I especially want to thank the authors of this motion, Supervisors Mitchell and Barger, Supervisor Solis for your strong advocacy for crucial legal services, and Supervisor Horvath for your focus on preventing homelessness before it happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Diego Cartagena. I'm the president and CEO of Betsadec Legal Services, a participant in the Preventing and Ending Homelessness Project, otherwise known as PEP, administered by Inner City Law Center. I'm here to thank the board for keeping top of mind the need for preventing and ending homelessness legal services funding. As has been noted, the current federal administration has moved to eliminate HUD programs such as Section 8, gut Medicaid, understaffed Social Security Administration, and make it more difficult for clients to secure benefits. Indeed, the administration has moved to make it so that 100% of beneficiaries' Social Security benefits will be withheld in any overpayment cases. Access to PrEP programs are critical to preventing housing insecurity and keep people housed. To have any chance of successfully addressing these issues and their impact on housing security, clients require the free legal services provided by the PEP program. Moreover, this is a wise investment with agencies like ours working with law firms to provide pro bono services which magnify
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Giovanni Pesci, and I'm with the Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles. I'd like to speak in support of item number 16 and continue funding for legal services. And also thank you, Supervisor Solis, for your continued advocacy for legal services. I'd like to share just a couple client examples because I think it helps to humanize the work. But some of the legal services we engage in might be a client who comes in with a driver's license suspended, living out of their car. She's trying to drive or work for Uber or Lyft. We can help her clear the citations, get her license back in order. She can drive, continue to move forward with her life, establish some kind of financial stability, and then seek housing after that. Another example we had would be a client who came in fleeing a domestic violence situation. She needed help with a name change for herself and her son for safety purposes. We're able to assist her filing the name change, moved into transitional living facility, and she's now on path to reestablishing her life with job and housing.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Che, and I'm with NLS. I'm speaking in support of item 16. First, thank you, supervisors, for all of your support and continued advocacy for legal services. Since 2018, the county has funded holistic legal services for some of our most vulnerable residents of Los Angeles County, those who are experiencing homelessness and those at imminent risk of homelessness. These services include securing public benefits, expunging criminal records, consumer issues advocacy, and addressing immigration concerns. I would like to share the impact legal services has on our community. Our client was a homeless individual with disabilities. Despite the hardships they experienced, they dreamed of turning their life around and being housed. They worried about engaging with services due to concerns that they would be looked down upon as a homeless individual. They came to PEP. We successfully obtained expungements, supported them in working to reinstate their driver's license, and advocated for them to secure public benefits. Due to this advocacy, they are now housed. Please continue to support this critical legal service support for our vulnerable community members. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Joy Richardson. I'm the VP of External Affairs from St. Joseph Center, and we are in favor of item 16. I urge you to pass the budget today. Without an approved budget, there is a very real risk that our contracts will not be in place by July 1. This would lead to an interruption in civic critical services, and people could lose their housing. St. Joseph Center works every day to keep Angelenos housed, and we cannot afford a gap in funding. The stakes are extremely high. Please pass the budget today so we can continue to service those who are our most vulnerable members of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Roberto Flores. Good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is Roberto Flores from Center for Living and Learning in Van Nuys, and I'm currently enrolled in LA Rise. After I left treatment, I hit a wall trying to find a job and housing. Through LA Rise, I was able to gain new skills to be employed and afford a place to live. Thanks to LA Rise, I've gained confidence and work experience that I need to be a functioning member of society. Defunding LA Rise will not give people this opportunity I've gained through this program. I respectfully urge you to not defund this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Derek Steele, CFCI Chair. I
just want to speak to the importance of the process we built through the CFCI Advisory Committee. This is not just a rubber stamp. It's a community-centered model for public budgeting, one that allows for deep understanding of proposals like today, ask the hard questions, and make sure that the dollars recommended to you all have going to the right places, keeps folks from having to jockey from position for 1 minute at a time in this space to try to make a case for their very important programs. This is how public dollars should be spent, with care, intention, and community accountability. That's what Measure J was about. That's what CFCI was built on. I want to say thank you to the offices that have met with my fellow leaders and I on this. There's more to discuss, but we need you all to tell the CEO's office to stand down and get behind the advisory committee in doing this process right. Protect the public trust, respect the law, let the advisory committee do its job, and we got your back.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Lisa Lila. I'm with the Center for Living and Learning in Van Nuys. I ask you to preserve and restore full funding for the LA Rise program, which provides hope for so many experiencing homelessness. LA Rise provides opportunities to develop hard, soft, and life skills, leading to employment. At the conclusion of our program, 76% of our participants are placed in employment. 10% move on to additional training or educational opportunities. Our organization also has a housing navigator who assists our participants in finding housing. With new life skills, a steady paycheck, and a support system around them, our participants move forward in reaching their new life goals. Without LA Rise, you are perpetuating a revolving door of homelessness. People need new tools. They need new perspectives. They need new communities.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Kenny Walker. I'm an employment specialist at Center for Living and Learning in Van Nuys. As a graduate of LA Rise, I'm deeply troubled by the possible funding cuts to this program. I've been employed and safely housed since my participation in LA Rise just over 3 years ago. While you undertake the great challenge of reforming our housing crisis, I urge you to focus on the link between employability and stable housing. We need paths to jobs that offer a living wage, and LA Rise offers that. By cutting funding to LA Rise, you would be robbing hundreds of people just like me the opportunity to rise and recover. You would be throwing out the baby with the bathwater. LA Rise offers a real solution to our housing crisis. Please preserve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is Enrique Morales from Center for Living and Learning in Van Nuys. I'm a graduate of the LA Rise and currently employed as a community health worker. I'm here today to advocate for the restoring of funds for this program that has had such a profound impact on my life. I enrolled in the program after being released from prison and completing residential treatment. The LA Rise program has provided me with a lot of support, assistance, in getting me to where I am today. I am now a productive member of society, and I've learned everything I know through the opportunities provided to me through the LA Rise program and Center for Living and Learning. I now have been employed for over 2 years. I wouldn't have been able to get here if it wasn't for these programs. Preserving and restoring funding, I believe, is vital for countless and others like myself with lived experience to receive support in transitioning into a productive member of the community. I respectfully urge for the board to reject further cuts and to find a way to restore full funding for LA Rise. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is Rodolfo Barrientos. Just 2 years ago, I lost everything due to my addiction, my home, my stability, and my sense of purpose. Although I got clean, I was still broke. I had no job, no direction, and I was homeless. Then I found the LA Rise program through the Center for Living and Learning in Van Nuys. I was scared and sure if I could make it, but from the very first interview at the Center for Living and Learning, they saw potential in me. That belief changed my life. Through LA Rise, I gained job training, certifications, and something even more powerful, a community that helped me believe in myself again. Because of this program, I avoided homelessness, stayed sober, and built a new path forward. Today, I'm proud to be almost 2 years clean, employed through LA Rise, and now helping others on their journey. LA Rise didn't just support me, it saved my life. Please continue funding this life-changing program. There are so many others who just need a chance like I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Chair and board members. My name is Julia Somberg from Center for Living and Learning in Van Nuys. If you had seen me a year ago, you wouldn't recognize the person I am today. I was living on the streets, trying to survive day to day. Everything I thought was important to me has changed. When I came to Center for Living and Learning, they didn't just provide a roof over my head, they gave me hope, tools, and the support I needed to help myself. Now I'm on a path where I can turn around and help others like me, individuals who are ready for change, who just need a chance. Please don't take away the miracle before it has a chance to happen. The Center for Living is changing lives. It changed mine. I respectfully urge the board to reject further cuts and find a way to restore full funding to LA Rise. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. We will now go to remote speakers. Moderator, can we have the first speaker, please?
Sean Morrissey, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean Morrissey, Vice President of Advocacy and Community Engagement with Union Station Homeless Services. We acknowledge how challenging this process has been, and we thank you. At this time, we strenuously encourage the board to approve today the HI funding recommendations. It is imperative that this happen to ensure the continuity of services within the sector and county and to avoid costly contract delays. Costly not just to service providers, but those within our homeless community who will surely suffer the biggest impacts. In order to effectively function, we must move forward with an approved budget today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Erica Hartman, your line is open. You may begin.
My name is Erica Hartman, and I'm the CEO of Safe Place for Youth, and I want to start by thanking the Board of Supervisors for your vote to restore youth services, and in particular Supervisor Horvath for introducing this motion. I also wanted to thank Cherie for all the work that has gone into Measure A planning. It is without question important to pass the budget to avoid contract delays, but I also want to urge the board to maintain level funding for youth homeless services. And if there is significant underspend, then considering a mid-year reduction. It is more practicable to ramp a program down in the future than to ramp it down now and ramp it back up mid-year. I would suggest that the county prioritize funding to maintain existing programs and plan to utilize future Measure A surplus to initiate new projects and expansion. New projects will not immediately begin utilizing full funding, and by staggering new projects and not cutting from existing programs, the board will have greater visibility into resources available to help inform expansion strategy in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Karen Cornelius, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is Kaylin Cornelius from Redif, and I'm here to also urge you to preserve and restore funding for LA Rise. While we strongly support the restoration of youth homeless funding, this should not come at the expense of further cuts to LA Rise. LA Rise is a central program that offers job training, placement, and support services to individuals experiencing homelessness and facing significant barriers to employment, as you've heard from multiple participant testimonies this afternoon. Ending homelessness requires a comprehensive and coordinated system of care encompassing housing, health, behavioral health, and supportive services. Workforce development, including transitional employment programs like LA Rise, are critical. We respectfully urge you to reject further cuts and find ways to restore funding. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Zeno P., your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. My name is Zeno. I'm a representative of Africa County, known as Lamert Park, of course. Two reminders. One, homeless funding is not a question, it's just a responsibility. Two, yes, we do need to be more mindful of the programs getting the funding, especially programs like SPY, like the person who just spoke was speaking for, and companies like SCJI, Social Justice Mining Institute. And, if the money is being funded, that's one thing. Hold on to the money and refine how effective these programs are before you fund them. And look out for other programs that aren't as established, because they are doing work in the community as well without getting any funding, like Africa Town. We actually held a housing lotto, and the guy who won now works for Karen Bass. So effectiveness, regulation, responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Karina Lars, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is Karina, the Organizing Program Associate at Center for Employment Opportunities. I am here to urge you to preserve and restore funding for LA Rise. While we strongly support the restoration of the youth homeless funding, this should not come at the expense of further cuts to LA Rise. LA Rise is an essential program that offers job training, placement, and support services to individuals experiencing homelessness and facing significant barriers to employment. The program has already served nearly 10,000 individuals experiencing or at risk of homelessness and stands as the only homelessness workforce initiative in the county with a proven track record of helping people achieve long-term stability and success. Protecting this program will ensure that these critical services continue to support some of LA's most vulnerable populations. This program has had a great impact on our organization by providing our members with a stable job and the ability to get housing. We respectfully urge the board to reject further cuts and find a way to restore funding to LA Rise. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Michelle Martinez, your line is open. You may begin.
My name is Michelle Martinez, and I'm a PhD social scientist. I have myriad industries and opportunities I could pursue, but I've chosen to dedicate the last 7 years of my life to helping the Preventing and Ending Homelessness Project succeed. As both its countywide project and data manager since launch, I've had a front row seat to the phenomenal and complicated work done and results achieved by this first of its kind legal aid consortium. On behalf of clients pre-identified as the most vulnerable among us, these dedicated legal workers remove barriers not otherwise addressed in our current system. In fact, they remove barriers caused by the system, which means, to put it as simply as I can, we will not solve homelessness without this work. Community members will continue to languish on our streets, and countless more will join them after they lose their housing, without the holistic wraparound, trauma-informed work these legal workers do literally every day of the week. The investment in this work is critical, and our success rates are off the charts. Again, I'm a social scientist, data manager. I don't do blind faith, I do results. Please continue this specialized and, most importantly, necessary program. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Hey, good afternoon. How are you guys? My name is Rafael Rodriguez, and I participated in the LA Rise program after being in a treatment center for substance use disorder, with nowhere to go and at risk of homelessness. My goal was to pick up new job skills that would allow me to secure stable housing and contribute to the community. I now teach financial literacy at Center for Living and Learning and do peer-to-peer coaching. I believe LA Rise is a program that motivates and prepares the at-risk individuals and ultimately prevents homelessness. I'm here today to urge you to preserve and restore the funding for this program that has helped me change my life around. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Chair and board members. My name is Eva, and I am a grateful employee of the Center for Living and Learning in Van Nuys. I found my way to California in search of freedom from addiction. What I anticipated to be a 30-day stay in treatment became over 30 rehabs, various hospitalizations, incarceration, and eventually homelessness. I could not foresee my escape from this hopeless state until I was introduced to LA Rise, which helped me establish productive habits while allowing me to retain a sense of navigation in my life. I was provided the skills necessary to re-enter the workforce. I have gained confidence in witness of those skills transferring to tangible value, and am actively contributing that value to the betterment of my community and society as a whole. I can only hope that these services continue to be provided for those still struggling to fit into the greater whole. And
Thank
I
you.
am asking today for your continued support.
Next speaker, please.
Hi. My name is Darian Perry from the Center for Living and Learning. I struggled with addiction and mental health for nearly a decade. I enrolled in the LA Rise program at Center for Living and Learning when I was at risk of homelessness. I was determined to change the trajectory of my life, but unsure of how I could actually do it. LA Rise gave me the structure and the direction that I needed to build a life worth living. The counselors in LA Rise saw potential in me that I may not have otherwise seen, and I now have the privilege and opportunity to work in the financial office at the Center for Living and Learning as an administrative assistant. This program helps people to truly change their lives for the better who may otherwise be stuck in cycles of addiction, institutions, and poverty. And I encourage the board to preserve and restore full funding for LA Rise. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Chair and board members. My name is Allison Cooper, and I am an LA Rise participant. And I strongly urge you guys to please preserve the funding that we have here, because before I entered there, I was homeless on Skid Row. I had a fentanyl addiction, and I didn't really see any other. I had been shuffled through organizations, through you guys, through the city, and they just didn't really do anything because housing is just such a small aspect of it. Like, there's so much more to achieving self-sufficiency. And once I was introduced to the Center for Living and Learning after leaving treatment for my addiction, it was a godsend. It was a game changer. They provided me with the support and the resources that I needed to not just secure housing, which they did, but they allowed me to be self-sufficient and really gave me a future I didn't think I was ever going to be possible for me. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. This concludes the time for public comment on item 16.
Yeah, I want to thank you all for being here and for waiting so long to testify on this item. I know I speak myself, and I'm sure my colleagues agree. Thank you for sharing your personal stories, and you are exactly why we are so committed to investing in addressing the unhoused on the street. So thank you all for coming and sharing your stories. Supervisor Solis?
Yes, Madam Chair, I just want to say that I want to thank everybody that came and spoke. This is really, for me, very challenging because we don't want to pit one group against another. And I feel very strongly that we have a supplemental budget process where we can also come back and help to realize where funding opportunities can exist. And while I'm not totally happy with the part that I asked for that got included in the amendment that Supervisor Mitchell and Barger put forward on legal aid, I want to see more. But the compromise is that we can only fund 1/4, but to come back and then seek more funding, because no way am I satisfied with this. I need to see more as well. So we're going to continue, I believe, to push forward, because I think many of those individuals that came and spoke today, we hear you. I support what you're doing. We have programs in our district that I would love to see, similar to what you have offered and what you're offering in San Fernando. I represent the San Gabriel Valley. We need a lot of help out there as well. We need legal assistance. We need help with our renters, keeping them from being evicted and from becoming homeless. And I think we have a lot to do, and I hope that all of us, including our CEO, take this, as we know, very seriously. And we will take those comments when appropriately needed to be voted upon when we come back, I think, for the supplemental. But for the time being, I'm prepared to support the motion that I have supported because there was a so-called carve-out for legal assistance. Because I can't go back and face people that I represent on these very important issues that have been hurting many of my residents. So I just want to say that, and I appreciate what Supervisor Horvath has put forward. I can't agree with her more on a lot of her items, but I think there is a process, and we're all going to need to work through it, just as we have before. So we have a lot of strong opinions on board, but I know that at the end of the day, we're going to all have to work together. So I would hope we can do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. So on item 16, my joint motion with Supervisor Mitchell is before us. I will move, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell.
Wait,
go ahead.
I thought there was an amendment that we need
Oh, I
to...
thought, well, the way the executive office gave it to me was my motion, because this is a separate motion, correct? I mean, I can do that as well.
I don't think there was a second, so I thought it failed for lack of a second.
Okay, I'm just doing what the executive office provided. I'm going to begin to consult with my parliamentarian here. So what is the preference?
No, however they advise is fine. Either way is fine. Go ahead.
So what we saw, it was another motion, a separate motion.
But
I thought it was.
So we're going
yeah, well,
first with the joint
that
motion.
kind of is what it's supposed to be an amendment, correct?
Yeah, it was
It's an
offered as
amendment to our motion, so that would come first. You're correct, County Council. So Supervisor Horvath's motion as an amendment is before us. Is there a second? All right, second. Executive Officer, will you please take the roll?
Supervisor Solis?
Abstain?
Supervisor Solis abstains. Supervisor Mitchell?
No.
Supervisor Mitchell, no. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barker?
No.
Sorry, Barker, no. Motion fails. 1 aye, 2 noes, and 1 abstention.
All right, now on item 16, moved by Supervisor Mitchell, or motion, I'll move it. Supervisor Mitchell will second. Call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barker?
Aye.
Supervisor Barker, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
All right, and now we're going to go to general public comment because we are going to lose a quorum at 5:15. We're going to continue 17 to what date, Executive Officer? Tell us what we're doing, please.
To May 6th.
May 5th, and then on
May
the other
6th.
items, what are we doing?
May 6th, as well as items 12 and 13. Those will also be carried over to May 6th.
And I'm sorry, what about the others?
And A1 and A7.
When we lose quorum, all the items would be administratively carried over to the next regular
I'm just
meeting.
making sure. I didn't know if there was time sensitive because there were holds on some. I know the mammal and I know the street racing. We're going to continue them.
We don't. We need to take.
All right, so let's go ahead to public comment because we are going to lose a quorum at 5:15. Do public comment.
Okay. Public comment.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Dr. Critical Truvbay, Zome Brown, Pastor William Smart, Reverend Frank Wolf, Cynthia White, Teresa Velasco, Phil Jeffords, Gesdom Brown, Soma Snake Oil, Richelle Callis, Elizabeth Jeffords, Chichi Navarro, Evelyn Espinal, John Warner, Laquel White, Loretta Lorraine, Gabriela Vasquez, Giovanni Pese. First speaker, please begin.
We will have public comment for.
Well, we're going to lose quorum at 5:15. So what is the preference, knowing how many people? I hate to limit it to like 30 seconds, but I want you all to have an opportunity to speak. So I'm looking at the executive officer, recognizing we're going to lose a quorum.
So we want to vote following general public comment on 12.
Okay.
And then so.
And then everything else is administratively carried over.
Okay.
Yes.
To May 6th.
So we'll vote on 12.
Okay.
After general public comment. So why don't we do 5 minutes?
Okay. Sir, you're on.
I'm Pastor William D. Smart, Jr., President and CEO of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference of Southern California. I'm here on behalf of the workers of FCIU 721. Their members love and serve the people of Los Angeles. They provide relief for the poor, care for sick, comfort those in prison, hope for those that are orphaned, and justice for those who are wronged. I'm here to present a letter from 25 faith-based leaders from across the county that are concerned about their plot right now and how they are being treated and the need for them to be respected as they go through the whole negotiating process. This situation cannot continue. These are the people that struggle. They're frontline workers for this county. Without these workers, our county and our facilities, our people, and our services will not be met. Please.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Teresa Velasco, and I am a community health worker. I work at Rancho Los Amigos, and I am a proud LA County employee. LA County employees work every day to build a county where everyone can thrive and get essential services to help if they need it, and the help if they need it. But right now, LA County management has chosen not to value the essential workforce or the people we serve. Myself and more than 55,000 of my union sisters and brothers are without a contract. The SEIU elected bargaining committee has put forth our proposals with the ask to invest in more essential services and good jobs that uplift communities and to stop sending our public monies to private contractors. LA County employees and the communities we serve, we deserve better. Please support the fight that we have.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cynthia White. I work for the Department of Public Health. The County of Los Angeles workers love to serve the people of Los Angeles, and we need your support. We provide relief to the poor, we care for the sick, we comfort those in prison, and we hope for equity and justice for those who have been wronged. We are a safety net, and we work every day to build a county where everybody can thrive and get help if they need it. Right now, we need your help. Myself and more than 55 of my union sisters and brothers are working without a contract. We've been fighting at the bargaining table for the county to invest in more essential services and good jobs that uplift our community, to stop sending out public money to private contractors. The county management is choosing not to value our work.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Rochelle Callis. I'm a constituent of Holly Mitchell's area. I received a vacate notice on Friday, and I was not given the whole full 5 days to relocate. I was only given 3. So on the 16th, tomorrow, my babies, for their birthday, they gonna get their beds thrown out on the curb. So what I'm asking is for reasonable accommodations. If I can get some support to get my whole full 5 days, I can have all my stuff out by Friday. Thank you for listening, and I need some help.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Can you guys hear me? Yeah. Hi, my name is Phil Jeffords. I want to bring your attention to an imminent financial crisis that's lurking in Valverde and Passaic area due to Chiquita landfill. The top 3 causes for personal bankruptcies in the USA, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, are loss of income, medical expenses, and foreclosures. If nothing happens to this community, this is what's going to happen to these people. Right? Our community will fall simply because of lack of action. Now, I don't know the correct course of action or what you guys have to do, whether it's be funds from a state, from a federal level, I'm not sure. But what I do know is if people can't go to work due to symptoms that are being caused by toxic gases, it leads to financial catastrophe. It leads to loss of income, they can't pay medical expenses, and they'll get foreclosed on their home.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
We will now proceed with a vote on item 12. We did not have any speakers for item 12, so we'll be voting on item 12. So the general public comment.
Okay, go ahead. Call the moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Solis. Call the roll. Call the roll.
Call the roll.
Call the roll.
Ma'am, you're being You're being disruptive.
Sergeant.
It's your first warning.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor
That's it.
Horvath just stepped out, sorry. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Aye. Motion carries 3-0.
So what is next, Executive Officer? Executive Officer,
We
what
will
is?
we can now move to specials.
No, we're going to lose a quorum.
Oh, apologies. We will be administratively.
I'm sorry? Is it for next week? Oh, it's for next week? Go ahead and read it in, and then we're going to have to adjourn.
Okay, this is item A7. I want to read in. Thank you, Madam Chair, and also I want to thank Supervisor Mitchell for co-authoring this motion with me. Earlier this year, the federal government rescinded a longstanding sensitive locations policy, which limited where migrants could be arrested. Immigration officers are now able to arrest migrants at sites that were previously off limits, including our schools. Since that decision, educators across the country have been grappling with the fear among students and parents that immigration enforcement will show up at schools to execute deportation raids. In fact, immediately following the announcement in Los Angeles County, K-12 schools reported declines in school attendance by as much as 30%. And just last week, teams of Homeland Security agents entered the front office of 2 Los Angeles Unified School District campuses, Russell Elementary School and Lillian Street Elementary School. The agents requested information about the welfare of 4 students attending Russell Elementary and requested to speak with 1 student at Lillian Elementary. Following LAUSD policy and protocols, the 2 school principals asked the agents for identification and a judicial warrant to enter the school. Absent the judicial warrant, the agents' requests were declined. Our schools are mandated by federal law to ensure that no student is denied enrollment or faced with barriers to their educational opportunities. Therefore, I believe it's important to reinforce that all students have the right to a public education, regardless of their immigration status. And given last week's incident, it's urgent that we act to ensure our students and their families that have the tools necessary to protect themselves. And I wanted to commend Los Angeles County Office of Education, who has worked with our school districts across the county to offer resources to immigrant students. This includes 1, training for educators and immigration-related concerns, 2, toolkits for district, educators, community-based organizations, and 3, Know Your Rights trainings and options for remote learning. Despite these efforts, it's not also clear whether resources offered by LACO are being utilized and evenly implemented across all our school districts. So this motion will help us do the following. We move that the Board of Supervisors find that there's a need to take immediate action, and the need came to the attention of the board subsequent to the posting of the agenda. And we move that the Board of Supervisors request the Superintendent of Los Angeles County Office of Education, in partnership with the Office of Immigrant Affairs, to survey all school districts in the county to determine which have adopted alternative instruction options, provided Know Your Rights presentations to students, parents, and school staff, and offered mental health support. Ensure that Know Your Rights presentations and outreach materials are provided in a manner that is responsive to the language, cultural, and immigration-related needs of parents and students, and report back to this board in 14 days in writing with the plan to ensure all students have access to alternative learning options and Know Your Rights training regardless of what school district they attend. The plan should include technical assistance for impacted school districts to help secure necessary permits for possible student transfers, and report back to the board in 14 days in writing with data on Employment Assistance Service for Education, known as EASE, and LACO's mental health unit program utilization rates, identification of mental health service gaps, and recommendations for ensuring equitable access to mental health support services. And we further move that the Board of Supervisors direct Chief Executive Office, Legislative Affairs, and Intergovernmental Relations Branch to support legislation or policy proposals that will expand access to alternative instruction options, online learning, student transfers, etc., for students who have been deterred from attending school by federal immigration enforcement activities. So, members, that's the item before us that we will bring back. Thank you. Madam Chair.
All right, that will be the order. Now we're going to go to adjournments. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I ask that we adjourn today. She is really considered an extended member of the county family. I ask that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Elaine P. Wynn. Ms. Wynn was born on April 28, 1942 in New York City and sadly passed away unexpectedly yesterday on April 14th at the age of 82. She was co-chair of the LA County Museum of Art, LACMA, which she joined in 2015 to champion accessibility to the arts. She was considered among the most generous and supportive leaders in LACMA's history, offering the first landmark contribution to help open the new museum building and offering an early contribution to the levitated mass sculpture. In 1964, Ms. Wynn earned a bachelor's degree in political science from George Washington University. While in college, she was set up on a blind date where she met her soon-to-be then-husband, Steve, who she married in '63. To their union, 2 daughters were born, Jillian and Kevin, who were her greatest pride. In 1976, the Wynns relocated to Las Vegas, where they revitalized and transformed the Las Vegas Strip by opening the Mirage Hotel in 1989, the first new development on the Las Vegas Strip in 16 years. In 1998, they opened Bellagio Resort and Casino, and in 2005, they opened and built Wynn Las Vegas into one of the highest quality and most respected businesses in the nation. In addition to her business acumen, Ms. Wynn was an avid art collector and proud supporter of performing arts organizations, including the Alvin Ailey American Dance Theater. In 2010, then President Obama named her as a trustee of the Kennedy Center for Performing Arts. Last year, she committed to opening an art museum in Las Vegas, the largest city in America without an art museum. This museum launched as a partnership with our own county museum, LACMA, allowing it to share its collections and programming. Ms. Wynn will be remembered as a fierce advocate for children and education, serving as co-chair of the Greater Las Vegas After School All-Stars, which serves low-income youth, and as chairwoman of Communities in Schools, a program focusing on helping at-risk youth. Under her leadership, she expanded the program to serve more than 1.7 million students across 2,900 schools in 26 states, creating pathways to success for countless young people. She also co-chaired Nevada's Blue Ribbon Education Reform Task Force in 2011 and sat on the Nevada State Board of Education from 2012 to 2020, including as president from 2015 to 2017. Ms. Wynn lived her life with purpose and leaves behind a legacy of creativity, ambition, leadership, tenacity, and love. Again, LA County residents, I'm recognizing her given the largesse of her financial commitment and tireless work, and really second behind the county alone, the largest donor to the new construction of LACMA, which is now a state-of-the-art international museum. And so that's why I thought it was important to elevate her passing and her relevance to all of us as LA County residents. She's going to be deeply missed by her family, especially her daughters and her 7 grandchildren, as well as a host of extended friends, including her LACMA board members and staff. So again, I ask that we adjourn today. We adjourn in the memory of a true pioneering, visionary businesswoman, Elaine P. Wynn. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll take those motions as seconded, and if there's no objection to unanimous vote, that will be the action. I believe we're waiting for possibly Chair to come, possibly. No? 2 minutes. We'll hold on for 2 minutes then.
But in the meantime, Madam Chair Pro Tem, what I'd like to do is just to administratively continue those items and clarify that those are items 13, 17, A1, and A7.
17 may be the exception if we get a third vote. We're waiting.
I'm sorry, what is the question before on the floor?
On administratively continuing those items?
The remaining items get administratively continued to the next regular meeting, which is May 6th, when we lose a quorum.
Yes.
Are we continuing 17?
I guess we're trying to get some clarification on that.
The chair has entered his boardroom.
Okay, so we're
We
going
may-
to
oh,
go to
okay.
item 17.
Okay.
No, you can hold on to it.
You want me to do? Okay, go ahead, then let's go to item 17.
Item 17? Item 17, will you take,
So you're doing a motion for reconsideration?
yeah, I'll move it.
Do you have a second?
Second?
On a motion for reconsideration, is there a second on 17?
Second.
Second, take a vote.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 3-0.
To reconsider, now vote on the motion.
Okay, to reconsider.
On the board letter.
All right. And then now,
Move it. Seconded by Supervisor Solis. Take the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Barger? Aye. Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 3-0.
Okay. Anything else, Executive Officer, we need to read in?
Yes, so then just to clarify, we are administratively carrying over item 13, A1, and A7, including Supervisor Solis's motion that you just read in.
Okay.
And that's it. That
Okay,
concludes.
very good then. I believe that concludes today's meeting. Our regular board meeting will come about on April 22nd, 2025. I'm sorry, that meeting is canceled. The next meeting of the board will be a public hearing meeting to be held on Tuesday, April 29th, 2025 at 9:30 a.m. Thank you very much, members of the public and everyone. Thank you.